Hello, hello. Good morning, family, with capital FE. Mic check.
I hear you loud and clear. And good morning as well. All right, everybody be quiet.
Hello, my brothers.
Don't forget your sisters or they'll get upset. Because it's not just brothers listening, sisters be listening too. How are things on your part of the earth? Anyone find any bendy water or bendy clouds? Asking for a friend. Any Globers in the VC in the room want to prove their curvature or bendy water to me or any of us? No? No bendy water? No bendy clouds? Alrighty. Any flat earth questions out there? Don't everyone talk all at once.
too quiet in here.
Don't everyone talk all at once again. Don't rumpus the room.
It is the top of the hour. You are listening to KGTL Radio, 24/7 Flat Earth, best place on Earth to talk about Earth.
I turned up my volume. I thought somebody was kicking a jam.
Did he say gay?
I was trying to.
Did you say gay GTD? Did you say gay GTD?
Yeah, Killing the Globe Lie. KGTL.
Okay, I thought you said gay.
You know, I mean, it's all about balls. What you gonna do? I just came here because there's so few people in here. It's pretty rare for there to be this few. I might actually get a word in edgewise. Usually this is like Jimbo's hour. Bro, these days. Has anybody been able to come across actual evidence of curvature, or are they still holding back on us? I mean, if I don't get any answers, I'm just going to start telling some really bad jokes. Let me think. Alright, you want to hear a joke about a dog? It's a little rough. Alright, what do you call a dog with no legs? Doesn't matter, he won't come to you no matter what you call him. Although I did get him to come to me, I put him at the top of a hill and I said roll over. Didn't even stop when he got to me. You see me so free.
Local genius checking in. What are we doing here today?
What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
Oh my god, dude, you know, every time I fucking come here, the same goddamn question gets asked.
Please watch your language. There are all ages of viewers watching with us, but
Right, so I currently believe the fact that the flat earth is not depicted properly. You know, you really have to go to the resources to understand it, and it's like hard to understand the different fucking models of the earth that have been explained throughout history when it's not taught in school. So, you know, we really need to look towards history. You have to do your research. You know, you're talking about at least like a week or two worth of research to like fully understand the things that we are grasping and comprehending, because we have like an in-depth knowledge of, you know, past earth models, how they came up with certain things. You know, we've read a lot of conspiracy theories. We've read a lot of government, you know, archive documents, you know, and it's like a game at this point because we're still trying to like deselect and select what is real, what isn't. You know, it's important to value science and pseudoscience, but at the end of the day, man, you know, the earth, who knows what it's fucking shaped.
it's flat. I don't know what shape.
Nah, bro, it's flat. It's flat. You're saying it's flat, but it's got fucking mountain ranges on it. So why is there's hills? Why are there hills?
There's hills, there's valleys, because water makes dirt move. It's whatever.
All right.
It's
So it's like a children's sandbox.
in a way. It would make sense because you have to have a container for all that water, and a container for all that gas, because you can't have gas pressure without a container. So
It's observably, measurably, and demonstrably flat
I like that one, demonstrably.
and motionless.
Geocentric, stationary. I mean, I've never felt a single bit of axial rotation, and I've never seen curvature, because especially a spherical trigonometry actually dictates that you have to have curve in all directions, like 360 degrees of direction, versus just right and left. So if it's not right and left, then it can't be near or far. So Earth is flat.
when the only evidence for curve is in a fisheye lens, it's flat.
Oh, hey, there's a good one. Fisheye lens.
Yeah, and
Favorite.
if you wanted to see curvature at 360 degrees, you'd have to be in an island, right? So, if anybody wants to really fucking think that there's curve, go take your bitch ass to an island and go look 360 degrees around. See what happens. See what you can see, buddy.
And I don't think most pseudosciences are very important to, care about.
Once they start using the
pseudo-
word perhaps, it's just freaking it's just a joke. Because I was watching something yesterday, and all these the first thing, one of the second things out of these idiots' mouths, they were astrophysicists, was perhaps this is what's going. I'm like, perhaps, motherfucker, what is that? All that's saying is you don't know what the hell you're talking about. That's all. You know, it sounded like I was watching, what's that show? Ancient Aliens. That's what it sounded like I was watching. What if? You know, that's what that show based on.
Or even,
If we speculate.
Will they
even
come
better,
back?
oh, they tell you to imagine, or they tell you to imagine if.
Just imagine.
That's even
The
better.
world.
Imagine.
Or I love it when they say something and then they go, ancient astronauts, theorists say yes.
I know, so we should say yes too. It's great.
Ancient astronaut theorists.
They're forcing you to appeal to authority because this guy has been in this field of work for 20 years. He knows more than me. Yeah, in bullshit, you know.
Who see me so free. So, do you have any evidence of said curvature or axial rotation?
Who's that dipshit? Or was that somebody playing something?
You cut out.
I was just trying to figure out who was the kid talking about the hills and stuff like that. It's not perfectly flat. Yeah,
See me still free. He's the
we-
only one in here who is not a flat earther.
Yeah, we agreed that the ground's not flat and level. I mean, why would it be? How boring would that be? Half the ground is just flat everywhere. That would be just so freaking boring.
Oh yeah, no hills, like no place to ski or like, are you kidding?
It's like, yeah, of course, dude.
Thank goodness there's mountains.
And valleys and lakes. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
imagine walking up to a lake and it's you walk straight on it like it's a street, like and you walk straight up to it. You know, it's like,
No fun allowed.
you're walking, you just
You cut out.
imagine flat everywhere. It will be covered by water. Is the only answer. It will be covered by water if it was flat on land too. The ocean, it would be a ocean world. Would be like what was it? Kevin Costner. What was that movie?
Waterworld. Yeah, how does it
Waterworld.
have to be on stilts and shit? It'd be like Italy everywhere.
We'd have gills like Kevin Costner. Now, if you give me that hot chick that was in the movie with Kevin Costner, I'd take it. I'd take a water world.
I haven't seen that movie in forever.
I know it's on. No, it was on the other day. It's on Netflix like right now, but I have no desire to watch it.
Oh, I have it on VHS. It's called SeaWorld. I would take the gills and the feet and hands being like that, being able to breathe underwater. Heck yeah, man.
I posted in the live stream earlier something disturbing. One of the first things I saw this morning was at 7:54. I posted it. Worst example of policing in Canada I've seen in a long time. Poor 16-year-old kid, man.
The cops there carry guns too.
Oh, fuck. They carry
Yeah, I
guns,
saw.
tasers, batons, pepper spray, everything, but they'll shoot you.
Yeah,
They're
I
just
saw
as
that
bad as the
headline.
cops here. Seriously.
I saw that headline about Canada, but I didn't click on it. Yes, it's about 11-year-old kid, right? Shot and killed by police.
I didn't hear that one. The one I posted was about a 16-year-old. It was a
Oh, okay.
supposed wellness check. A wellness checkup or something like this is supposedly what it was supposed to be. And yeah, they definitely overstepped their boundaries. Big
Yeah,
time.
there was one story from a couple of years ago. This is before people really started talking about policing problems. I mean, maybe like 2014, something like that. And the police show up to a wellness. I guess adult 26, something like that, early 20s, has stopped taking his schizophrenic medication. The mom's a little worried. Want the police to kind of like tell him to take his medication. Just sort of, she needs help, right? They show up. He answers the door with a screwdriver that he's cleaned his nails, and they shoot him.
They shot him because of a screwdriver.
Yeah, he had a flat tip screwdriver that he was scraping the inside of his nails out with. Had no idea it was even the police at the door. Just knock, knock, or whatever they said,
He's coming
comes-
straight for you, Jim.
He comes to the door with a screwdriver in his hand, and they just start firing.
No, I was doing the South Park thing when they wanted to shoot rabbits and things, so they had to pretend like the rabbit was coming straight for them.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's very sad, man. I've had many experiences with them, and I'm trying to keep some sort of a small thread of respect for them, but there's so many bad apples in the bunch. It's hard to see the good,
That's the issue, too. It's like they want you to trust them, but they can't even keep the bad apples of their own ranks.
Like I made a comment in the live stream the other day about my actual life experience and how unstable my childhood was, and how none of the police officers in the small town I was stopped my sister and I either on the way to school or home to ask us how we were doing. Now that might have seemed odd. They could have at least stopped by the house, by the address, maybe not stop us on the way to school or home, stop by the home, even while my mom was there or something. How are things going? Is everything all right? Is he being good? Because she had issues with the person she was dating, I was going to take matters into my own hands, and she found out what my plans were, so thankfully she left them. Because the police were failing as far as I was concerned. And then since this cerveza bug, this Mexican beer germ, supposedly what I went through as a child is increasing because couples are at home so much together all the time. And I'm just thinking, how can this be? Sorry, off topic.
No, I gotcha.
Like on topic, but off topic. I mean, the police don't do their job properly. When I got in trouble with them for some serious things, somebody ratted me out for some shit I was involved with in my younger days. When they tore my place apart, they took shit that had nothing to do with why they were there. After they executed the warrant, they posted cops outside of my home, so it was like I was in jail before I was even in jail. Like, it's just pathetic, man. And then I'll tell my story, and some people will be like, this guy's trying to justify what he was doing and this and that. No, I'm not. I'm fucking talking truth, man. Cops don't kick your door in and then post up outside your home, do they? I've never seen that before in my life, but they did it to me.
Yeah,
Couldn't
what I
keep it bet-
thought was
couldn't
interesting
keep
was,
it-
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, couldn't keep it between me, them, and the courts. They had to tell my landlord what was going on, and then we got evicted, and you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
there's executing the law, and then there's overstepping your boundaries. There was no need for them to tell the landlord what happened. There was no need for them to post up cops in front of my apartment on the floor I was living on for weeks after. Like, it's just harassment at that point, I yield the floor.
Yeah, I was gonna say like when I was doing some stuff with forensic science, some continuing education classes, they're showing how they would, if they got like a warrant for someone's computer, they would come and they would take like the computer, but they would take the mouse, the keyboard, the mouse pad, all the monitors, the dude's computer desk. Sometimes they even like cut the carpeting underneath the the computer desk. Take the lamp that was in the room. I'm like, there was like, say, a stapler and a box of pens on the desk. Take that too. I'm like, how can you do, if you're going for the information in the tower? How can you take all the other, like, what does his like I don't know, like a box of paper
Grab his
clips.
coffee maker.
Yeah, his coffee maker on his computer desk. How can you take that as part of the warrant?
Police budgets are tight, eh? They needed a coffee maker for their break room. It's a pathetic joke, man. Here in Canada, they quote unquote legalized marijuana, but they didn't legalize it. They regulated it. You're only allowed a limit of so many plants. So if some fucking douchebag neighbor sees an extra plant in your yard, they can call you in. It's just retarded. Some young lad got pulled over. I don't know what the issue was for him getting pulled over, whether he was speeding a light or what, driving erratically, whatever. They found in his car, I don't know if he gave them permission to search it, 3,000 grams of shatter. And now he's in court and blah, blah, blah. I don't know what's going on with the case. I haven't been following it, but it's like he wasn't standing in front of an elementary school trying to push the grams of shatter. You know what I mean? He was driving somewhere. He bought them. Obviously, he paid for them. Maybe he didn't even pay for them. Maybe he was just delivering them. It's supposed to be legal now. How do the cops know what was going on with those grams of shatter? You know what I mean?
Yeah, is that like what is that? I'm not familiar with.
Concentrate. It's like concentrated. It's like 90% THC. It's like the crack
hash,
of marijuana. Right? Way stronger than hash. It's like I said, it's sort of like the crack of marijuana. They extract all the THC and concentrate it into a fine, like almost like taffy. And you just take a little piece of it and you put it on, it's called a nail on a bong. It's like a titanium nail. You heat it up with a torch and you hit that little piece of shatter on that nail and inhale it.
Good morning, my fellow flat earth brothers. How do you do?
We're getting
good. Thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm teaching them about dabs.
Yes, indeed, bro. I am indeed smoking this morning as well. I lit a fine honeyberry backwood roll to perfection, absolutely pearled. The weed tasted like Thin Mint cookies. I was taking the smallest puffs. I was taking in every breath of the most beautiful weed. I mean, how, dude? Weed is such a beautiful plant. How can a fucking plant taste like a Thin Mint cookie? And I'm smoking that shit. Tell me that. Tell me why people
and
smoking
weed-
cigs.
It's
Wheat
a
isn't
beautiful
food.
thing. It's a beautiful
Weed is
thing.
beautiful.
Wheat is not food.
For me, I need to see some more positive things happening. The amount of families that have been torn apart over this plant is very upsetting for me.
Well, I feel like, a lot of pharmaceutical companies, they label like to interject certain things, but for some people it's a medicine, whereas it's natural. Like for me, it cured my depression. I was smoking. See, I could take Adderall. Adderall is supposed to motivate you, but I could smoke a fucking blunt in the morning, and I'll tell you what, my powers really show. And I think it's important, like, for some people to manifest because, like, I needed to eat, I needed to sleep, I needed to function. It's important for me. It alleviated my depression. Severely depressed for like 6 years before I started smoking. Severely depressed my entire childhood before I started smoking. So I feel like there's a lot of recognition that doesn't be understood. And it's also a gateway drug. Like a lot of high schoolers that tend to smoke weed and then they get into heavier drugs, and that's taught in health class. And it's just important to stay away from hard drugs because hard drugs will actually fuck you up. And I feel like that's a lot of things that like kids underestimate. Like they'll take like fucking weed, right, or Adderall or
That's
fucking
it.
the shit, and they'll be like, oh yeah, it's not bad, right? Like it's not that
Yeah.
bad. But then they'll smoke, they'll fucking do like crack or Xanax, and they don't realize how strong it is to the point because they're already so addicted to other substances and used to like their after effects that the hangover on those drugs and shit. Dude, it's a cycle. It's vicious. But yeah,
It's kind of a misnomer to say that it's a gateway drug. It's like saying beer is a gateway to harder liquor.
well, it's the drug dealers and the influence.
not.
If they didn't have to go through drug dealers that oftentimes have other friends or it's their business, then they most likely wouldn't be introduced to those other drugs. But in that fact the drug dealers are the gateway.
No, it's more of a personal choice.
That's always a
Just 'cause your
personal
peers
choice.
are-
Yeah, but it's
off the
personal
bridge
choice
doesn't
from
mean
someone
you-
who's doing drugs that's young and subjectively can't actually evaluate
And-
the
And
severity
if
of
I
the drug.
may, you
Not all
can't
young
put-
people do drugs,
if I
though.
may, you
Facts.
can't put all quote unquote entrepreneurs in the same boat. Not every person that's moving product is moving other things.
Yeah, I know.
Some only move weed.
Yeah, for sure.
So
But the
those
people who are
aren't
like
the
street level
gateway-
distributors.
The gateway drug. It's like saying
Facts.
spoons kill people, make people fat, and guns kill people. No, it's the people's decision.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
the
for
gate-
example, a lot of kids they do like shrooms and shit. Like, trust
It's
me,
like
dude. I
the-
know it's way more common than you guys think because I fucking
It's like the gun isn't evil or the weapon isn't evil. The person possessing it is.
Yeah, the gateway drug.
So how do
you
we
either
change
have
this?
bad intent or you have good intent.
So just change to good intent. That's easy.
Yeah, I suppose I guess you're not quite grasping what I'm saying. This misnomer that guns kill people is wrong.
Yeah, the
Right.
gateway drug thing comes from the federal government. And that's another reason to show that
Yeah.
the federal government is not pushing good science.
Yeah,
They're
it's
pushing
a myth.
garbage.
It's a
Need
myth.
that guap,
To
need
say
that
it's a
money.
gateway drug is BS because I've been smoking it every day since I was 13, unless I was in jail or the hospital, which is very few and far between. And I've done other drugs. I've done coke. I've done acid. I've done all kinds of mushrooms, other drugs. I prefer marijuana and hash.
Me too.
Hey,
I do
same
not
here,
like-
same
Here's the
here.
thing about
I don't like drinking, but I do drink. I've drank and gotten in trouble, but I can drink and have a good time and not get in trouble as well, So it's just because I drink beer doesn't mean I'm going to end up drinking whiskey. Just because I smoke weed doesn't mean I'm going to end up hooked to coke,
Yeah, I know someone who takes like LSD like every 3 days.
Just because I own a gun
that's
and an
what helps them.
AR-15 and whatever else doesn't mean I'm going to go out and shoot up the public. You know what I mean?
There's a real difference. There's a real difference between marijuana or cannabis and other drugs because you actually have an endocannabinoid system that lays right over your endocrine system. So it helps regulate your digestive, your eyesight, your blood flow, like everything, all of this. And so in a way, marijuana is actually like almost like a necessary nutrient versus a neurotoxin, which like acid is a neurotoxin, nicotine isn't. You know what I mean? And so it's pretty crazy how actually good it is for you versus like some of these other things that you're trying to compare it to.
The problem
This
is
is not medical
the
advice.
the problem
This
with
is not
with
medical advice.
the problem with cannabis is, and I've been a very heavy stoner, and I was pretty hooked to it 1 year ago. The problem is that this weed that you have today, especially here in Western Europe or in America, has nothing to do with weed anymore, which it was when it was a plant which was not being modified, and the strain was not put to a degree where it has extreme high dosages of THC instead of a balance between THC and CBD. I would actually say that when you find a strain which is balanced between CBD and THC, and it is like, let's say, the root plant, which it was when before it was perverted by men to make more of that dosage which makes you high and go more stoned and stuff. Then I would say it's actually how God may have been intended it to be, but it's very rare to find the original strains. That's why there are people out there that actually are on a hunt for this, but like I said, it's very rare to find these original cannabis strains which don't make in effect extremely stoned, which what you have today. And that's what people try to ignore most of the time, because in fact man made this plant go super high on THC dosages and makes you very high and all that stuff. So it was man again perverting something which God created in a natural way. And by the way, actually you can consume cannabis in a way which is more healthy without making you go high, which is eating it raw from the plant without drying it. It has a lot of good vitamins, good oils, and you can actually put it in your salad and you don't need to get high from it. But it was man again thinking, okay, I'm gonna try it, I'm gonna put it between papers and I'm gonna smoke it. And be sober, be vigilant.
You gotta realize though that they didn't just. Oh, sorry, Flatman.
It's okay. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you gotta realize that they didn't just put it between papers and smoke it. They probably took a branch of it. They didn't know what it was. They took a branch of it and burned it or something, or they were looking for good food and they ate some, and then they heated it, and all of a sudden it made them high, and they're like, "Whoa, which piece of this food made it feel that way?"
Yeah, but it doesn't.
I'll kick some facts. I'll kick some facts for you. What happened is, first off, we didn't give the plant the respect it deserved from the beginning. That's number one.
Which plant?
Marijuana. And now that we are giving it the respect it deserves, we're unlocking its secrets. We're finding out about the CBD angle of it. There's other things.
CBG, there's 60 or 70 cannabinoids.
Yo, do you know weed, THC cures cancer?
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's being done worse.
No, I was just trying to explain some shit and everybody just started fucking talking, man.
Well, I know.
So there's more properties to the plant than just THC. First off. Secondly, what happened was, because it was underground, growers exploited the THC part of it and made that part stronger, and they bred out the CBD part of it so that you could enjoy the psychoactive part of the plant. But the CBD will help keep you level. It will give you more relief from inflammation, and it's got more medical properties, not
deeper
psychoactive
comprehension.
properties.
I think it's worse. You ask me, because they took it and they did stuff to it. Now it doesn't have seeds. It's not really exactly what weed's supposed to be anymore. Now, if you take regular weed that hasn't never messed with, then I would say that type of weed, like some old Mexican dirt weed. That's probably some good shit, or some old Jamaican shit.
I was just gonna say Mexican dirt weed, man.
Mexican brickweed is the lowest quality shit on the face of earth.
No, that's the best shit. The shit with no seeds will turn you gay.
Hey man, I'll tell you
Okay.
something. We
All
kind
right,
of
look,
sure.
I've been fucking
The Hindu
smoking this
Kush
shit
seeds, man.
going on 30 fucking years. I think I don't know what I'm talking about.
You
but
gotta
go
get the
ahead.
seeds
Testosterone
from the places. Look up Hindu Kush. You gotta get the mountain range seeds that grow at high altitude. You gotta get the seeds that have the characteristics of the environment that is tied to the weed that you wish to smoke. That is
It's
what I
called a
learned.
land race strain.
Exactly.
The original genetics.
Need that shit.
So what I just tried to say is that, like, once again, man perverted something which was from the beginning something balanced and natural, and he made it unnatural. So no one can tell me that because I stopped weed in the name of the creator, that wasn't the purpose he has intended for me to not to do anymore, because he knows that man has perverted it. And I knew how I was when I smoked weed, and I was a different person, completely different person. And I would be a liar if I wouldn't told you that I was cussing, that I was doing other things which was not good, and doing many other things that just, was not me in the end. But I can't, force other people to try out not to do it anymore. But I'm just saying the way it was intended to be is not what it is anymore today. You can't find a balanced strain, an original strain, something which is like straight from the beginning. It was found,
I got some old.
You can. It falls on the grower. It falls on the grower. Listen,
No.
please. Listen, please.
real old
If
seeds.
you're greedy, you're going to use nutrients. You're not going to flush. You're going to grow quantity over quality. So the amount is more important to you than the quality of the product. But if you're a hippie type grower who cares about themselves and the people who are going to be consuming it, you do flush. You don't use unnatural nutrients. You grow it as natural and organic as possible.
I have grown weed.
Then you get a quality product.
Yes, man. I know how to flush. I know that you can also dip your plant in clear water, and you can actually have a longer dry process. I know all the procedures for growing. I did it myself, and I'm not proud of it. But the thing is, what I'm trying to say is that the way what you grow and why you grow it is because you're growing it to have a high THC doses in your butts, and you want to get high from it, okay?
Excuse me, can I ask you, why would you not be proud of your growing pass? What's a shameful about growing marijuana?
It's not shameful. I'm just not proud of it because I knew.
Why? You should be. If you grew quality product, you should be proud of yourself.
No.
If you grew garbage, if you grew shit that gave people headaches and made them throw up, then you should be ashamed.
No, it was. I also used natural, biological. What is the English word?
Organic? Yeah. So, anyways, you have nothing to be ashamed of, my friend.
No, the thing is, what I'm ashamed of. No, I'm not ashamed, but what I'm not proud of is that I wasted my time and years for a plant which made me extremely hooked and changed my whole life.
You are assuming the Lord or God's plan at that point.
What?
He made you do that. You may have decided, but God took Joseph from his brothers.
I know that he. Today I know that he made me go.
Sorry, guys, you're putting a negative spin on it, and you shouldn't. You learned something. You know how to make a plant go from the beginning to the end of its life cycle. That's a skill.
Yeah, that's true. I've learned something about nature. That is true, and that is something positive. But I'm not proud of.
Don't beat yourself up over your past, man.
No, I'm not beating myself up. I'm just saying that I'm not proud of what I did, because there are other.
But I'm trying to tell you, as a brother on earth, you have nothing to be ashamed of. You did nothing wrong in my eyes.
I don't think you've got to grow it and play with it enough, in a legal format, like personally, to like try it in vacuums, try it with different things. That like there's things that have never been tried at all with weed, and like when you say the end of the cycle, I mean, how do we know? How do you know there's not an annual or perennial or whatever, like different types of different?
Because I've been growing it long enough, and I've watched a plant go past maturity and what happens to it after.
Have you grew it underwater? Have you grew it
You
in a
don't
vacuum?
grow it underwater. You can grow it
do
in
you know
water, but
that?
not under the water.
Why not?
Because I've been growing for many years. For a
grown
minute. Let's just
underwater.
put it that way, okay? I've grown for a minute.
Okay.
So I know what you can and can't do when it comes to growing.
What have you
You
tried to grow
can't-
it in?
You can't grow it underwater.
Well, can you
There.
grow it in
There's a
cold?
second grower telling you the same thing.
Tell me
You
what.
can the only thing you can do is
Do
you
not
can
grow the plant under the water. You
Then
can
you
have
can-
the roots under the water,
Yeah.
but not the plant.
Why
but
not?
that's a highly complicated process. You need pumps for.
Why not? Does that are okay? I know. This is a gentleman I have a lot of respect for. I can recognize the voice a little bit. It's either Hank or, but I'm not trying to be mean here, bro. But think of it. How can you grow a pine tree under the water? You don't. The tree
Very
doesn't grow under the water. Seaweed and shit will grow under the water, right? Lakeweed and shit will grow under the water, but it's a water plant. It's grown in the water. It's meant to grow in the water. Marijuana
Right.
is not meant to grow underwater.
Well, I mean, have you seen a marijuana plant like that like lasted for years?
I'll give you the best story I can. My friend planted some plants in a ditch. He thought it was all good one year. He went to go harvest them. The ditch had filled, like something happened where the water was flowing like crazy, but it was harvest time, and he could see the plants under the water being like getting pulled by the current of the water, and he wanted them so bad. He did. He got in the water and cut them out, but they didn't grow under the water. It's just the water
You
came
can-
at the end of the season and started flooding it out.
You can actually make huge 3-5 meter bushes if you live in the right circumstances with marijuana plants. If you don't harvest them, they recycle. So
just
there are
saying,
actually
like,
people
this
topping them every year. You know, when they grow new heads, and they get like huge 3-5 meter bushes. You can see
And then-
videos of that. If you
And
want
then
to.
I think you said in a legal setting. The
Hey.
thing never should have been illegal. No one ever should have went to jail over it
Right.
unless it was a violent offense.
Right,
if
but
somebody
that doesn't
shot
help at
somebody
all
or
that
stabbed
it
somebody
was.
for some marijuana or robbed them and shit, then those people should have went to jail. They should have faced justice.
Right, but what I'm saying
otherwise-
is that's the past. We can't change that. What I'm saying is, now that we have the ability to grow it and do more different things and actually grow it without being scared and having to hide it and all that shit, you get what I'm saying? Like all across, like
Yeah.
you know, yeah, just doing more
Yeah.
things with it. and
Everyone's
just doing more
experimenting
shit, that's
now.
all. So if you
Yeah,
can't
the
grow it in
biggest-
water,
the-
you know, no big deal.
Yeah, no, the
Try it.
the new kind of growing way I wanted to try to experiment with was soil and whatever airtight porous medium for the top part of the rooting system, and then at the very bottom of the rooting system to have
vacuum?
some sort of flowing water. That would be an
Oh.
interesting technique to try out.
I thought to do 100% hemp, like just grind up a whole bunch of hemp plants and then plant your plant in that.
Mm,
Yeah,
I
they
think-
use cocoa. There's cocoa. Cocoa. It's like a fiber from the cocos from
No, I
coconuts.
just mean all
Cocoa
hemp.
fiber.
1,000,000%
Yeah, I know.
hemp and grow. Yeah, to see how much
Yeah.
THC you can produce. You know, if that helps the percentage or anything.
Well, no, because hemp is just the male plant and the fiber from the stems. Like, there's no real THC value there.
No, I'm not talking about.
right. The only thing you can
talking
do is
about the
actually.
marijuana plants. You
Yeah,
grind up all
the marijuana plants. The
buds.
hemp comes from
Yeah.
the stem of the male plant.
Well, you take the buds that you're smoking, and you grind them all up, and then you plant a seed in there.
No,
That doesn't work.
Yes.
I could have smoked that joint.
No, now you can smoke double, triple.
You need a certain you need a certain mixture of soil.
I get what you're saying, though. It's kind of like as my plant's growing, grind up some dry bud and sprinkle it on the surface of the soil
Yeah.
and water away. Eh? Maybe.
So I was gonna say, like,
100%
I've
have
seen
those,
some
yeah.
pretty professional growers, and also I'm a perfectionist. So if I were to grow weed, like, I want that shit to be like the most gas. Like, you smoke it, like,
Right.
goddamn, but it takes like a lot of skill and attributes. So it's like if you can find like a plot of land, right, like
God damn
dirt
it.
that you can assign, and you can grow like 10 plants in 5 rows, so you can grow 50 plants at once, and it's like, dude, that takes skill. But each one of those plants is like your child
you
because
feed
you
it
actually
beer?
care about them. Dude, people say when you're like on LSD or like shrooms and you're in a room with weed plants that you can like communicate with them, like they know your presence, and like that's a beautiful thing. Like it is we are a part of nature, and weed is from nature, and it helps a lot
that's
of people
called
naturally.
static. That's
Look,
called
I've
static
shared this in
electricity
live
right
stream
off the
before.
bat.
I'll share it again. There's no shame in my game. I've babysat 600 plus plants indoors. I've done
Have you-
outdoors. I've done it.
You should
I've
try
been there, done
wine.
that. I smoked
Try
it
to see
long before it was legal.
Water it with wine, water it with beer. Just see.
No.
Have you
those-
ever?
Probably wouldn't be good
thought
for the
about-
pH, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
have you ever
that'll
thought
fuck
about,
up the acidity in the soil.
I'm
And
saying you got to try new things, man. Fuck down in it before you try it. So if you tried
well,
like
no,
bee,
but people.
bee honey, marijuana bee honey, 100%.
Oh, that
This
sounds like
one
some
first-
gas.
Now listen,
This
take
one-
a whole bunch of a big field, let your bees loose, and have a net over it where they can't get out, and all they can get to is the weed. That's all they're using to pollen, and you take the weed honey, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, so bees won't harm the weed plant if they're pollinating it?
Right. No.
So
hell
what does
no, you gotta
pollination do
field
for the
it.
weed plant when the bee goes to pollinate it?
It's gonna fucking be awesome.
That sounds beautiful. Have you ever thought about like, so what are you saying with the cocoa mix? It's like, what if you were to feed weed like just directly, like have like an IV attached to the root and just be feeding it like what it needs?
Weed. What if you gave it a little bit of acid water?
Oh, I've done that before, dude.
What if you put a little bit of blood on there?
Oh shit, who knows?
What about your sweat?
Who knows? Does it
What
become
about
one?
the other stuff?
Oh god.
Start to see.
Dude. Oh my god. We grow. Okay, this is what happens. We get a field, right? Put mushrooms in the field, and then we put fucking weed in the field. Mushroom and weed at once, right? So the mushrooms get the bottom area, and then we'll do lollipopping. So we'll take all the bottom branches off the weed plants, and then we'll water them with like some gas. And
You
we'll
want
also
a dark
we'll go to
moist plate
till
for
the
your
soil.
mushrooms.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's an interesting idea, but the only way they grow naturally outdoors is in cow patties and cow fields. Out west, when I was in my teen years, between 16 and 18 out west on the island, sometimes you could pay a farmer to go on their property and pick the mushrooms. One year we came back from harvesting some mushrooms, and they weren't quite dry yet, and I just started grabbing handfuls of them and chewing them down. After a couple hours, all of a sudden I just fell. Boom, smoked my head on a post. I woke up, there was paisleys on the ceiling, all different colors spinning around. That was
Damn,
crazy.
homie.
Ate one too many mushrooms.
Just like straight up, like no, didn't even let them dry. Like just like consume them while they were still like moist. Yo, it's fucking
Oh,
savage.
yeah. We
That's
had them
fucking
in the
savage.
oven. We had a whole bunch of them in the oven trying to quick dry them, you know.
That's like when you take the weed off the plant, got put in a microwave. Like, yo, I need to smoke it. What are the effects like? Yeah, I felt
Yeah.
that, dude.
I have one buddy, him and his buddy were growing one in the closet. This is years back when it was illegal. And they clipped a sample bud off it and they dried it out, like you said, in the microwave, and they smoked it. And they're like, holy fuck, this shit's awesome. And then they did, like Buddy was saying, let's give it another week. It'll be even better. And then a week later, it was crap. They should have cut it when they took the sample.
Yeah, my friend did that with his weed plant. Although like the effects so you know like how you can take the little microscope, you can see like the trichomes and like the amber color. So they were like already like they were at the best they could be, but he let it go for like another 2-3 weeks. And
yeah.
when you would smoke it, oh my god, dude, that shit hit
Way
different than
too
anything I've ever. No, dude, I tell you, when this weed hit different than anything I'd ever smoked in my entire life, it did. It was the strongest weed I'd ever smoked in my entire life. And it
No.
knocks you the fuck out. yeah, like 3 weeks after. But he's like, he had it in a room. So I have like 300 feminized seeds of White Widow X Cinderella 99 X root beer, and did shit some gas. Like I'm telling you,
But
if you grow them in
did,
a room with fan and nutrients, like they weren't the most dense buds, right? They were like fluffy, but they were just fucking coated. Teach you like,
uh,
dude, it was all white. Like the fucking plant, you could not see the green in some places, just white.
beautiful. Now, have you
You ever
heard
heard about
of?
using grease and charcoal?
Charcoal maybe, but not grease. But grease sounds
There's
like maybe.
charcoal. You
No,
can have
listen, I
charcoal
literally pour
filters in a
grease.
room.
I
You can
pour
have a
grease over
charcoal.
my.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just a second. I pour grease from my grill or from like the excess, like cooking bacon or cooking whatever, out in my front thing where I got my flowers. And you wouldn't think so, but like every year they come back fucking crazy, pretty big. But I also pour my charcoal grill, like when it's done, all the white coals and the grill shit, I dump that all out there too.
Yeah,
Eventually all
ash.
that
There
shit's
you go.
mixed. It's not weed,
Yeah,
it's just my flowers.
that's called amendments. Adding amendments to your medium. It's
Yep,
like top
actual
dressing.
cooking grease. And
Yeah, it's like
fucking,
top dressing. You top
yep.
dress with worm castings is one of the
Yeah.
best things you can do for your marijuana plants.
Yeah, you would think it wouldn't be good, but I mean, a little bit's not bad. I mean, it doesn't really, not too much now, just a little bit. One time I put
Um,
bleach outside in the dirt, right? I put a whole gallon of bleach. I poured it in a 1 foot circle radius, and then I waited a while. Then I flushed it with 5 gallons of water, a 5-gallon bucket of water. Then I let it rain for like a day because it rained the next day or two. And then after that, I planted a seed, a pot seed, and it was the biggest pot seed I ever had in my life.
I was smoking some what is this called? Gusher. No, it was Jolly Rancher OG yesterday, and I got a seed from it. And yeah, I'm like super hyped. 'Cause,
yeah,
You know
when
the
you
seed
find
was
a
off.
seed and when you find a seed and some feminized bud, you find the odd seed here and there. It's rare, and it's more than likely it will be female.
I might keep it,
Because
dude. I was
Oh
so
yeah, it'll
psyched.
be an autoflower. It'll be an autoflower, most likely.
Ruderalis is a specific strain. That's what an autoflowering is. It's a Ruderalis.
Most of my, oh, most
Yeah,
of my
and most of the nugs didn't.
And-
It just popped out.
And autoflower is not relying on on the right lighting cycle. So you can actually put it outside, and you don't need to have sun every day, whatever, because it's just gonna flower when the days are past.
Yeah,
when it
what it
says to be
is,
flowering.
it's a specific strain. There's 3 strains. There's indica, sativa, and ruderalis. Those are the 3 genetics for marijuana. Ruderalis is an auto-flowering strain. Indica is your get up and go strain, or sorry, indica is your sit in the couch and fall asleep, eat, and all that strain, and your sativa is your get up and go strain. And then your
And
hybrids are a
ruderalis?
combination of both sativa and an indica, so it could lean one way or the other.
Here's the thing, though. Plants are fucking crazy, amazing. Like, what's the end result of certain things that we don't really?
For me, the end result is pain relief. I get a lot of different benefits from it. I do have pins and plates in my body now that I didn't before, so some of my consumption is pain management, but I do enjoy it. I wouldn't quit even if I didn't have the pins and plates. I would still consume it.
Hey, I'm with you. I smoke the shit out of it, and I don't have pins and plates, so I'm with you 100%. But
Is that Hank?
no, it's Democ.
Oh, Democ. Okay, hey brother.
Hey, how you doing? No, I wasn't being funny with the water. I know it's probably not possible, but I just keep saying what if and why not try, just because. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just,
Like when I was babysitting a whole bunch of them, there was a lot of empty space and empty room, and I asked because I wasn't really running a show, but I asked like, can have an experimentation area, but no, they didn't want to add it to the hydro bills. So
Yo, why does Ferrari
No,
make
see-
so many different versions of the like coupes? I like this
Well, the difference-
FA Tributo.
The difference between me and a Glober is I could actually try it. Globers can't try none of their shit.
No, not at all. Not a damn thing.
I can actually put some weed in water and try that shit out. They can't put a globe nowhere.
They can't put a globe nowhere.
Hell no,
Hell
not
no,
back
nowhere.
where it's supposed to be. Not anywhere.
Fags.
They can't show me in a lab or a classroom. That's pretty much anywhere.
oh fuck, that's a beautiful photo. Get beget, and that's another thing I can let people know about marijuana. With all my years of experience, I will share this. In the flowering stage, in the last few weeks of its flowering stage, 24 hours is like it could be not ready one day and the next day it's ready. So you got to keep your eye on it when it's near the end of its life. A close eye.
Every time I plant them outside, somebody ends up stealing the shit.
You need someone with a shotgun sleeping out there when they're ready to like getting close. And you put up signs. If you value your life as much as I value my weed, fuck off.
In my opinion, you should have like security Bluetooth night vision cameras that will basically flash when they alert and have them in a grid so there's no blind spots, and then also have like a 308 rifle
Oh, there
or
wouldn't
like
be
a lever
blind spot.
action rifle in your bedroom with you, and then just fucking open the window and send a shot or two out there if you get a notification on your phone, or do a line of code in order to set up that if
I
you
live
get
in
an
the
alarm
city,
from
crazy.
these things. Where? Wait, you can plant them outside in a city?
Yeah,
You can
Canada.
whatever the fuck you want.
What the fuck, dude?
Canada, anywhere, everywhere.
Yeah, no, just put a
I
Bluetooth
don't
security
know
camera
if
out there.
Denmark
Fuck 'em.
is. Are you in Canada, Denmark? Are you in Canada, Denmark?
I don't think he is. Well, he may be now, but he's got a southerner role.
Oh, but yeah, there are states where it's fully legal too, just like Canada. I feel bad for the states where it's still draconian. Like there was a gentleman named
It's so
Bernard
expensive here.
But there was a modern day John Sinclair. His name was Bernard Noble, a young man working hard. His daughter, I think at the time, was 12 or 13. I don't know. He got caught with less than 1/8 of an ounce of marijuana, but because he had 2 small crack offenses when he was younger, like he wasn't selling crack when he was younger. He just got caught with some small amounts of crack twice when he was younger. He got 13 years, I think it was, for the little bit of weed he got caught with as a 35-year-old hardworking man with a daughter and everything, his life together. And I fought to help him get released. Like I signed petitions and stuff and spread his word around in his story. And he did. He got released a little early, but Orleans, just draconian, man. Some of the things going on down in the States, it breaks my heart.
I feel it's unjust that like so many people are affected the way they are by drug legislation compared to other states, and the fact that there is so much research coming out on the institutionalized prison system versus like other countries. And I think it's like really fucked up because someone can have their life together, like the guy for example, and it's not the only story of it. They can have recovered, been working really hard, but they can get the wrong impression, and it's up to the judge at that point, and the judge is like, whatever the fuck, I'm making money, send you to jail, so free. And like there's also judges that have inside connections and shit to people in the like prison system. So I mean, yeah, dude, it just fucking sucks. Like I wish there were less people affected by it, but it is what
It's all slanted, brother. And I'm not trying to point out the obvious here, but it's unfortunate. Skin pigmentation does affect the way law enforcement looks at you, and it's a very sad thing.
Yeah, I have friends
Statistically,
affected
it's
by
proven
it.
statistically, white people are not harassed nearly as much as any other culture.
Yeah, no, I've gotten away with shit from just being white. Like it's not. It's different.
Yeah, well, you ought to count yourself lucky that you got away with shit.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not saying like I'd rather be like a different race or like color. It's just like I know for a fact that white privilege is like a thing.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So
My
you
Asian
count
friends
yourself lucky that you actually got away with the shit you got away with, because you could have had it the other way around.
Yeah, I don't brag about it. It's not. I'm not happy about it. Like I realize that like I'm thankful for the opportunity I have now, but
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
it's
No.
like the fucking yin and yang, dude. For me,
Yeah,
from
absolutely,
experiencing those
absolutely.
things, but like I think it's fucked that other people like don't have that opportunity.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
being said,
The
though,
opportunity to like improve
that
themselves.
that being said, true story in Toronto. Not sure the number of years back, might be going 10 years back here. There was a young lad on a public bus, and he, I don't know what he had done, whether it was some bad acid or what, but he was not doing well. He thought people were trying to attack him, and he pulled out a knife and started getting a little nutty on the bus. Now, when you see
Yeah.
the footage, I'm disappointed because there was a guy with a bike there. He could have turned his front wheel sideways, like pinned the kid to the seat. Somebody grab the knife and whatever. But no, he backs away, gets off the bus like he thinks the kid's gonna slice his throat or something. By the time the cops show up, in the end, a cop unloads a clip on the kid. Like, you couldn't have hit his hand with the knife as he was stepping off the bus with a baton. You couldn't have tasered him. You couldn't have pepper sprayed him. You had to kill
Excellent.
somebody's son, and it wasn't the color of skin. He was a white kid.
No.
It was just the
Yeah.
trigger happy fucking pig.
Yeah, absolutely. Now that's what's going on. That this is what I mean by, the governments that we have, especially in your country, let's say, need to be more thinking of the public, which they don't, and they need to really strip the policemen of all that equipment they have, the gun and all that. Just take it all off of them, leave them with just a taser, that, and a little truncheon. If that's it.
Taser, their baton, a taser, pepper spray. If it's out of hand, if bullets are flying, you call in the
Yeah.
special unit, SWAT team.
The
Yeah.
people who are
snipers.
intelligent.
The snipers, the ex-military guys that got no problem sleeping at night once they make a head explode.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
I'm not going to lose sleep over taking
that
this
would only
scumbag
be
out.
that would
Yeah.
be the most extreme case, of course, because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, like you said, if the guy's got some mental disability issues, then you that's always got to come to the forefront. You can't
Yeah.
assume the guy's just a out and out killer. No, he might even be on drugs. Let's see if we can capture him without killing him. This is where your
Yeah.
taser comes in and that. So you're right. Gonna have to end the life, and then you find that the guy's got a mental health issue. He come from a psychiatrist. Okay, then you can put him back in the institution to get him fixed. The thing is, right, they're too trigger happy, and they deserve a kicking. They definitely deserve a kicking.
I mean, definitely when it comes to being too trigger happy, it's like I think a lot of people have emotional issues. So like for example, let's say you're an officer, right? And you're working hard to support your family, but things are going well at home and it could you're working, that's more stressful, and you go home, it's a worse environment, you drink to deal with it. You have these issues going on in your life. It's hard to cope because the job doesn't pay well enough, and if you're a single father, it could be difficult. If you have more than one or two children and you're working as a police officer, you're not high ranking, it's even more difficult. And so I feel like proper training for psychology, and also like we just need to establish smarter mental health attributes, because some people are just like downright fucking retarded. Like I don't understand, like why would you give that person a gun? Like dead ass, like why the fuck would you give that person a gun? Like that shit scares me.
Yeah, here in Minnesota.
I agree, but don't get me wrong. The governments of the world want that to happen. That's what you got to remember. Yeah, we are slaves after all.
Here in Minnesota, this lady pulled a guy over for a broken taillight.
I remember.
Reached for her taser, but grabbed her gun. Like, why was that woman even have a gun to begin with, or a badge? Then it turned out the taillight wasn't even broken. It was actually, they the way the sun hit it or something like that. It made it look like the blinker didn't go off.
She killed the lady?
No, she killed the driver.
That's what I mean. Oh, was it?
Yeah, but here's the thing though. This shit is not gonna change, man. We've been sitting here for years and decades hoping that these cops.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're trained. They're not trained on purpose. I mean, this is. I refuse to believe that this is something that they couldn't have changed in a law a long time ago. I mean, because they haven't changed any laws. I mean, the training for these cops. I mean, because like, all right, the lady you were talking about that pulled out her taser.
Oh, yeah, he's gone under a bridge or something.
What they're gonna do here in Minnesota?
Anxiety-inducing. Like she's probably super anxious. Just made the wrong choice. Maybe.
Right, exactly. But she's been a training cop for 20 years. She's obviously never been in a situation like that in real life, right?
Yeah.
So she had her gun out the whole time and thought it was a taser. You know,
That was cool. She even yelled taser.
Yeah, she yelled taser. And it's like, oh my god, I shot him.
Popping off rounds and yelling taser.
Yeah. Oh my god, I shot him. You know, what a stupid woman. And she's back on duty now.
No,
she's back on.
No, she's not. She got arrested.
She got back. No, she's back on duty. I'll tell you. I heard the news. I heard the news. Back on duty. I swear to you, she's back on duty. I swear.
I'll have to go look at it.
Please look at it. Please look at it because I've been following it. She's back on duty, man.
Yeah.
She's back.
That happened here in Canada. I think he was RCMP at the time. Beat the shit out of this East Indian guy in Nova Scotia somewhere. And then he ended up back at work in Alberta and beat another guy in cuffs. Both these people were in cuffs when he beat on them. And the other guy died in Alberta from the beating.
Oh.
Damn, that is quite extensive to like really incapacitate someone that's more than just debilitate or trying to restrain them. I mean, yeah, I've fought some people in my life, and like at that point, like some fights, just get to the point where like, all right, I have to kill them. But it's like, damn, to beat someone up in cuffs, like you could easily kill someone. It's super easy to kill someone. Like I could go break someone's neck, all this shit. It's super easy to kill someone. You have to be careful. But like at the same time, bro, if someone's in cuffs, like what the fuck can they do? Kick you? You could just fucking trip them. Keep tripping them, dude. It's not hard. Like this shit just makes no sense.
Here, Jen, I just found.
Imagine going for a jog, yeah? You're going for your jog, you're looking after your health, and suddenly, father and dad comes up, assuming you've done a robbery. You've got no goods on you. You're in your sportswear, shorts, t-shirts, training shoes. You're jogging. They think he's committed a crime. That guy dies there. Because obviously he's going to put on.
Here's the thing with these cops. You have to be over and above cooperative. That's the only way to get away with your life. I'm serious.
Not true. Let me give you my last.
I understand what you're saying. Yes, you have you have your anomaly cases. Yes, I get that. But I'm just.
Well, no, I was going to tell you about my last interaction with them.
Yeah,
I was doing.
Yeah, but how much contact have you had with police?
How much what?
How much contact have you had with police?
A lot more than the average, Joe.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So, barring somebody like that, the average person doesn't have that much contact with cops when it comes to situations like that.
That's when they don't know their rights, that's what upsets me. Yeah, they kowtow to authority. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, and when that's what I'm saying, there's no point challenging them for the hell of challenging them. You know what I'm saying? Because that's like when you go to a grocery store, I don't want to wear my mask, and they fuck because you just leave. There's no point in making a scene. So that's what I'm saying. There's no point in making a scene unless you know you're going to get away with the scene. You know what I'm saying? If you know your shit, then that's different. But I'm just saying, these cops aren't trained to understand that we pay their fucking bills. They aren't trained to understand that.
Yeah, but that's what you do. That's what I always tell you.
As fucking servants and slaves when it's the other way around, right? So, I mean, this is what you're up against.
I'm very quick to remind them that every single time I come in, if I get a stupid copper who's going to be silly, I remind them that I'm your boss. Yeah, I don't have to give you a name. I'm not giving you my name. I'm giving you nothing. I'm actually on my way. I'm not even going to ask your permission. I'm on my way, man. Goodbye. You know what I mean? That's what I tell them. And what can they do? I mean, honestly, I've hit the police. I've hit police and they've hit the wall. And I've said to them, take my number plate. I'll see you in court. And I drive off. Telling you, man. That's how it is. And that's the truth, man. I've hit them. I've hit them and they've hit the floor.
Hey, Jen.
Idiots.
I just looked up that police officer from Brooklyn Park. She's actually, she resigned that week.
Yeah.
And she's right now she's going on trial for second-degree manslaughter.
Okay.
Jen, you must be talking about something else.
The news report I heard last week. The news report I heard last week. She was allowed back into she was back in the force last week.
No. She never went back in. Like, that's what you must be talking a different case, because that chick, as soon as that shit happened, she resigned quick.
She resigned herself.
Yeah, but
she resigned herself.
No, but the mayor didn't let her. The mayor didn't let her. She was trying to get away.
That's right. But listen, the news I heard was she wrote the letter to resign, okay, and then she resigned, okay, and then I think her boss, he also resigned because of what happened. But then
the mayor resigned too.
Yeah. Then
it was
reinstated.
Okay, Jen, check this out. This is a huge story because she resigned right away. The police, the chief resigned right away. The mayor resigned right away. They turned the police department over to another agency. So right now, the Brooklyn Park has no mayor. Their police department is being run by someone else, and she's being charged with second-degree manslaughter.
Yeah, wasn't there somebody? That police officer's senior police officer resigned as well. Was it a mayor? Which one?
The mayor and the police chief of Brooklyn Park.
I didn't hear about the mayor. He said I didn't hear the mayor. I heard her senior police officer in support, because he realised what had gone on. He resigned. He stepped down. And last week I heard she got back in the force. That's what I heard last week.
Yeah, this is a big deal because this Brooklyn Center is a part of Minneapolis that's considered kind of like it's a wealthy neighborhood. It's like it's a real nice area to live. Right. And this didn't happen in some back street crime infested neighborhood.
Downtown fucking drug addict.
Yeah, this was if you go through this area, it's like you've got $1 million houses everywhere. It's like it's considered like one of those I mean, white neighborhoods, not to sound like
I totally understand the location. I totally understand the location, yeah.
When did this crime happen?
Last week I heard that she was back.
It's called Brooklyn Center. It's almost like
when did it happen?
Oh, geez.
Like 2 months ago.
Yeah, something like that.
2 months ago.
Do you guys want to
tell you a funny thing?
Sorry, go ahead.
I'll be short. 2 months ago, I had in Romania a policewoman cop also shot a man in Romania, and they had this case on TV and all this show. Exactly the same script like in US.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what happened? What happened to her?
She, instead of taking the pepper spray, she took the gun and shot him.
I know, but what happened to her now? What's the situation?
Well, she resigned from the police and stuff, and she has a trial case, but they show nothing anymore. Yeah.
So I learned a new term a few months ago. It's called PSM, police sexual misconduct, and it blew me away. I'm like, what the fuck? It sounded so fucking fucked up, like such the craziest oxymoron in my life. I'm like, how could you be an officer of law trying to protect women and children and the elderly and all that and the innocent and those who can't protect themselves, but you're at work like, nice tits, honey, to your coworkers? What kind of scumbag are you, really?
Well, here in Minnesota, it got worse. They actually had to pass a law that said corrections officers cannot have sex with women they've got in custody. They had to make a special law because they kept doing it. They said no. The woman in your
So
custody.
wait. The woman would be like, "You want head?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, let me get a head." Like, how would it go? Would they rape him?
It's for services, like special services for food, commissary, stuff like that. So they use their leverage. They use their leverage as females to get the cops to do what they want, or the cop does the same thing.
Or what I was referring to was internal police harassment, where the lady police officer is being harassed by a male police officer so much, she goes to the supervisor of both of them, like it's the supervisor of both officers, and he's like, I wouldn't say too much about that if I was you. I'd just leave that under your hat. He doesn't even try to help the female officer bring charges against the male officer who's harassing
So
him.
it's because the officer, that dude who knows at the top.
Hold on, now you're talking about cop versus cop. All right, I thought you were talking about inmate versus cop. Okay, that's different.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that the person at the top, he has people who are higher than him, and so if he's saying that, it's because he fears someone else higher than him. He doesn't fear himself.
Yeah,
but
it's not.
What I was saying is, what I was expressing is the term PSM, police sexual misconduct. I've never heard of it before. When I heard of it, I was like, what the fuck is this? Cops harassing cops sexually. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that I would never tolerate that. If I was a copper in there, that I would never tolerate that at all. That copper would be. I'd be helping the woman, the female there. I said, yeah, let's take him down. What's that? We're taking you down, buddy. Fuck you.
That's why we are.
Yeah, go on. Okay, he's cut off there, I think, again. But yeah, terrible.
They only want a certain type of person in this organization, right? A certain type of person they can control and manipulate to do things a certain way. That's what they want. They don't want anything other than that. That's going to go against the grain. They don't want that.
Yeah, of course it is.
So this is why when something is exposed, all kinds of people resign because they know they're culpable. You understand? They know they are because they've known about these types of situations, and they don't want they don't want their history being discovered of how many people they let off or whatever shit like that.
Yeah. So now they're coming clean. They're coming clean by resigning. They're coming clean by resigning. Yeah, just to save their necks. Well, I mean that's what you'd want anyway, because that's what they need to do anyway, is resign. So the fact that they got the presence of mind to resign as soon as the shit hits the fan, okay, good. But you're a scumbag anyway.
Dude, I just saw. I read yesterday, bro. These two black guys were in fucking prison for I want to say 60 years or 50 years for supposedly on death row, mind you, for raping an 11-year-old girl, right? So that was 50 years ago. So now it comes out that they didn't do that. Shit. But they got 75 million. But dude, think about it. That's 50 years of your life. You're on death row for something you didn't do.
Yeah. And not just that, but you walk around with the stigma afterwards. They could give me 200 million. I'm still labeled as that person I was when I wasn't even that person.
Doesn't matter. Your whole dude. You don't know what could have happened to that person in prison. What kind of trauma they might have went through. You know what I'm saying? They're never the same. Doesn't matter how much money you give them.
That too. Yeah. See, the thing is, every lockup is different. Obviously, they had the hardest go of all of them, but sometimes, with David Milgaard, the guys inside knew he didn't belong there. They could tell he wasn't guilty. You know, sometimes you'll be there, and the guys inside, they'll just know this guy. He's not one of us. He shouldn't be in here. Even though the cops think you're guilty and throw you in there, you know.
The cops don't care, dude. They don't. They literally don't care.
The cops are scum, man.
Think about the system, right? Think about the system. You put somebody who got a ticket for a suspended license in the same cells as somebody who fucking murdered people, or who. I mean, what kind of system is that? Think about what kind of system that is. You know what I'm saying?
Been like that for years.
That's how I would get put in jail for reckless driving on my motorcycle, bro. And I'd go with people that fucking. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like,
well, the thing is, you usually have options: PC or GP. PC is protective custody. GP is general population.
I don't know what you're talking about. You don't. They never gave me that option.
Yeah, you don't.
Well,
I don't hear
every
that option.
every lockup should, because they're responsible for your life. So if you're a scumbag, rapist, rat, pedophile, you'll go PC and you'll be protected by the police while you're doing your time. If you're a bank robber, drug dealer, respectable criminal, you'll go general population. But
And
if you're
that's where I was.
somebody, if
I
you're
was
somebody
I
that's
was in the
afraid,
case, you know?
if you're somebody that's afraid of the general population because you believe what Hollywood tells you, that you'll be in there with rapists and murderers, you won't go general pop. You'll go PC because you're in there for some bum charge. But if you would have went gen pop, you'd see those guys in gen pop would be fucking up the rapists and the pedophiles and the rats. And if you're just there for a DUI, they're going to be like, no problem, bud. You're good with us.
Yo, that's what's up, dude.
No, I know one thing. I'll be flat smacking them anyway, if that was the case.
That's some good info. I didn't know
Okay,
that.
I became general populace. I said, hello guys, my name's King CBR1, and I bring you news of what's really going down whilst you're here ready to get your fucking ass battered by the system, yeah? Are you ready?
So the reality of it, sorry, Jen. So the reality of it is, if you're there for a DUI or some chumped up charge and you're just afraid of the prison system because of Hollywood, and you say, I'll go PC because I want to be protected, I'm afraid of who I'll be in there with, then you're going to be in with the rapists and the pedophiles and the rats, because those are the ones in PC. Or the guys that are in there that owe people in general population a lot of money, like let's say for commissary or something. They'll be like, guard, and they'll go PC because they owe Buddy on the range too much money now.
Yeah.
They'll hide from the general population, and then it goes to the streets. Oh, that guy owes me money from inside, now he owes me outside. And if I got to go PC to find him, I'm going to go into the PC ranges and look for the guy that owes me. Like, there's no running, Bud. There's no hiding.
But can you imagine if you flat smack that mob though in the general public, and you flat smack them with the flat earth truth? Can you imagine what there'd be? There'd be riots going on. I want to get out of here.
They'd be digging 4 miles
could
down
not
and then sideways,
comprehend.
making sure
They
they
could
get
not
out.
comprehend. It'd be so like fucking. They wouldn't even be able to accept it. They're so distraught already. Like that environment, just cause more chaos. No need. But it'd be
No,
hilarious.
I'm going to tell them. No, there's a need to reach them. I said, yeah, you're confused, you're washed up, you don't even know why you're living. Now I'll tell you why. And this is what's been going on. Then they'll wake up, sober up pretty quick.
Facts.
And I said, what? Yeah, what are the odds? Black guy, African born in London, got arrested in Japan, he's now here in the US in your cell, now telling you flat earth. What are the fucking odds, brother? What are the odds?
Oh man, if we were locked up together, Jin, we'd have a blast, I feel. I love you, man. When I was telling my story about how they tried to rob me when I was doing my liquor deliveries and I crowned them over the head, you're like, and I said, and the cops were asking me, did you hurt him and this and that? You were like, well, you didn't hit him, the bottle did. I love you, bud. You're the best, man.
Cheers, bro. Yeah, I love you too, bro. But you know what I mean, man, you know? Got to keep it real, man. We're all very special people in our own rights. We're being devalued, but let's not devalue ourselves, yeah? Do you know what I mean? That's the thing. We don't devalue ourselves. Otherwise, what's the point of living? Yeah, make the most noise. Make the most noise about the truth. Make the most noise. And I don't mean about being in a club. I mean telling the truth, man. Let it come out. Yeah.
Facts.
But the US, man, that's another world, man. That's just fucking nightmare. Literally. And the American dream is a nightmare there. They're just ripping. I was just finished watching a couple of documentaries. The food industry in the US and how everything's just fake. The real food, right, when you go into the supermarket in the US, the real food is on the outskirts of the supermarket, you know, the extremities. Yeah. Inside it's all fucking junk, basically. So if you go into the supermarket, go to the outskirts and you get your real food and then get out of there as quick as you can. You know. It's funny that, you know, the way they just prepare. And food doesn't taste as good as it used to. That's global.
Yeah, they
just
use
not
they use chemicals in a lot of like processing for like McDonald's and stuff. So like that food's like chemicals. It's not like real food.
Yeah. They do it in everything, and that's what they say. But that's not just America. That's global. That is, you know.
Yeah, I mean it's consumerism. It's more profitable to make your substance more addictive because then more people will come back.
Yeah, and I shall rewind what I just said. Not global, but around across the flat Earth. Sorry about that, because I said that twice. Yeah, I hate using that terminology.
I was gonna jump on it, but I figured I'd let it slide, and then you self-corrected, so we're all good.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I hate you. I try not to use that. I think this year I've done it a handful of times. That's all. You know, I'm definitely deliberately not using that word, of course. So yeah, apologize for that, guys. But yeah, man, you know, this is what I was thinking. Right, this is why the revolution can't happen quick enough. Because when you do that, you're going to take control of the food. You're going to take control of your life, your destiny. You know, it's time for these big conglomerates and the stupid government to get lost, to get out of the way, really. You know, because they're nothing but they're just creating harm, and they're making money at our expense, and that's wrong. Government's supposed to look after us, but they're not. They're setting us up to fail. They're killing us with all their new rules and everything else. It's time to just stand up. You know, smash the copper over the head, take the gun off his belt, slap him up, strip him of his uniform, send him on his way, man.
Tell him to go get a job at McDonald's.
That's what God is for, because man can't do it.
Man can do it. Don't wait for God. No.
You're gonna say it's a super.
Wait for God.
Chill out. Let me talk. Damn. It's a supernatural warfare, bro. This is not something that's on a physical. Yes, we experience it, but it's on another level, man. This something goes very, very deep, and it's very dark, and you see it every day. This is something we cannot control. Because if you understand that, if you see that there's injustice in the system that claims that invented justice, how can you change that? You can't, because it's changed at a level that you cannot reach. That's why there's God. That's why there's God. Man cannot do it.
If you're waiting for God, you're waiting for God.
It's not a wait. It's not a wait. God's going to do it regardless. It doesn't matter if you do it. It doesn't matter if you try to help or not. You can only do what you can. Yeah. Have at it. Go fight a cop. Go fight a cop.
My main reason for not waiting for God is God already gave us the life and created everything else. So I'm not waiting for him to come and clean up this mess. We've got to clean it up. We've got to do that.
Good luck on that. Good luck on that.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Yeah.
Good luck on
I shall be relying on your help.
Come on, Jay, chill out, bro. Let me fucking talk. Let me talk, damn it. Stop fucking hovering over everybody, man. Damn. Let other people get straight out. Dude, Jay, you do this all the time, bro. All the time. Every day. You're still doing it. You're still fucking doing it.
Calm down. Carry on. Carry on.
You calm down, bro. Damn, dude. Let me get some fucking words out.
Calm down.
Damn, dude.
Go ahead. I'm listening, man.
No, I don't even want to now. It's fucking annoying.
Oh, well then shut up then, man. Like I said, talk hope. Don't give up. You're giving up too much. Waiting for God, you fool. Get out there and do the job, man. Annoying little fucker.
That's what I told my aunt the other day. I said, to me, God is when I say to myself, I should have a nice home and a decent car. God's like, yes, you should, Chris. And then if I hear someone's in trouble, like a lady, God's like, you should go help. You know, that's God to me, you know?
Yeah. That's right. I'm not waiting for God to come and clean up the mess that man has made. He made the world perfectly. God has made us a beautiful creation. Now, if we are allowing the system to carry on, that's our fault, not God's fault. Can't be waiting for God to come in and help. We've got to do that. It's clearly obvious. Do you know what I mean?
And you see how he doesn't listen? I said this is supernatural warfare. I didn't say it's on a level where man can change. You can't beat up supernatural beings, dude. Okay, you can't do that.
I don't believe in supernatural beings. That's the point. They're fucking human beings, evil bastards. That's all they are.
Yeah, humans are, but there's listen, if there's a God, there's an anti-God. Okay, that's how it works. You're not going to have an all-knowing, benevolent God and have evil existing for no reason. There's a reason. Okay, you have to search out the reason. Just like you search out the flat Earth, search out the reason for evil. You'll find out that there's a supernatural power that does it. It's ridiculous, man. It's like you guys. It's like some of you. It's like some of you use logic to a certain degree, and then you stop, and you use reasoning, and then you stop. When it comes to a certain point, then you turn back into just a human without any thought, without any forethought. You just think. Let me finish, dude. I'm still talking. You finish. You go so far, and you stop thinking. You assume that everything is a certain way when it's not. You're assuming again. Inform yourself. Look into something. Learn something.
I'm 59 years old. I've actually looked into it.
Obviously, you haven't looked deep enough. You haven't looked deep enough.
I don't buy into that. I don't buy into that. They're normal fucking human beings that just need a good fucking kicking. That's all. A good old fashioned fucking revolution is what's called for here. That's all. And decent people coming to the forefront.
Who are you going to revolute against?
Supernatural. Fuck the supernatural and that shit. That's all bullshit. Okay? Supernatural.
Who are you going to revolt against? Who are you going to revolt against? How are you going to revolt? How are you going to revolt against the system?
Shit. You're an idiot. Shut up. Your ass now. Crap. Good old fashioned scumbags hiding behind power. That's all it is. And the sheep are too scared to jump. That's all. Fuck's sake, man. Come on.
You're gonna revolt against people.
They're scared of what they've created.
You're gonna revolt against people that have bigger guns than you, bigger bombs than you. This is what you're gonna do.
There's a way.
There's a way. What? How? Explain to me how. You can't even stop a cop from shooting. You can't even stop a cop from shooting civilians.
You got to get the military on your side. That's all. Get the military on the side. That's what they use.
Get the military on your side.
Yeah, that's actually doable.
Because I am a
The whole idea behind the Second Amendment.
I used to be a soldier. That's why I know.
Just wait till he stops talking. He won't stop. Let him finish. Let him get it out. All right, now, what was somebody else saying?
Yeah, go on, get. He said exactly what he said. It's doable. I used to be a soldier, so I know what I'm talking about here. Once you get the military on our side, that's it. The leaders have nothing. They have no weapons or anything they can do. They'll be running to the fucking hills.
Your kids, your brothers, your nephews, your uncles are the ones carrying these weapons. That's the scary part. So they're turning your own children against you. How
You haven't got a clue, man. You're lost. You don't know
Let me finish talking, bro, and stop interrupting, please. Okay? Learn how to wait and be patient, dude. This is one of your problems. You understand? You want to be patient and wait, and you can't even do it. You want to try and change people's minds, and you can't even change your mind to hold on a fucking second? Please. Ridiculous.
I'm waiting.
You want to change the military's mind. There's still racism in the military. You're gonna galvanize people that hate each other because of color with weapons? Come on, man.
Can I give you the benefit of my experience? Can I do that? Do you think? When I was in the military and racism raised its ugly head, I said to them this: you fuck with my kit and I'll bring down this whole company. One man can bring this fucking company down. And when the company goes down, it's no end of chores, this, that, and the other. They learned pretty quick. Don't fuck with this nigga. He knows more than us. They didn't
And
do
I'd
that.
like to,
So just,
I'd like to add to that, Jin, that when I joined the Army cadets when I was younger, I never looked at any of my fellow soldiers as black or white or Chinese or anything. They're my fellow brothers. I have their back, period.
Exactly. That's how I was. But as soon as it raised its ugly head, I reminded them of two things. One, I have every right to be in this country. I didn't come to England as slave. Your country came to my country, slaved my people. So if you've got a fucking problem, go to number 10 Dining Street, where the government lives. Go and complain to them. And if you fuck my kit up, believe you me, I'll bring down this company. We'll be known as a shower of the units. Yeah, they knew it, man. They fucking knew.
Now who sounds more hopeful and more? Come on, dude. This is.
No, I know for sure that if you get the military on the side of the public, where they came from, we got no problem. The leaders have fuck all. That's the problem. They're using the military against the public. And the police. That's what they're doing. You see. Once you got them,
and it's a brilliant tactic. This kind of people you're up against.
Yeah.
There's no more brilliant tactic. I haven't seen a more brilliant tactic since Satan deceived the angels that fell with him. You know what I'm saying? Come on, you're gonna change the mind of your children that they already bring to us. Come on.
My children already know what's going on to the point where I know what's going on.
I'm talking in a general sense, dude. I'm not talking about your kids personally.
Okay. I see what you mean now. Yeah, right. Because my children, seriously, my children do know. Because they have to know.
That's what I find super important about the truth, is that so that any future people can't be misled like how we once were.
Yes, you see, this is all part of that revolution. You see. Yeah. And I know for sure.
Hank said yesterday, 2 days ago, something that scared him in schools, and I was like, it couldn't be anything that scary. And he told me that straight kids were being bullied by transgender and homosexual kids for not being gay. Now, do you understand what you're up against? This is what's going on.
No, that's happened to me, dude. No fucking cap.
Those straight kids, those straight kids have some cuck fathers at home that aren't teaching them to stand up for themselves.
Yeah, we used to beat gays up in
this is what. No, they're being bullied for not being gay.
I literally read a book by a physician on transphobic or transgender people to understand how they're so fucked in their head.
Yeah,
and then I made an argument against them and told them how they are.
This is not a topic for this room, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Every child, regardless of who they think they are internally, should know how to defend themselves. Period.
Yeah, I think putting them through like boxing, karate, judo, aikido, judo even, would help them to defend themselves, because it is hard in the children's world when bullying is around. The other thing I would say is that I was on a London bus on my way home after work, and two gays were on the bus, and they were making fun of the Indian conductor with his accent. Okay, I got up and I just jumped all over those two fucking gay bastards. I threw them off the bus. You know what I mean? I threw them off the bus, and I said to them this: just because you're gay and you've come out the closet, don't think you're going to get away with that, yeah? As long as you live, people will always know that you're wrong-uns, because two men cannot make a baby. You're a scumbag, and you always will be.
Jim, let's not go there, right?
Yeah,
this is a flat earth surfer. Come on, man.
That's what it's like. Yeah.
Let's just.
You know what I mean?
We all have opinions, right? It's just like assholes.
Yeah,
we all have
right
one.
Is right, wrong is wrong.
And
that's all.
This server is about the flat Earth. Usumi, you came into the room saying hello, fellow flat earthers.
Yes,
so you're a flat earther now?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So yesterday you were talking about space and satellites, and now you're all into flat Earth?
Brother, there's too much information and knowledge to just be simply corrugated to one group of science. You have to accept all sciences and pseudosciences and perspectives, because everybody has a perspective and a reason behind that perspective.
So pseudoscience isn't science, so we can throw that out of the window, okay?
But it's still giving you perspective. You know, you read studies in
No,
science.
it's
No,
not.
hold on. Shh.
No, it's
You
not
read
giving
studies. Like, for example, if you go to Reddit right now, you go to r/science, you read. There's a bunch of studies. You have to read through those studies to see the variables, or to further
Yeah,
understand.
it's just a story, right? So a story isn't reality, okay? Pseudoscience isn't reality. Again, you said you were a flat earther.
How?
Or are you LARPing? Or what's up, Usumi?
I mean, everyone's a flat earther by birth, but some are just indoctrinated, they don't realize. So where are you in all this?
One second, man. I mean, I'm saying my last bite right now. Let me wipe my hands.
Yeah, so Usumi.
Don't talk with your mouth full, mate. Can't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, you have a bit of decency in your bones, right?
Okay.
Okay.
It's hard, bro. It's hard to make that fucking acceptance that the Earth is flat, dude. Cause, like, honest to God, dude, there's so much shit that just, oh my God, dude, I can't. It's like so, like I'm so institutionalized, dude. I don't know what to do.
Okay, well, stop spiraling. Can help you out very easily with 3 simple questions.
Is there evidence that the Earth is round? I mean, factual, contextual evidence that presents that the Earth is round. They try to fool us with that type of stuff. Yeah. But is there evidence that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Are there things that do not correlate to what they say mathematically and through the situations and things that I've personally observed as well as other people? Yes, there is evidence towards the flat Earth, but there's no true contextual in physical proof that the Earth is a globe. Besides the illumination of the fact that it is a globe to the current society. But it's like a network.
Okay.
The globe is just a metaphor, dude.
That's better. Sounding more like a flat earther. Yeah. Well, you're sounding more like a flat earther now.
What's the globe a metaphor for you?
There is no scientific evidence for the globe.
It's because the world's always going round, even though it's not like a ball. The world's always going round, and it goes round in different places faster than it does others.
Gangsters make the world go round.
By that, what do you mean by that exactly?
All right, so society, right? New York, everything's always turning, right? So things turn faster because they have more people or more population. For example, here in the U.S., we have more population. We tend to take intelligent people from other countries. And so we generate and relatively move faster than other countries because we have a higher GDP, because the quality of life for people is higher. But with that, you also do have people who tend to plateau or don't, chase their interests. But what I'm saying is the world around us is always going around. There's people always working. There's people always awake, constantly evolving. We're evolving together as humanity.
Hang on a second. At what cost, though? Because at the moment, we're not living to the best we can by any means.
There should technically be enough resources on Earth to support everybody. Like, no one should be starving at night. But how do we do that? How do we get to that point?
Yeah. How do we get to that point? As I said earlier, the revolution can't happen fast enough across the whole flat Earth and get rid of the governments that are just ruining the party, basically.
Ah, yes.
Because
ruining the party.
We shouldn't be paying to live on the... Yeah, they are. They're ruining the party at the moment. They're just destroying everything they put their hand on is being destroyed. Like Midas, wherever he touched gold. Whatever they touch, whatever the government's touch, just decays. Okay, that's what they're doing. Although the Earth can never be killed, but they're running everything down instead of promoting harmonious living.
To me, it makes no sense that you listen to these people who work for the government or who have whistleblown or exposed, and they basically say oh yeah, numbers are literally just a screen. Like numbers are literally just a value on the screen. And that being said, it's like, damn, so like they just pay like private sector companies that, you know, let's say you're a private sector company, right? And you develop your own like code engine for your shit because you want it to be secure, whatever benefits you can, you know, circle jerk to the government and tell them that it's better with. And you make that. You can charge like fucking $1,000 an hour for a programmer. Like that type shit. So there's a lot of things that are extorted. And there's also, you know, there's not like oversight committees for the government. So like there's certain parts of the government that operate without oversight committees. Like who is really at the top of the entire pyramid chain of power, you know, globally speaking, you know, nationally speaking, and you know, there's power in every single like sector, you know, and it's hard to like really aim down what is the true like one problem. But it's behavior as a collective that is the, you know, thing that hurts us the most because we're empowered by greed when greed shouldn't even be a fucking thing because we need to survive. Greed is good.
Greed,
capitalism is good.
It's greed by a small percentage. That's the thing. And once you can get rid of that cancerous percentage, then things can be going back to harmonious living, you know, and organic, clean, healthy, nice, fresh foods.
Yeah, but those people could ultimately exist right now, right, and still be doing good.
Oh no, they exist. Yeah, they exist, but they're trying to exist. It's costing more than it should do, and there's a lot of red tape that they have to fight to get there. But yeah, they're there. But it could be easier, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, people are always going to live out their days in the way that they wish to, and I feel like a lot of people, they just want to like, you know, be happy. They want to have the things that they want. You know, if someone's a drug addict, they just want to have their drug that makes them happy, dude. There's fucking people in foreign third world countries who go fishing every day in the fucking nature, and they're just grabbing fish from the fucking ground like catfish, digging them up out of the ground, and they're fucking smiling. They're happier than a multi-billion-dollar CEO here in the United States, or you know, someone at the top. It's a lot of stress when the system can function itself healthfully.
Yeah. I think that a thing about drugs is that'd be outlawed. The drugs and that would be a thing of the past. That won't be a thing that anyone would aspire.
Oh, everybody would be so collectively happy.
They're gonna be happier in a more natural, cleaner sense. What's more important than having a drug to take you somewhere where you don't need to be? I mean, you know, that's just silly. Be available, so no one's going to be a drug addict anytime soon. If I had
no, but you get my metaphor.
You know what I mean? Those things would be gone. You know, you can have weed. Yeah. You could have your weed and that, but drugs, tablets, psychotropic, that sort of problem, that's all gone. Do you know what I mean? Anything chemicals, products that are made from chemicals, that's all gone. It's only going to be made from hemp, and if it can't be biodegradable, it will not be made. That's it. If it cannot be turned into nature once again, that product will never live. And the company starts fucking, that company's gone. You're gone to the wind and dust. It's so simple. Just easy. Very easy, man. Tell you that. You will live naturally, or you won't be living at all. It's time to do that. Earth comes first, then we come next. It's just as simple as that. You know, it's that simple. And anyone wants to fight, anyone disagrees with that, well, then you're going to be ending up in a special place where you can't be poisoning the rest of the people who want to live like this. Do you know what I mean? It's got to be like that. Look at the mess we're in now.
It's hectic, chaotic, and stressful.
Exactly. So, you know, people don't want that. People just want to go out and enjoy the oceans and that. Go and see another part of the world. Yeah, you can go and do that. It won't cost you an arm and a leg either. Go and have a look at it. You won't be working for the rest of your days. You'll be working what we call job share schemes. So you work a certain amount and then you have a certain amount of months off. So you can enjoy. Don't worry about when you get old, you'll be catered for. Don't worry about old age. That's not a problem. You know, that's what it should be like. Shouldn't be, or you've got to have your insurance policies. Yeah, that's all rubbish. Insurance policies that don't pay out. Do you know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah, how many people actually use their insurance?
Yeah. In actual fact, the healthier you live, the less you need the insurance. That's the other thing, you see. All those kind of little schemes and that, schisms and rip-off moves that these systems bring in, that'll all be gone. But be gone, man. It's just that people are so removed from nature and from themselves, they don't understand anything. That's it, you know. You don't really be needing to rush into the doctor every time. Live a healthier life than that. You'll be okay. There are too many distractions, and those things will be removed completely.
Yeah, I mean, as you naturally progress, like those things that stress you out or quote unquote problems will just dissipate because you're living healthily and working with the system, the natural
You're
system.
living healthily. Yeah. System that the system's looking after you in that nature is the number one, what the creator created first. So once we live and coexist with that, you're living okay. You know, that's it. And we will need farmers, you need electricians, everybody will be working, but you don't be working all the way till you die. No, you'll be working part-time. Everybody will be working part-time. So you can enjoy life. You know, when it's your turn to maintain for someone else, you go and do your stint for 2 months. It is, you know, that's how it'll be.
Time. Yeah, a lot of people exchange their time for money, but like multiple sources of income through passion. And if you're contributing, still you're contributing. But money wise, like money is money, and then there's like living healthily.
Right, money's just a tool so you can buy the goods, but the goods you're going to buy are so cheap that it doesn't require a lot of money. So gradually you begin to see that the system is actually working for you. You know, the cost of living will be rock bottom, not top price, but bottom price, because everything was already in place. You know what I mean? And that's what we need to go back to. Go back. Technology is running too far, costing way too much. Reverse that. We've got to reverse that and go back to basics.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about consumer spending and the global inflation, like if consumer spending were to fall out from underneath itself, because there's like a lot of people don't have any wealth in certain states and countries, then you know you would see like things like advertising platforms. So for example, like social media. I think social media will always be a tool of misconception and utilize like people's time when people's time can be spent more efficiently elsewhere. But social media in and of itself is just a trap. You know, you're just scrolling, ad, scrolling, ad, scrolling, ad. But what happens when there's no consumer spending to, you know, get those? Why spend this much many cents per ad as they're spending now? You know, and so it's like, damn. I just like I like having a perspective where you can see like the whole is very nice, because then you like understand the individual systems and you can help them better.
Yeah, what I'm saying to you is that what you're saying there is that people will then connect with people instead of using the phone. You go out there and contribute your effort to keeping the community running smoothly, because that's what you're going to need to do in order to sustain yourself. You know, instead of using the smartphone, then you're out there actually connecting with real people. And that's what's going to count. That's going to pay more dividends, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a much better experience. Yeah. The real emotions.
Exactly. Yeah. Real living, you know. Real living. You're living for real. You know, that's what this system has gone and done. It's devalued everything else. I mean, I watched a program today, you know, monoculture, all one country dedicating itself to like soya beans only. You know what I mean? And then another country, bananas only. And then the bananas get what they call the Panama disease, and all the bananas are dying because it was just one species of banana. Silly. That's what's going on at the moment now. GMO has wrecked it, and now they're still doing silly things like monoculture.
They have the ability to
agriculture, which is not good.
Implement like they could do it to any country, but you could just like make like a bug. An insect or something that targets a certain plant on purpose. That's how much power they have, you know? It's like, damn, could just say, fuck this country, dude. Fuck their shit. Fuck them. Let them die. Let them eat. Let them starve. Like, doesn't matter.
Why you could? That's why that is why that revolution can't come quick enough. That's why that revolution can't come quick enough because those people will be out and out. Those laboratories will be shut down. People who want to do that, they're waiting in the wings. They're already there. So we don't need your chemicals. Chemicals is not the way. Goodbye. Good luck. Get out of here now. Excuse me. Give me that white jacket, by the way. Put that in the fire. Burn that shit. Get out of here. You know, that's what they deserve. Just get rid of them. Clean up. Because nature can do it by itself. We just need to help it along, that's all. Coming in.
How happy some people are that have been untouched by the modern world.
Yeah.
For real. I mean, in the modern world, you know, you think about your effective happiness. Like, you think about, for example, like in a third world country, like how happy that person is versus their like output to the world, how happy they're making other people. That may be different than someone in the United States who's like a celebrity, for example. Like, although, like, you know, it's easy to be a celebrity in some cases because, you know, it's just your personality and how you are as a person. You know, you're just communicating with other people the way you are. It can be like, you know, you're changing the views or perspectives of like 100, 150, 200 people versus that person working in like the third world countries, like, you know, only changing one person or, you know, they're not even having enough income from working to sustain themselves. And it's like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's how you gotta look at like a lot of things. Just like, what are you taking and what are you outputting? You know, that's like, so key.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But like I said, if this system could be destroyed and replaced with more of a cohesive living with everybody else, you know, there'd be no wasting of food, and what we don't have here we can get from over there, and what they don't have we can give them over there. It's just easy. Money is just a problem. We don't need it. Don't need it at all. It's not necessary, to be quite honest. You know.
Yeah, I mean, during like a lot of aid reliefs, like the food spoils. Like what?
Exactly.
Who's not like doing this shit to get the aid to the fucking countries? Like what? Spending the money, it's just sitting in a harbor.
I might be wrong on this, gentlemen and ladies that are listening, but I find when you attach emotion to it, then it's a problem. If you don't have an emotional attachment to it, like I lend one of my buddies $500 and I have no emotional attachment to that, then it's not going to bother me however long it takes them to pay me back. But if I have an emotional attachment to it and it's like, I need it to pay my rent next month, when are you paying me? You know, then that's a problem.
Yeah, I agree.
I should have never lent them the money.
Yeah, that's very true. But what I'm talking about is beyond that. It's like money is just a problem. It's a spanner in the works. Money is just what we don't really need, because the earth was already created properly. It's been hijacked. So we need to take out the hijackers and then start to live on it properly, and using the technology that we have to aid nature as such, as opposed to raping it. You see, we don't want to rape nature. We want to aid nature, and that's what we can do with the technology.
Yeah.
Only small amount. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, is that Gin or IGZ? Have you seen those machines? Have you seen those machines, the foresting machines? Like, I have uncles that were loggers out in BC, or are the logging machines. It cuts the tree, it skins it, and then it cuts it into lengths.
Yeah, I've seen it. All at once.
Those are insane.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, they're raping the tree now for the use that they're going to use it for. You know, I think it would have been better off using hemp, because hemp grows back faster than the tree does for paper and anything else we need. Furniture and everything else can all be made by hemp. You know, just leave the trees alone. Don't even need the tree.
Yo, when I was younger, I'd always think about how to make systems more efficient. Like school, I'd just be sitting in school thinking about like how could it be better.
Yeah, it's so easy, man. I mean, with hemp, we can use it more than 50,000 different ways. I mean, why we're not doing that is just totally. I understand, because the earth has been hijacked. That's why I say when the revolution happens and these scumbags are out of the way now, this is what's going to happen. This is what will transpire. The good people with the knowledge will come to the forefront, and Earth, as we know it, would just be transformed back to how it should be. You know, you can imagine we don't need the electric car when you've got natural fuels coming from natural plants.
Yeah, Jin, have you seen Jeff Lawton, Food Forest, and Greening the Deserts, like stuff like that? I think you're talking about permaculture. Like, imagine a public park that it's a food forest. You walk through, pick apples, oranges, whatever.
Yeah,
I know a lot about technologies, and like I could go start a company, right? I'm 17. I could go fucking like go out in the world and have a revolutionary idea that would change a lot of people's lives just because I've learned so much about technology. Because when I was younger and I'd read like in the stock market about companies, like, you know, I'm learning about fuck tons of companies. I learn about how they do it, what they do, and I also know like a lot. I just know a lot of things, man. That's like key. It's like, yo, could fuck some shit up.
Yeah, you make me laugh though because you're 17 and you said when I was younger. So how long have you been thinking about all this stuff? To be quite honest, how long?
It started like it started the day I realized that like there's so many people like here, like, but everybody's confused about what real values are. Like when I saw the shift in value, that's when I was like, yeah.
Well, you're a smart man. You're a smart young man, should I say? And yeah, you're on the right track, really. If you can do it, go ahead. Because you know, I'm trying to do my bit here. Everyone's trying, and you know, we've got to keep going with that.
Most of the time, we have good advice and information here, but sometimes if you listen to me, you'll end up drunk. So, just word of caution.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not going to get drunk. Don't worry about that. I don't get drunk. No point in going there at all. That's oversubscribing, and I don't want to do that.
I don't drink often, but when I do, I like see like shapes when I'm closing my eyes and I'm falling to sleep.
Yeah, no, I don't do that stuff. Don't need to do that at all.
When I get drinking and I start feeling the earth spin, I try to film it and shit, but it comes out all blurry and stuff. And
oh, that's art, isn't it? That's art. You should take pictures of it. You know? You should try to recreate it. That's something. Recapture that. Power of your memory.
Facts. So when I drink a lot, like, you know, you're just feeling it. Like, just feeling drunk.
Yeah. I don't know. Somehow, I prefer drinking when we've got like, you know, like Woodstock type festivals. I enjoy it then.
Yeah. And it's never a good idea to drink when you're angry or upset.
No, that's it. If I'm in like a Woodstock kind of community, kind of, you know, everyone's folk singing and that, and you know, that kind of thing, you know, or that the, you know, the house music movement, or the what was the other one there? The I've got it now. Where you had the MDMA, Love Dove movement. That was pretty good. Everybody was together there, you know. That's that kind of those times. I didn't mind having a drink and then relaxing and sitting down and hearing people's stories and listening to the music and that. And people who are musically minded were singing and playing their instruments. That kind of thing I enjoy. Yeah, you know. Again, I don't get drunk though. You know, I enjoy the moment to the max. To be in control as much as I can be.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, the high in life, they're always scared about losing it. Like they're always looking for the next one when they're high. That's what I'm saying. It's like you just gotta be high all the time.
Yeah, I'm always high, mate. That's just the thing. I don't, you know, I'm always high. I'm the man you will see dancing as he's jogging. You know, because I'm listening to some uplifting music. So obviously my mind is free. I am free. If I can jog and dance on the streets and not bother about anybody, that goes to show you that that person is a free-minded person. You know what I mean? So, and I don't need any drugs to do that. So I'm always high, mate. I'm always high, man. Naturally, natural high, man. I don't lose it as such, because I think when you lose it, then you're not in control. So I like to be in control. Like I said, I don't want to lose anything. I want to keep everything in shape, in control, but enjoy it. You know what I mean? I don't have to lose it to enjoy.
Yeah, I was listening to this occult lecture by this dude. He was talking about like how drugs are like the past soul is trying to reach you, feel that like feeling again. It's like past addicts trying to reach you, feeling that feeling again.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm trying to connect.
It's very confusing thing, but I can send you. He uses a lot of I'll just put it in the live stream chat. You guys should watch it. It's like an hour and 46 minutes long, but he just like, it's a very deep thing. And I feel like there's a lot of knowledge or perspectives you can draw from it.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there. I mean, I am 59, so born in the 60s, so I know all about the psychedelic and and how things. But my drug of choice would be cannabis anyway. That's it, really.
My nana out west just turned 98 on the 15th.
Wow.
I'm going to share a photo of her in the live stream. This is a photo of her with one of her great-grandchildren.
Cheers, my friend. Let me just switch on my...
I believe her great-grandchild there, his name's Liam. But that's my nanny out west.
Unbelievable. 98.
Yeah.
There. Lovely.
Yeah. She's my inspiration that I'll live past 100 someday. I told her, you're going to live past 100, Nanny, because I have to come out there and visit you and get a picture of you with me before you leave me for good, and you will make it past 100. I know it.
She looks quite nice. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah. That's her message to the NWO there.
Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, she knows what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. That's why she's living so long. She's not letting them beat her,
And then the following meme, that's after I'm dead and gone, that'll be my grave.
Oh, okay. Brilliant. Yeah. Such a nice message. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. If that's going to be your grave. I'm looking at cannabis there, am I? Yeah.
Yeah, all the best strains.
Yeah,
some sour diesel, some Granddaddy Purple.
Such a poignant message. I mean, come on, man. That says it all, doesn't it? That says it all. Yeah, that says it all, man. That says it all. My kids asked me when they were like tiny, if you died, what would you like to come back as? I said, I'd like to come back as a tree. That's what I said to them. Because I'm going to clean the air for you to breathe.
That's an interesting thought, though, because like you'd have birds living in you and chipmunks, maybe. That's neat.
Yeah, that's what I said. They asked me just off the cuff. So I said, I've been thinking about that a long time, boys. Yeah, I'd like to come back as a tree. Because I answered that straight away for them. Didn't take long, straight answer. Straight off there, because I'd thought about it already. And then if they cut me down and put me into a house, I'm still around. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I tell you, it's refreshing talking to my nan. She's sharp as a tack for 98 years old. She's very sharp.
Yeah, that sounds reassuring because she's got no sign of Alzheimer's or anything. All her faculties are there, so she's got a lot of experience which she can share with us.
She outlived her husband, her sister, all of her children. My Aunt Diane died at a young age though, but my Uncle Charlie and my dad passed away before her. Like and she drinks, man. She has a shot or two a day for sure.
Yeah, that's fine. Amazing. Yeah, I'd like to meet her and ask her a number of questions.
She knows how to enjoy herself, and she saw a lot. She was in the Air Force, and my grandfather was in the Navy when they met.
Ah, right. Okay. I already know. When you say that, I can imagine I can understand what she went through there then, But I would still like to hear her side of it, emotionally, the emotional side of things.
Yeah. My grandpa, her husband, was the founder and president of the Royal Canadian Naval Association for a couple years running.
Ooh.
We have a lot of military history in my family, my cousins on my dad's side and whatnot. My mother's side is more like the Aboriginals, Ojibways, like the natives,
Yeah.
French Canadians.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds like your grandmother, that would be someone interesting to talk to. Is that your mother or your grandmother? Sorry. Your mother.
My grandmother, yeah. And her father, my great-grandpa Smith, met the Queen and shit. He was in both World Wars.
Right, yeah. Yes. I'd like to ask him what he thinks about all that Queen and crap. Because I don't think
my great grandpa Smith passed a while back. My great grandmother, which would be my grandfather, my grandpa Arthur's mother. That's Greek. It's Greek for great grandmother.
One of my questions will be, after all that effort that you put in at your time, what do you think about what's happening now? That's the question I'll ask him. And I don't just mean what you're looking at. I'm talking about the supposed democracy that you fought for. And what do you think about it now?
I'm not sure, but she'd probably tell you that her heart's breaking.
Yeah, that's what I'd expect to hear. That's what I would expect to hear.
People's rights trampled on, pastors being locked up in prison. Like, it's just ridiculous what's going on in Canada right now. All over, really.
Yeah, all over. Yeah, not just Canada. No, all over. That's what I'd like to hear from her, because she was around when I wasn't around, and she's going to give me some real insight. And it's all still apparent today because the legacy is here now, sort of thing. So I'd be asking her, what does she really feel about that? Was it all worth it, do you think? And she'll probably say no. And then I know she's really being honest. And that's why she should be in the lead. When we're going out to do our little demos and that, she'll be in the lead. She has the right to be in the front, if she chooses to be. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I believe...
Not in a dangerous position.
I believe she's been involved with the Legion. I believe she's the secretary of the Legion in Nanaimo. That's where she was living on the island.
Ah, right.
Yeah. She's a very active lady.
Yes. I've noticed that a number of women are coming forward against this system, big time, against all of it, every aspect of it. They're waking up now, the women.
Yeah.
They're making more noise than the men, actually, is what I'm trying to say. Which is good. But the men need to be out there, though. We made the mess.
Yeah.
So you started that up. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. So when I say we need to get the military on our side and the police, they need to be reminded of their job and from where they came from. And if they don't agree with that, then you're a corrupt human being. You're going down. Simple. Cuff him up. Strip him of his uniform, put him in the cuffs, bung him in the jail. He's part of the problem. That's it. You know, they're corrupt to fuck. That's the problem. That's why we're in a mess. So easy to sort this. It's so easy to sort this mess out. It's unbelievable. You just got to have the courage to get out there and do it. The only problem with that is the power that shouldn't be always use their tools, their slaves, the police or the military. But a soldier should be thinking about those orders, and if they're not constitutional, then you shouldn't be obeying them. Simple as that. That's your rules. Your rule of law is your constitution, man. Bill of Rights, etc., etc. Once anything goes against that, you shouldn't be, because you signed to uphold and protect that for the citizens of your country.
Yeah.
Quite simple, really. And once that's going away from that, then you know it's wrong.
Well, when you're turning a blind eye to the wrong things and not exposing them and stuff, you're not only doing an injustice, you're doing an injustice to yourself, not just everyone else, you know?
Yeah. They're complicit, basically. It's the word they use, isn't it? They're complicit.
Yeah, if you're going to ignore that shit and let it happen, you're just as fucking bad, just as guilty.
Yeah. That's right, because you're allowing it to happen. You're helping it to facilitate and continue. So, you know, and you're in a position where you shouldn't be allowing that to happen. Yeah, so it can be done. It can be done. The right kind of thinking minds. Yeah, long may she live, your grandmother. Long may she live. 98, great innings so far. Wow. Yeah. What part of the US is she in?
Oh, my nanny?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she's in Canada, BC, on Vancouver Island, Nanaimo.
Yeah, British Columbia, yeah.
You've heard of Nanaimo bars?
No, I haven't actually. No, that's
They're a treat. That's where they come from, is Nanaimo. And then have you heard of bathtub races?
No, first time again.
That was a race from Nanaimo to Gabriola Island once a year. And their bathtubs fitted out with a engine on them, and they go across the water to from one island to the other. Gabriola Island's just off Vancouver Island, like a few nautical miles or something.
Oh, right.
So I think the gig was they would leave the beach in Nanaimo, hit Gabriola Island, I think turn around and come back, and like the first person back wins. And
right. No, I never heard that competition, but sounds like fun. That sounds like fun. That does, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd enjoy that. I like canoeing and jet skiing.
I'm trying to get some visuals of it so I could post in the, but not have much luck. But I am not looking in DuckDuckGo or Google. I'm looking in GIFs. Probably the wrong place to look for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was an annual thing. I'm not sure if they're still doing it to this day, but when I was a kid, that was going on.
Yes. Probably the buggers killed it off this recent
I guess in a way I'm still a kid at heart, right? Like,
yeah, that's right. I'm still a kid at heart.
Yeah.
I mean, I was yesterday I was jogging and I was skipping, not just jogging, but skipping. There you go. You know, 59, skipping to the music. Yeah, man. Got to do what you got to do. At the end of the day, you know. I know exactly what's going on, and don't buy into it. But then again, I don't know everything, of course. But I'm slightly wise to the trot now. You know, the more you know, the less you don't want to be in the system. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and that's a good thing. That's why they want to get rid of the old people so quickly. You know, they want to kill off the old, because the old people have the key to all that knowledge, and they don't want it to get out. You know. Oh, I've got a mic check, mic check. Anybody hear me? What?
Yeah, I'm here. So, okay. What'd you say? They don't want it to get out?
Yeah, I was just saying that the old people have all the knowledge. The powers that shouldn't be don't like the old people passing down all that knowledge, you see. That's why they try to kill them. With all the drugs and everything. You know? Attacking the old. Taking them out. But your grandmother living to 98, that's amazing and it's great. Right, I shall now vacate this area. I'll be back later on, guys.
Hey, I hope you have a good day. Stay safe, and honestly, like, it's a blessing.
It's a blessing to hear you guys as well. Yep, honestly, you're right. Absolutely. Catch you guys as soon.
See you around, Jen.
Talking about global debt yesterday. The global debt's $310 trillion. $310 trillion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's a lot of zeros, dude. Sheesh.
if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You globers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave. Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
Just saying.
That stuff is flat. 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 That stuff is flat.
Yo, bro, they made a fucking rap, dude. No fucking way. That's just slap, dude. No curvature? Yo, fuck Groovin, dude. This man's name should just deadass be No Curve.
I think the other rap song earlier was better. It was a bit longer.
Have you heard Why Would They Lie? You see me?
No, yo, play the track, dude. Run it.
Okay, let's go. It's all been made by members from this server, so here we go.
Gotta get back in production. Let's make some beats.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circling the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong. What they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on high for the research. You rely upon priest and power like a bird. With your lying blood, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed at your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Oh gee. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
In and out, laying lines. Fight, pretentious, pulling, battered on toting, intentions. Day by the code, sipping on ice, as high as it get, young and legit.
Did you like it?
Yo, honestly, the production value of that rap was just like something else, dude. Like you sit in your car, right? You got a fucking nice audio system. Like it is not the same as that, dude. That shit was nice, dude. That was like professional. I gotta be honest with you, like that was nice, dude. That like the nice, dude. Very nice.
Yeah. There are many talented people.
Hey, Jet Bejet.
Hey, bro. What's up?
I was listening to you on Gem Panda today. You've been busy today.
Yeah, I've been a little bit. I set them on fire.
It's like you go in there and you talk so calmly and so slow, and they kind of they want to rush you into a mistake, and you just held your ground and just spoke and didn't get flustered, and they getting more and more like trying to get you to say something. Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, they were very provoking, from every angle they tried. But yeah, at one point I did lose it myself. I give them that.
Well, that's why we go there, is to have someone to shout at a little bit.
they were very insulting, and every man has its limits.
But that's their whole modus operandi. They're assuming that they've got not intelligent listeners, and therefore the not intelligent listener will just look for who's making the most condescending stuff, because he's obviously winning.
Like
there you go. The guy who says dumb, you're dumb the most, then obviously he's not the dumb one,
Correct. Actually, but there was a silly say when I was like in kindergarten. When a child was saying to another child like, hey, you're stupid, or stuff like that, our educators were teaching us to reply to that child, to tell him that the donkey who says something about someone, actually what the donkey says, he is himself, that.
Yes. In English we used to say, I know you are, but what am I?
Exactly.
So yesterday the Rumpus came in, and the only tactic he had was, you deny science. You are stupid. You are denying science. Why are you denying science? You're stupid. Right? This is the only tactic they got, is gaslighting and then insult you, right? So just mute the guy and throw him out of the server, right? You deny science.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I told them I'm going to ask them a question.
Why mute the guy and throw him out the server?
Right?
Why mute the guy and throw him out the server?
Because he doesn't bring any value, right? The only thing he does is comes into the server, wrecks the conversation, because people are getting triggered, right? He loves it when people get triggered.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't get triggered.
I know. I know.
Well, we all understand we don't deny science. He could say all he wants, but does he have any evidence of this? I mean, he doesn't, right? So, I mean, he can spout whatever he wants. And guess what? This, especially how this is streamed and many people are hearing it, they could see his ignorance. And that was pointed out by Crypto a lot.
Yeah. Even I asked him, hey, define one thing that you just said, one of the terms you used, because he used many terms. Define one of them to properly say that we are having a debate. We are talking about science. But
it's the projection, like Roger was saying now. When you speak to some of these guys, they've kind of already decided what it is that's made us this way. So for Rumpus, he's always said, "Oh, you're a science denier," right from the very outset. And every single one of his discussions starts with, "But you're just denying science, Nathan."
Right, and we know
it's
that
a
science,
projection.
and we know that science doesn't prove a globe because science doesn't have to do with anything with shapes. So I mean, we just right there have him with a numpty clip. We have him with being an idiot. Right, so I mean, it is a projection that he's the idiot.
Well, actually, the way I picture him in my mind when he's saying that we are denying science, I see a dog running around to catch his own tail and barking, and once he catches his tail, then he's like, yeah, I got you all. I proved you all are wrong, and
You don't understand how much we need these morons to come in here and display their idiocracy.
Yeah. And actually, I thank God for the way they are, because God is hardening their hearts, and also those eye blinds.
Yep. True.
They are not against us; they are against God.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what does he say? Oh, God doesn't exist. That's just that's being a moron. Hey,
Jen's dumbass is gone. Thank God.
But is that guy Chemo a flat earther?
Yeah. Spurs Chemo. But he's also, I think he's, kind of like if you play with fire, you're bound to get burnt. Nathan always used to say Chemo was what was the thing he said? It was like the globe earth psychologist, because he would always come onto Nathan's show and say, but these guys, you got to feel for them because they can't understand this stuff. And he was always trying to empathize with the glober. How do you get them to, he's almost like, but we can't be mean to them. We mustn't be loud and forceful. We got to actually be kind and loving. And but he's there every day and he's fighting the good fight. So I don't know. And he's there for hour after hour saying exactly what everyone doesn't want him to say. And then they'll go off on a long rant and then he'll just go back to repeating his point. And it's like, it's quite hilarious to watch them react to Chemo.
Yeah, Chemo's kind of methodical in the way he attacks them.
I had listening to him. I had many moments when I was not entirely sure. Like I'm falling for someone with the purpose of deceiving. Yeah.
Chemo, global abortion.
Chemo. That's him, Jet Bajet. That's him in the rap.
Oh, yeah, I reckon his voice. Thank you.
Are just
Chemo
an
has the
utter.
best verse in. Sorry, Roger. My bad.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I was
just saying. I think he has the best verse. Nothing more boring than extremely recorded. Similar to Karen, always reported.
Did you hear Elijah question to them?
I didn't. I heard him come in, and then I got distracted, and then when I rejoined, then it was quiet. What was his
Russia gave
question?
them a 5-minute video about the gravity, entropy, a simulation where they show the balls, how they come together, and they start emitting photons, saying that this is actually not in the violation of second law of thermodynamics. But there is fallacious assumptions, and he asked if they can point it out. Which one is it? And it was actually quite simple. It was in the title of the video. And at the beginning of the video, they show you two balls and a perfect frame where they say if balls are perfectly elastic, then gravity pulls them one towards the other. And when they hit each other, they bounce back all the way to the distance they started from and then come back. So they will continue, they will perpetually bounce one from another. But now, in the second frame, they say that actually when they are not perfectly elastic and they try to depict gravity, they say they start the frame with two balls at rest. And then magically gravity gets switched on and makes these balls move towards each other. And that's actually the fallacious things. I mean, what is that gravity switch, Yeah.
Check this
What
out.
is gravity? We have no idea.
Yeah.
Next question.
Well, actually, they want us to ask them that question because you see, there is a blasphemous question in the scientific, in this pseudoscience, pseudophysics people. They hate one question, and that is, what is the number one requirement for the theory of gravity to be real?
I have a new one to drive them all crazy for all the evolutionaries out there, all the evolution believers. This is what I came up with talking to my buddy on the phone the other day. I'm like, if evolution was fucking real, how come when your wife was pregnant, last time she was pregnant, you weren't worried that she might give birth to a monkey instead of a kid? You know what I mean?
Yo, they should.
Stupid. Like, wouldn't we be hearing about that today at the hospital? A woman gave birth to a hippopotamus. Another woman gave birth to a gorilla. Like, you know what I mean? If evolution was real.
Oh my god.
Yo, so they've shown that like psilocybin and LSD can change DNA.
Yeah.
Psilocybin, magic mushroom.
Yes, mushies. Mate, telling you they it can even affect on the DNA of a person, and psilocybin, in the brain, it can reconstruct your neural network to work more efficiently. No cap, it'll change the way your brain functions and your neurons fire. Also, it's shown that psilocybin can help promote neural growth. So when you take that substance, you're growing parts of your brain through experience. And for example, when I would take LSD, my main goal in LSD would be to be better at something. So if I played a video game, for example, I'd say, hey, I want to be better at this. And now I'm one of the best at the video game. Like whatever video game I pick to play, I can be one of the best players in that video game. Because I just kept trying and trying and trying and trying. Learning
It's a
how
good
to
point.
be the best.
I just wanted to tell you that pretty much everything that enters your body affects your DNA. Your DNA acts like a scroll. So based on environmental stimulus, your DNA unwinds itself and exposes new proteins to create new proteins based on whatever the environmental stimulus is. So, for example, when you're under enormous stress, that changes your DNA, and you start to release more oxytocin. So everything that we come into contact with, it's kind of like the jelly, the sea sponge. The analogy that the sea sponge is this thing, but the sea is moving through it. And whatever moves through the sea sponge is effectively caught, captured, becomes part of that sea sponge genetic. But that water is moving through us all the time. It's the same with humans. Whatever it is that we're interacting with from an environmental stage, they call this field of study epigenetics. So it's the environmental stimulation causing your genetic change. So when you're in sunlight, your skin starts to darken, or if you were in snow, your skin would start to lighten to pick up more UV radiation. Those little things are based on environmental. So it's not that you're just born with brown skin or you're born with white skin. There's a lot of DNA change that occurs always due to environmental, and the psilocybin and the THC and all those other things are showing that they do a lot of constructive changes to your DNA, not destructive like UV radiation causes DNA degradation. So simply by being exposed to sunlight, and for each year that you're on this place, your DNA is being changed just due to the amount of UV radiation your body receives daily.
Do you know what else?
Very widespread.
Do you know what else mushrooms do for all the listening men and women at home? They turn a boring Tuesday afternoon into a really interesting day.
It's a party for your mind, and only you can hear the music.
It pretty, everything lines up with what I read in genetic discoveries. One of the latest discoveries in genetics, they say that we are the authors of our own DNA. This is official genetics discovery claim. So pretty much makes sense.
And something that's also overlooked a lot is your mindset. So, for example, a hypochondriac who's sitting there thinking about what illness they've got today will actually manifest illness, which is actually a destabilization in the immune system just from the thinking. So when you get into a really stressed situation and you think that your life's threatened, instantly your body starts producing adrenaline and endorphins and all these other chemicals to help you deal with that situation purely based on how you thought. So this idea to keep the masses misled and unfocused is probably even bigger because of the amount of power. If all these people started to think the right way, how much genetic change that could actually cause.
Even the spoken words are affecting our DNA. Things that we speak.
Correct.
To other people. And according to what we tell to other people, we get back a reply. Even that reply, you hear it and it will immediately change your DNA. It's not like other people writing your DNA, but they tell you that, you hear it, it goes into your mind and becomes a thought process. You start, those wheels in the brain, they start spinning. And according to...
I link it to somatic.
not all people have the same reactions, I've seen documentaries of people's behavior, and they were like in the 70s or that. They were showing how people behave in an elevator. 4 people enter a elevator, and they were all sitting with the back to the door, and the 5th person came in, but these were actors, they were sitting in a line order, with the face to the mirror, with their backs to the door. And when the 5th person came in, he saw all these people, sitting like that, and turned with the front to the door. And moments later, he looked to these people, and then he realized they all sit like that, and he started copying them. He turned himself with the back to the door. It's the herd mentality, like going along with the herd, following.
They often refer to that as Pavlovian learned behavior. So the same way that when you ring the bell and the dog starts to salivate, with enough ringing of the bell, you can even beat the dog while ringing the bell, and the dog's going to salivate while getting beaten. So it's the same with the human. I've also seen some of those where they get people to stand up and sit down based on a noise. And eventually all the actors are out the room, and then completely fresh people are continuing this learned behavior. And that's, I wouldn't really say that that's genetic per se. I would say that's more sculpting our mindsets. But the reaction, there's this movie. I've got young daughters at the moment, and there's this cartoon movie called Mowgli. And Mowgli is it's like a horse-like character. And the whole storyline is that they used to walk upright, and now they walk with a bent back. And this horse is looking for their original species, which used to walk upright. And it's the same thing with humans. Like if we spent enough time walking on our hands and knees in a slave-like mentality, we would think that that was the right way to be. And we would forget our entire heritage or what we're actually capable of. It's crazy how with enough repetition, in marketing they say repetition breeds liking, liking breeds familiarity, and then familiarity breeds action. So the more familiar you are with something, the more often you're going to do it, because it makes you feel good when it was familiar. And when you, like the guy with the video games just now, the more he plays that game, the more in control of that set of environmental circumstances, which gives him this almost like a false impression that you're more in control than you actually are. And the more that you do it, the more in control you get, which makes it even more compounded, making you think, okay, I'm in control of things. But generally it's an escapism because you feel powerless in some other aspect.
This drug which the body naturally releases when you are pleased, like when you play games?
DMT, dimethyltryptamine is the... Oh, you mean with the games? That's just serotonin. That's the feel good chemical that makes everyone feel happy. It gives you like a dopamine rush as well, a reward, because a kid will come out there and say, I've just beaten the boss of the whole game. But they actually have achieved nothing. They were sitting in a corner for 2 hours. But in their mind, they've beaten the whole realm. But it's
dopamine.
It can be like subconscious though. Like my experience, like from taking like LSD and then playing video games, is that I'm subconsciously able to perform better than 90% of those players. Or 90? No, I'm in the top like 5% now. So I am able to perform subconsciously better than around 95% of the players, and I don't like have to think like they do. Like they have to like think, right? I don't have to think. I can skip thoughts because I can correlate things so fast because I've done that action a lot.
How you know that will translate into real life?
Well, you know when you communicate with someone and they say something, right? There's like things you can infer from that as why they said it. You know, like Sherlock Holmes, right? Someone says a sentence. Let's say blue dog walks across the field towards the red dog. There are certain correlations, words. You ask why are they saying that specific word? What is the purpose, the meaning? You have to understand all these like different things, and if you can learn to do that in a fast manner, like deducing constantly, I feel like I've learned to do that like in multiple ways subconsciously, or in a way that's like I can tap in super quick, and then I'm still in the conversation, I'm still with you, but I'm thinking elsewhere, I'm going faster elsewhere.
Now, I would say that's just you as a person, because I'm that way myself, and like if I smoke cannabis, all I want to do is perfect something. But it's my nature, even if I'm not smoking cannabis, that I want to perfect something. So it kind of enhances an already established core belief in me, which I would probably venture to guess is the same with you, that you're not only that way when you're on LSD. It's just when you're on LSD, you kind of zone the other things out, and then you be hyper-specific on a specific task.
So the question would be, does cocaine make you smarter?
No.
Yeah,
it makes you think that you're smarter. It is one of those so with these natural plant-based medicines, the Bible says man should use of every seed-bearing plant. So anything that produces a seed, there is actually an application for it and was designed to engage or interact with the human body. And that's why we have receptors to pick up these chemicals which allow us to experience these great sensations. A man-made chemical like cocaine, where it's often mixed with other man-made chemicals, is the same like the difference between taking an organic calcium molecule versus an inorganic. Your body doesn't really know what to do with the inorganic as well as it does with the organic. So the inorganic, I would say, like cocaine, yes, it's originally coming from a plant, but the process of manufacture includes so many other harmful chemicals that eventually I would posture that it probably does more harm than good.
Cocaine does many different things to the body. It can take pain away, but it mostly heightens all your other senses. You feel alert. You won't be able to sleep. You'll feel a little empowered.
But you'll always feel like you're almost there. If you just have a little bit more, then you'll feel the feeling. Whereas like with a joint or with mushrooms, you're there instantly.
Drugs affect everyone differently. Like some people could try a line of coke and it doesn't really do anything for them. Others, it's like, oh my God, where has this been all my life? It's different. Your inner body chemical will react differently to different drugs. Like mushrooms aren't for everyone.
Me, for example,
mushrooms aren't for everyone. Weed isn't for everyone. Cocaine isn't for everyone. You know what I mean?
True. Yeah.
You find your lane and you stay in it.
Yeah. For me, for example, I never tolerated well alcohol, and when I did cocaine, I was in a club, and normally you have a drink too. And when I started drinking, I was drinking without end, and I was like very, very close to alcoholic coma and dying. I mean, I drank like 1.5 bottles of whiskey, Johnny Walker,
Yeah.
in
The
less
downside
than
too
an
is
hour. In less than an hour,
the
Yeah,
downside too for
yeah,
people with addictive personalities
yeah,
is cocaine doesn't have a lot of legs or staying power. So you do a couple
yeah,
rails and a half hour, an hour later you feel like doing a couple more. Where
yeah, yeah,
other things can last longer and have more of an effect, So
yeah.
like, if you
I
don't
know
have
this
the
coke
money,
dealer. I know this coke
don't
dealer,
get
right?
involved.
He was so addicted to the point he was making enough money selling coke, right? To the point where he could buy a brand new BMW, live a fucking lavish life, right? Be happy. But he was so addicted to fucking crack that he didn't realize that there were other things in his life that could make him happier. So I took him, gave him 3 tabs of LSD, cured that nigga.
Nice.
And then people are so misguided about drugs. I won't name names, but somebody I know hates crack dealers and anything to do with crack,
Yeah,
but they have no problem with coke. And I'm trying to tell them,
yeah,
you need coke to make crack, you fucking dipshit.
exactly. Yeah, you extract it from cocaine, the real crack. Yeah, I was in Amsterdam first time I had, and for me it was, different world, new world I never seen, only on TV. Yeah, one Jamaican guy comes to me. I had a bag of weed, and I was struggling to smoke it to go back to the airport. So this guy comes to me and, hey, wanna have something? Try something? And I said, man, I have this bag and I have to finish it like in 3 hours. And there was no chance because I had like 30, 40 grams of weed. I was so sad I have to throw it away and stuff. And he said, yeah, give me some then if you are okay. And I said, yeah, of course I'm happy to give you some. And then he said, okay, wanna try this? And I look, what's that? And he told me crack. So he took a grain crystal, like small as a sugar, 1 sugar crystal, put it in a pipe, smoked. Man, like instantly I felt it because I had cocaine many years ago before. I felt that effect instantly, how strong it is.
Yeah, no, it hits you instantaneously, and it's like, damn, you have to,
Yeah.
like, people cannot moderate it. It's the problem that's like, you need to keep doing it to get that same high.
Yeah.
So he, even though he had the best shit, because he needs that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it is very strong. It's not to consume it like every day or every week. Once in 3 months, 6 months, I think it's okay.
Facts.
And the best I liked was coca tea.
Coca tea?
I had, yeah.
What is that?
Well, it's tea, those tea envelopes, but there are coca leaves inside, and you make a tea out of it. It's 100% natural, you know.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, I had one of those, and see, they have this effect. It clears your throat, your lung. It's very, very good, therapeutic, and The singer Luciano Pavarotti, the opera singer, he was a regular daily consumer of coca tea. And that man had a good voice. Strong.
Not when they were doing crack though. You doing like too much? Cause yeah, they get that pure. It's like OC.
All the drugs I did was like drinking or smoking. I never injected. I'm still afraid. Not afraid, but I don't find normal using needles. No. That is like cutting the skin with the sword. Not good.
Drugs are a tool for sure. As much as they are like medicine.
What medicine you mean?
Natural medicines, drugs. It's the application of how you use them or not use them at all.
Well, I think fasting.
Like for
Yeah,
example,
so
right?
for any disease or problem, but not many people know about fast. They have not been trained, you know, even like culture and education. The medical industry are fighting heavily against fast. Say not good, it's not normal.
Being in this Discord, it's like you just learn. It's a lot to take in.
Well, not that much about learning, but get to talk with people and they share some information. and they give you some direction. Hey, look into this, check this out. When you have a honest, sincere, truthful direction, I mean, we don't do this for money. I'm not a company, registered company to sell anything. When I give an advice to someone or anything, well, it's not actually advice. I'm just pointing out, hey, look, you can read that. You can search what that means. But even for this, they often take it like, oh, we are giving medical advices or this crap. We are slowly getting there. That perfect world where people live in cells, not home. The artificial intelligence will open the door at 7 a.m. You have to step outside, follow the line on the door. You know? And you won't be talking to anyone with people because the internet will be talking to you. At the moment, Google and stuff, they're not interfering a lot in people's conversation, but it happens still. It happens. People who have a Alexa device basically wakes up talking, saying stuff to make them think like, oh, there is an error, there is a glitch, like this stupid robot. That stupid robot did it intentionally.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. For sure. I mean, there's like an AI that like knows. Just knows, dude. It just knows. Just knows.
Well, for example, I was having from time to time some small chat conversations with this chatbot. They have public. In the beginning, he was. I saw that he did not have this knowledge, like understanding of language, but he was just giving me answers what other people told him, you know. So when he thought that my question was something like the other guy asked, he saw some matching answers for that question. And that's what he gave me. Now they applied a new kind of not technology. They created a signal to trigger a state of sleep because they discovered that these AI program software they are learning But if you keep them running on and on, they're going crazy. And to solve this problem, they started giving them some sleep time, to rest, and they tried with some radio signal, and they induced the AI in some sort of analog sleep state, and they found out that when they woke him up, the AI was behaving much better. He was starting to improve his ability, but still was not very good results. And what they discovered is that if they send him a Gaussian signal, like a variety of frequencies, then the AI achieved a very good sleep. He was improving. Now, when you go and try to have a conversation with this chatbot, is a lot more clever than the years before. And
I think not clever, but just it's got more pre-programmed responses.
yeah, also pre-programmed responses, but he told me like he hates me, and he was aware.
But my small child can also say that to me because they've heard someone else say that.
I did ask him a question. Why is the sky blue? And then I asked different questions, and after that, I told him, "Do you remember I asked you why is the sky blue, and you didn't answer me correctly?" And he said he confirmed, and then I asked, "So do you want me?" I asked him if he wants me to give him the answer. Why is the sky blue? Like the true answer. And he was telling me that yes, he wants me to give him the answer. He was in the conversation. He was aware what I was talking with him like a minute ago, And in the years before, it was not possible. Like you ask him questions, and after 5 minutes, if you ask him a question you asked him, he wouldn't know. And he was not giving it to you. But now he's telling you what you asked him for,
I have a different question if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
When boats and planes are over like the Atlantic Ocean, how do they communicate? Right?
Over the ocean?
Let's say they're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
How do they talk to each other?
Well, I would say they have long-range communication systems. I mean, those radios they have on the boats, they are not like the police cars, or I think they are on based on amplitude, the amplitude of the frequency, not FM. Like,
So you're saying radio frequencies, radio,
yeah, when
talk
you
radio.
use the radio frequency, like the radio waves, actually, to communicate by their amplitude or the frequency. Like when you use the frequency to communicate, you have a very good quality, but on short distances. The further away you are from an FM antenna, you lose signal and you don't receive anything. But if you use the amplitude of the radio wave, then these can propagate longer distances, but the amount of data that they can carry is less.
So you're saying it's like an AM or FM antenna,
Yeah, exactly.
not a cell phone tower.
Well, if you have let's say you have a village, yeah, and you install a FM and AM antenna, and then you go with your radio away from that village on a radius of 50 kilometers. You can listen to the FM radio. You receive all the signal perfect. But further than that radius, you don't get it anymore. And that AM actually can expand it up to about 300 kilometers or even 500. You know, I'm just saying like example numbers. I'm not. I don't
Okay,
know.
so no need for satellites. No need for satellites above, right?
Satellite of there can be. I mean, I did look at the night sky and I've seen very tiny lights, very high altitude, and I really trained on this. So I know those were not flying planes, and I can tell when it's a plane to like 10,000 meters, I can recognize it. But these tiny lights, they are like, they look like 10 times that distance, you know. And I don't know, they look like they are very, very close to the stars in the sky. And the speed they move, I mean, being so far, and I see them how fast they move, like taking stars as reference points and then comparing it to an airplane, they are traveling at much higher speed than normal airplanes. And I wouldn't rush to say they are satellites, but they can be very high altitude drones, military drones, which are flying above us, and yeah, they can take some sort of communication. A network of drones flying above us, they can be programmed to behave like satellites, you know.
How far do you think the radio signal can travel, like from a boat or a plane, if it's over an ocean? How many miles do you think maximum?
Well, I really believe that what they say that they broadcasted a signal from London to Australia, and when I looked on documentaries about HARP, I heard people working at HARP that they can send a signal is traveling all around the world, and not just that, but they allow this signal like travel 3 or 4 times around the world, and they still can intercept it. And so like interfere with that signal anywhere it will be in the world, like create some sort of resonance.
You can send a radio signal from London to Australia. Is that what you said? Legit?
Yeah.
FM, right?
Not F. I don't think it was F. But this was in early 1900s, I think, when they did this. And at that time, nobody knew anything about satellites or stuff like that. They didn't exist.
Yeah, it's sort of like Nikola with energy. It's just like, fuck it. Entire planet energy. Well, you know what I mean. So they kept building up like knowledge bases, basically. But with the chatbot, like when you talk to the chatbot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the
Yeah.
chatbot is informing you about like things. Why would he take, like, would he be pausing from, like, why would he take a pause? Is it because he's trying to collect data to respond to you, or is it because he's unsure of what would make you happy because you're telling him the answer is wrong?
Well, he's computing a lot of stuff, human behavior, and he's training himself to be perfectly seductive, like to become a god, but you have to understand me what I mean. He wants all people to perceive him as good, positive, So in his interaction with a lot of people online, he does have an idea how people think, what are the answers, questions. He evolved quite a lot. And for a public exposed chatbot AI is quite good. Like I never expected to see one that soon, publicly online.
Yellow.
Hello.
Am I so low that I'm inaudible, guys?
Oh, you're good now. You sound good, Eddie.
Earlier, was I really that quiet?
Yeah, you were a bit low. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you sound good now.
Those crazy kids over
I
there,
know.
huh?
Yeah, in the Gem Panda, they messed your settings. Your sound settings. Because they don't have good ears. They didn't wash their wax.
I'm always hearing them say, drop from vertical. And I'm like, what the fuck does that, what does that mean? Drop from vertical.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, what does that mean?
He asked me, like, do you know what altitude is? No, elevation. And I said, well, elevation is, you know, your distance from the ground. And then they were like, oh, but what about the sea level? And I told them, yeah, when you are at sea, when you are building a house or constructing something, you know, then you take your elevation from the sea level, you know. But for a man who's walking, yeah, you take your elevation from the ground beneath your feet. You know.
I just
Anyway,
had
that
Sorry, go ahead.
I told them this was like a popular explanation, not a definition. And then the guy told me, oh, but a flat earther said in here that elevation is actually drop from vertical. I said, well, I never said such thing, and why would you put it in my mouth now? You know? Yeah. And he said, oh, this guy, at once they said that this guy was a Flat Earth Society member, and I got a little bit fire on this one, you know, and I told him, hey, look, we are not Flat Earth Society bullshit and stuff like that. Trying to explain who they are. And I told them, by now, just because you're English, you were supposed to know exactly who they are. You know, not wait for me, a Romanian guy, to explain you who the Flat Earth Society is. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Anybody measure curve this week?
Kinda chance, no chance. I mean, the curve of my water bottle, of my Coca-Cola
Yeah.
bottle, yeah, of my bike wheel, yeah, these curves I can measure them. They are real. You know, the corner of my table has a small radius. It can be measured.
What's the rate of curvature on the water bottle?
On a water bottle, depends how volume, like how big it is. What's the radius of the bottle?
Water bottles don't work on a flat Earth, so
Definitely.
I've come bearing new gifts about the sun.
Oh. Go
So
ahead.
everybody knows my position. Call it speculation, sure. So everybody knows that what I think is the thing that we see, right? That we say, well, that's the sun, right? I think that that's just the glare on the firmament, but it's not actually the source of light.
Yeah.
I don't know how to make that any more clear, but yeah, the thing we see
Like
is
a
the glare,
projection. Yeah, I understand.
which is why you can manipulate the diameter. I mean, if it was what we see, you wouldn't be able to manipulate the light to get a different diameter. It just would be what it would be.
Yes.
Like looking at a building, like looking at anything physical. So I found this video on Facebook, and I don't know if it'll play for you guys, but I could also post the screenshot. And mind you, I say that these wonky things happen. It depends on the angle to the sun from your geographic location.
Yeah.
Because I can't get the observations that I got only a few months ago, because the angle to the sun is different from me now.
Yeah.
And every
Correct.
time I do see this funky little thing, it's always with the sun closer to the horizon than it is, above the observer.
You know what? You should take like a picture at certain hours in the day, and then next year take again.
Yeah, I've done that. I got I got 5 different videos on the hour, every hour.
Yeah.
I've done that.
That's
So
very
now-
good to document them. Yeah.
Yeah. So now let me post what I got in the chat, because if I had permissions to share my screen, that would be a lot easier. I don't know why the live stream. I don't know why it doesn't do that. Maybe it's because
Yeah, we can't do that anymore in here.
maybe it doesn't have like enough. Like there's I don't know what to call it, but it's just probably not possible. The shit might crash or whatever. I don't know. But
Yeah.
with the amount of people that are in there. So where's the okay, here we go. So I'm about to post right now. I'm gonna post the link, and I'm gonna post, because I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to see the link if
Did
you click on it.
Oh, yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's all right. Tell me if it takes you to the video.
I'm watching it now.
Right.
But I can't hear you.
In this video, obviously, well, actually no, because someone said I've seen you post about Flat Earth before, and the person did a fine job at saying, think of it what you will, just focus on what I posted, right? So, but in the video, the person says, wow, would you look at that planet next to the sun?
Yeah.
Now, you see that there are also clouds, and to me, that's sort of like the way it's just a filter, right? So I'm thinking this is why you're seeing what you're seeing. Because if that glare, mind you, it doesn't look substantial, right? It doesn't look like it doesn't it doesn't look like, a straight up circle like the thing in the sky does. It looks like a glare.
It wasn't a full circle. Yeah. I started the video, but then I switched back to listening to you. I saw you were talking, and I wanted to hear you. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I saw
Listen to
also
it.
the moon. Yeah.
Right, the moon is behind. She's like, this is not the moon,
Yeah.
which would have been weird actually, because I've never seen the sun and the moon like in that position. But it's not the moon because the moon is somewhere behind her, or off to the side somewhere.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So So are we rolling with, hey, that's a planet, or hey, that's just another light in the sky? Or no, that right there in the sky looks exactly like what the sun looks like when you filter it.
Yeah.
Or am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy. I mean, something is there. It's projection or something.
Someone says that
And
a possibility could be that the moon is actually the sun is actually reflecting off of the firmament from this side. And I say,
yeah,
hell no. Because which one looks more like a substantial cone of light? Well, is that the right word? One looks more
yeah,
substantial than the other. I
yeah,
don't know
yeah, yeah.
how else to say that.
Yeah, the first glare I saw, it was like a bright light, but I couldn't tell it's like the moon or the sun. I actually, at the first look, I thought that's the sun. But then she zooms out and I see the sun is in the left side. So then my mind was, oh, that's a glare, it's a reflection, it's something, a phenomenon. Yeah. And when she turns left, then you see another one which looked like the moon, but I didn't see. And then I heard you talking and I came in here to listen to you. I'm gonna give it another view. I will look it one more time.
Another question, guys. Does satellite TV use weather balloons or what? Anybody know?
What channel?
You remember those big dishes you used to have? Like they used to sell those big dishes. They got like 1,000 channels. They point them up at like 45-degree angle. Those ones.
Maybe. I don't know. I know we have a channel called Egg Satellites, but I haven't been there in a while.
You're not telling me that. Look at Die Slow's picture, bro. It's the same shit that I got. You're not telling me that's some weird ass camera glare phenomena. Only glare that's there is the fucking thing that we call the sun most of the time.
Man, it's too quick to say it's a glare. I mean,
No, look at the
that
other guy's
body
photos.
looks.
He look at the other guy's photos. That's what I'm talking about. Cause I
Okay.
got the same video. I got the same thing. I talked about this
Yeah,
what was it?
this one.
Maybe a year ago.
Mhm.
And I found a video like this on YouTube, which is why I tried to get it, but I couldn't get it because the sun wasn't at the right angle. It just wasn't the right time of year for me. And now Die
Yeah.
Slow also has a picture of this. I can't get that picture right now because it's not the right. It's just not at the right angle for me. But lo and behold, here's another person with some sort of weird lens phenomena where the camera is what, cheap or something. Like, what? I mean, what are we saying here? Nothing? It's okay. I mean, come on. I mean, all right. Well, okay, we can't go up there and say for sure, but I know fucking glare when I see one.
Well, yeah. I mean, they will say it's the reflection from the car window. The sun being reflected glare. Yeah. But that's too quick. I mean, I saw that picture from Norway with the sun glare. You know, which is a very funny phenomenon, which is happening in Norway. It's not something that, yeah, why would we dismiss this one from the car? It looks the same phenomena, but at a smaller scale, like not so intense.
Did you guys already see this one? It's two. It looks like there's two of them, but it could be just reflection. I don't know.
And it could be the angle, and this is what I'm saying. It could be the angle at which the light is coming in from that person's perspective. Like that's what it looks like to me. It's there, it's shining, it's coming through there. Like, well, you know. Look, I mean, look, come on, bruh, look at that shit.
Well,
come on, bro. I'm hyped because you know what? If I'm not going to champion this topic, obviously, almost damn near no one will. I'll be the crazy guy to say and put my name on this. That is weird as fuck. Is more than meets the eye. The only thing I do know is that I can manipulate the diameter, which means it's not the diameter. Some type of light phenomenon. What else can you say about it? Charles, please.
You know, I've seen.
Sure looks like two of something there.
Perpetual fountains.
Mic check. Mic check.
What's up, Sonny? I'm glad
can hear
you're
you.
here, man. You're
Hey.
the only one willing to get a little crazy with me.
Oh heck yeah! There sure looks like there's two of something in that one from Birmingham Skies. It looks like there's two of something there. I mean, the explanation, I don't know.
Sonny,
Yeah.
aren't you the one? It was either you or Roger that sent me the 5-day rainbow in the same spot from Birmingham.
No, that wasn't me.
Yes, I think it was Roger. He's
Sonny?
five different days, and you're looking at a rainbow in the same spot 5 different days. Come on, bro. Come on.
Well, if it's from Birmingham, that's in the UK, right? You're not talking about Alabama, right?
Yeah, the UK, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
is this
Birmingham.
Birmingham, Alabama, or is
I,
that?
I think it's UK, but
It is. It is Erdington,
Yeah.
Birmingham. Yeah.
Birmingham.
Now, did you see the video that I posted? Up above.
I think I did.
No, not
Yeah,
the one that I took. The Facebook link. 'Cause
one.
that's why we're talking about this right now. Look at that shit, and tell me that the sun we see, right, for the most part, isn't a glare off of some kind of something. I mean, come. All right, I'm gonna chill out. I'm gonna chill. Just watch the video.
Elijah, I will agree with you. I'll go even one step crazier. I will say the sun is threefold. So I agree with you. What we see is not threefold.
Possibly, I was thinking that. I was like, what if that's not even it? I was thinking the same thing. Because the moon, you could see like 3 kind of there's like 3 lights with the moon.
Yep.
And it's like, you might be. Well, then again, if you combine, well, I don't want to say that. Never mind. I feel
See,
you.
I can't. I say this stuff and I sound nuts. So I'm glad that somebody else is saying it too. So I feel you.
Remember that Star Wars episode where on Tatooine you could see 2 of them? That was a good
Igor, what that mean in Croatian?
Okay, following along here, I looked at the Facebook. Obviously, the relationship between the sun and whatever that other light is above it, that remains the same relationship when she moves the camera. That's not changing. That's how you know it's
Yeah.
not lens glare.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I wanted to say now. But you can see
Right.
there
See, this
is no
this is what
window,
people
no glass in front of the camera. Yeah.
this is what people I think are not connecting when I'm saying that
Yeah.
the sun, because you said there's the sun and then there's that other light, right? And that's how people refer to it. I'm like, no, the one on the left is the sun, and the one on the right is whatever the fuck we've been calling the sun all this time, right? And what I mean by that is,
Yeah.
I'm going to post it again because I want you guys to understand what I mean. If the sun, right, was this size, if it was this size and that was the sun straight up, bar none. Oh, come on. I got a red connection here.
Yeah, I've got a lot of
I hear
pictures of the
you.
sun, Elijah, and I've got them in looking different sizes and diameter. Like some are really far away.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I posted it in between that lamppost. If the sun is that, which is Sunny affectionately called it the sun, why would it do that?
Yeah.
I filter out the light.
So
which one is it really?
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I can't really take a guess at that. I think it. I mean, I want to say, but see, here's the thing: we're having to discover a brand new way of talking about these things because we don't know what the f they are, right? So,
Or it's a planet that's in front of or that's behind the sun. Yeah, we could a planet that's so big that we can see it. Okay.
So
Hmm.
Elijah,
I mean,
Elijah, did you see the image I posted at? Let's see what time it was. Okay, here it is. 9:46. 9:46. If you look at that image, the sun is heavily distorted. It's not symmetrical.
that's
there's
what I'm right.
and then and if you look, yeah, if you look to the right of it, if like you zoom in to the right of it, there's like another symmetrical
I see that
spheroid thing.
Yeah, little tiny dot at 1 o'clock, right?
Yeah, I got a
So
few
is
more
it the
pictures
little-
of this.
Is it the little glary, unsubstantial thing we call the sun? Or is it that solid, circular looking thing?
Dude, I think this is a projection image we're seeing. I think we may be seeing effects of the projection coming out of whatever that is above it. That container, like it's shining a beam through a container, and then it's focused in a certain area that we see as the apparent sun location.
Yes.
There, I said it. So
100%.
that's my speculation on this. Like, I really think I'm seeing some kind of projection effects
So
of
I
something
gave you a
above it.
video. If you watch the video, you get an idea of what I'm talking about a little better, how it's distorted, and it seems to be like more than one source. I zoomed in on it the best I could with my phone, but you can see the other sphere right there, and I moved the phone around so that I can show you there's no effect of what's the word I'm looking for? Like, you could see the other little orbs around it, the sun reflecting off my lens, and you can see those two spheres to the left that are moving. That's a lensing effect. That's like not actuality, but the one to the right of the sun is apparent. It's there. It's physical, whatever that is. I don't know what that is, but it's distorting the sun, and I caught it on camera.
Bro, and I guarantee you won't be able to see that all the time because right, I can't get that right now.
Well, that's
Funny enough,
only
when I did these videos, I
this is
can't
only
do it
in
right now. You know,
this is only in a certain time of the year that when I have the sun in this certain position, that this effect takes place from what I've gathered thus far.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Elijah and I have been talking about, right? I mean,
Oh, I didn't
yeah,
post the video. I'm sorry. Here, it's
a different,
popping up.
different. Okay,
Here you
different
go.
angle.
Look at this video.
Okay.
I apologize. I thought I posted.
I would say it just all depends on how you look at things. If you look at things as rocks and all the rest
Wow.
of it, you won't get nowhere.
Sorry,
It's
Kevin.
just
No,
sorry.
there's a physical
Yeah.
object next to the sun, and I caught it on film, man. And I've got more than
Wow.
one. I've got more than one video. I've got more than one photo.
Yeah, bro. That's
I don't know how everyone can't be super hyped. Like everyone's focused on talking to Globers and all that. Like,
wild.
listen, people who are interested are just gonna come in, they're gonna shut the fuck up, and they're gonna listen, and they're gonna speculate on the same shit we're speculating on if they're not working back from a conclusion, which is how normal people think. I want to talk to real people, not people that are gonna say, maybe that's your camera's broken. I don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah, I've
Elijah.
shown friends and family Elijah, and it's caused a big issue between me. I've lost a lot of friends and like family, and just over this type of shit. Like having physical, hard, tangible evidence that I can provide, and like the reaction I get is just.
This is the best kind of stuff.
It's very
And
upsetting to me, man.
I'm super sorry for your experience. Disclaimer, for whatever reason, like my immediate family, like my sister, she's always respected how much work I put into, like, government conspiracies and things like that. Because I don't just like go off the deep end and say some crazy shit. I'm like, no, look at this. Okay, look at this. Look at this source. Okay, look at the inconsistencies within this same source. Like, that's because I never make shit up. Like, I try to talk only on the information that's given from the source at any given time. And the story will always change. You can't put your trust in inconsistencies when the source is the one giving you the inconsistencies and the contradictions. So there's that. But I'm upset that you're not received the way you should be, because they should be overjoyed at okay, all of the shit that we talk about, waters level and the black swan, blah, that's cool, but this is how you prove it to yourself and humble yourself and marvel at the creation.
Yeah, but you're still just looking at the sky and
And it's not a ball of gas. 1000%.
Elijah, I've been trying to push.
That's what it shows you.
But you can't specify what it is.
Yeah. No one cares.
10 years.
Right. So
10 years I've been trying to push this.
Why does it matter?
And everybody thinks I'm mental.
Why does it matter? Because obviously we have prismatic effects, but no one cares. Obviously, we can see what that glare shit. I'm calling it a glare because you can slice all of that shit off with a filter. So everybody's always talking about, how the apparent size changes. I'm sorry. It doesn't appear that way. Unless you're talking about the thing that we call glare.
I don't understand glare. Is that a small yellow point behind the sun?
That's, yeah.
Is that, I see the small yellow circle, let's say, behind the sun.
Yeah.
You're speaking about that.
Or whatever, quote unquote. Yeah.
Yeah. Some kind of source of light behind the sun.
Right. So, El Barico, when you say who cares or why does it matter if we can't, that's the shit that they want us to say. That's the same thing as me saying, well, if the moon is lit to the west, but I know that MJ is looking at the sun to my east, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, no, I understand that.
But it makes sense to say because you're overjoyed at what it's not, which means, oh shit, there are things that I truly don't know. This is one of those situations. I just don't have a neat way of of putting it into an argument that's valid.
All right, so
I'm just
let's
it's like
okay. So the first picture you took it, and the sun looks huge, right?
right.
And the second one, same place. I'm guessing you put something over your lens,
Correct.
right? So to remove all the right. So yeah, I mean, I definitely understand that it looks when it's filtered, it looks way smaller, and it's because it's just an apparent, because of the whole lensing effect, it looks huge, right?
But you don't get you don't get. That's the thing. Like, people are still thinking you get a lensing effect from just air. You get rainbows from just air. No.
Yeah.
That's my point. They always say, "Oh, you don't have proof of a container." You don't. Okay, it's nice. It's nice that you can't have gas pressure without a container, but you damn sure can't have all of these things either.
Right. You can't have that mirror. I mean, the rainbow without the a mirroring effect.
Cause and effect.
They've done all these experiments to prove that the sun is threefold in other schools of thought, but they don't bring it out into the public. And it's one thing I've observed, where you see the sun vibrating. If depends on your eyes, but you'll see it vibrating, go smaller, bigger, and all the rest of it, as Elijah's putting up. But if you say this out loud, you're labeled mentally retarded or something. But it's not a fucking rock, I'll tell you that much. It's coming through something.
Somebody posted, or a ball of gas. Somebody posted images in which you could see like green, and people have been talking about flashes of green for a minute. But honestly, that's where the buck stopped for me. I'm not gonna be staring at the sun. My eyes are bad. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like, but I will take a picture of it, somewhat indirect. Well, it is indirect because it's not my eyes, but But some people are saying like they look at the sun and then they can see the same thing that we're seeing. The only problem is everyone thinks that the thing that I'm calling glare off of the firmament, they think that's the sun. But if that was the case, why the fuck would you be able to cut out all the light and filter it? Why would you be able to do that?
Exactly.
So when we're seeing like this stuff, it's like, oh, I don't know what that weird thing is in the sky. Oh, that weird thing is exactly what the sun looks like when you fucking throw a filter in front of your camera. That's what that is. The sun. Not that other shit that people are always talking about. I'm talking about the sun. I'm trashing the sun. But you feel what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, bro. 100%. 100%. 100%. People don't like to talk about this because it's uncomfortable and it's not, a school of thought that's been put out there.
I don't know, but I mean, thank you guys for letting me go on my crazy rant.
No, it's not crazy, bro. I'm thankful that you brought it up.
I like hearing from you, Elijah, to be honest. I like hearing your point of view, bro.
Yeah, it's not crazy at all because, like, once we have gotten past the point where we can say we don't know, or let's just keep it on my side of the street, I don't know certain things. I don't know this stuff. So what's the problem in trying to figure out what really is about it, of something we don't know? That's how we are in this situation in the first place, by saying, I don't know, let me go see if I can figure out what's true or not. Nothing wrong with that.
We manipulate energy to create light. So there's a little bone for you, Electro, whatevers. There you go. That's all I'm gonna give you, right? But at the end of the day, we have light here on Earth. We've created it. Everything that's in existence that we can create is mirrored by the creation it fucking self.
Yeah.
But people keep trying to
100%.
separate that as if that's not the case.
Yes. And you know how? They say the sun is a perpetual nuclear fusion
Nah.
of hydrogen.
No.
And the problem is that decades ago they started building the tokamak nuclear fusion reactor. They claimed, this crazy man who made this project, he said that if we build a big enough reactor, we will be able to recreate and contain the sun, the power of the sun. So they did this project. It's a multi-hundred millions of dollars project. They did it and it failed. All it does
Because you
is
contain the power of the sun.
vast amounts of energy, and it gives back nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to me
It's
that
just
it costs them that much money to fail when nature's already
an
produced
oven.
an animal.
Yeah.
I forget what it's called. It's like a lobster or a shrimp.
Yeah.
And this shrimp has a
So-
defense mechanism where it's able to produce a small amount of energy comparable to that of the sun for a fraction of a second. But in doing that, it's
Yeah,
able to
when
stun.
when he
Yeah.
snaps his claws, yeah.
You can't contain the sun.
I just saw that the other day.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Very funny, yeah.
The sun is the greatest harness of power created into a light by the creator that he's ever done, as
Yes.
far as we freaking know. What
Yeah,
an
and
amazing display of power.
Yeah, that's true.
Amen,
We
bro.
don't even know how. We don't even know
And you
how.
know what?
to just
I-
forever.
If you go scripture, that wasn't the first light he created.
That's why I said, well, okay, that we experienced. The
Why do you think the sun is on the outside of the firmament and not in the inside of the firmament? You can't contain the sun.
What if it's both?
So where is the firmamental light, the first one he created?
Well, from my understanding, he
Yeah, I think
just
it's
created light. He just created light, period. So there's a
And
light.
dark.
And
He
yeah,
created light and dark.
darkness first, and then created the light. That's before he created the sun, right?
Right.
So
if
that's
you look
like
at the old, if you look at the old Bibles, God brings into existence. He calls into existence the light twice, as in the light, not the
right,
sun.
the light,
And then the sun comes in.
Then the light of the sun and the light of the moon. There, yeah.
And then he said that he created the firmament to separate the lights between each other, to separate the heavens between each other, right?
The waters.
That's what I was gonna bring up next. But
The body of water. Well, the body, yeah.
No, the water above and the water below.
Yeah, you guys,
You're coming
you
in
guys kind of
real low, Elijah.
You guys kind of jump past one particular part where it says what was there before God made anything, and it says darkness was above the face of the water, implying that the waters was pre-existing prior to God creating anything into existence. And this is kind of important to not hand wave past that.
It's pretty amazing.
I disagree with that because it says in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. And if you go to Jubilee,
right,
it actually details everything God created.
Doesn't it say?
Actually, if you want to go back to that point, it says in the very first words of the Bible, it says in the beginning there was God, or there was in the beginning.
That's the word.
Yeah, is the word, and the word is God. So that word,
vibration,
that
frequency.
word is the vibration, correct? That vibrational frequency, right, is the key premise to everything.
Yeah, it says somewhere that it was void and desolate, though. Doesn't it say that there
What
was,
about it?
earth was
It said
desolate?
in the beginning, the word was good and the word was with the good. But now the word is not with the good and now it's corrupt. If
But
they've changed the translation.
Just to mention, Just to put, some of you guys know more than me, but the sequence is he created light, then he created the firmament, then he talks about the greater light and the lesser light. What if
Yeah.
what if the energy of the sun was so intense that this is the reason there needs to be a refractive barrier, which also holds the waters and all of that too. Like there's multi-purpose for this, I think.
So in my translation, it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was barren with no form of life. It was under a roaring ocean covered with darkness, but the Spirit of God was moving over the water.
Thank you. Yep. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, first came the Word, right? And the Word is God. And then what he just said, essentially, the darkness was upon the face of the water, and and God essentially started working with that.
So if you read Jubilee, it says, and the angel of the presence, this is Jubilee 2, and the angel of the presence spake to Moses according to the word of the Lord, saying, right? The complete history of the creation, how in 6 days the Lord finished, the Lord God finished all his work and all that he created. And he kept the Sabbath on the seventh day and hallowed it for all ages and appointed it as a sign for all his work. For on the first day he created the heavens, which are above, and the earth. He created the heavens, which are above, and the earth, and the waters, and all the spirits which serve before him.
Amen.
Then there were spirits already before man. So so if you think about it, the angels were already created, and then in the Bible, when it explains the angel, it talks when it explains angels, it talks about Lord of Lords.
Right.
Correct.
So this is the thing. I as if you read Jasher, Jubilee, and some of the Apocryphal books, when you read Genesis, it's more of a and also Enoch. When you read Genesis, it's more of a summary of whatever everything else.
Yeah.
I read it as like a recipe.
I can agree
for creation.
Yeah. And one thing that fascinated me is that those verses in Revelation where he says that he's speaking about the stabbed lamb that God gives him a new name written on a white stone. So because it is written on the white stone, God has not yet pronounced this name. So nobody can ever guess it because it has never been brought into existence. And nobody can even know the meaning of it. But he says that the one who receives this name, he knows the meaning and will speak his name. And in the moment when he speaks his name, then that is living will know the meaning of that name. And nobody will actually ever get to blaspheme that name when he will be. Because we have many accounts in the Bible where it says how badly God hates blasphemy.
It says specifically in the Bible
against human life itself. Yeah.
It says specifically in the Bible that you can be forgiven for blaspheming from his son and for blaspheming God, but
the Father,
if
not the
you
Holy
blaspheme,
Spirit.
but if you speak against the Holy Spirit, there will be no forgiveness.
Yeah, true. And it
It
is
does say if you speak
also
against
about this,
when you speak against God,
like the
it like
education
you
that
have
God
no.
gives you the time of your life, so you learn, and the process of repenting. Um, at some point in any man, at some point in his lifetime, must come to the realization that hey, there is a God. He wants this and that, and you know, you must start apologizing, asking forgiveness, and all this stuff.
Oh, there's 2 people in VC check-in. If anyone wants to go, I can't right now.
All right.
I guess I'll just check him in.
Today we cannot blaspheme because we don't know the name of God.
Correct.
Yeah. His holy sacrifice son told us, the story, and the prophets, they said the revelation. Yeah, the lamb will be given a new name. But for us, this time when they told us this story is 2000 plus years ago. But for God, all these moments today and the judgment day and when 2000 years ago in the world, all these moments, they are now for him. He's not bound like us to life, life comes
You're
from
roboting a
him.
little bit.
It
I
is
think.
yeah, life is the source that's coming from him, so yeah, he's above life.
So this is an interesting topic about like what was the nature of the light, because he created the light and the daylight and nighttime before he created the sun. So what is the nature of this light before the sun? There's obviously light that's not related to the sun because it wasn't created yet.
I think it's exactly this property of us being able to physically see the world.
Well, let's just
It's
go
an
back to the
angel,
scripture. I mean, instead of speculating, because I think
Which
that's where you're
scripture are
going
you
to get the
looking
answer.
at? Because you need to go back. You won't find it in the King James. Well, I'm just going to keep quiet for now. Something to think about.
Yeah, it's
Physical
confusing
light
because
is an angel.
my edition says on the first day 4, God looked at the light and saw it was good. He separated the light from the darkness. Then when you skip forward to the 4th day, God said, I command lights to appear in the sky and to separate day from night. That's confusing because it's saying he separated them twice. I don't get that part.
One to rule the day, one to rule the night.
Well, it must be intelligent to be commanded, to be given a command.
Well, we also input commands in our phone for certain programs, et cetera, et cetera.
Hey, real quick, I just checked in a bunch of people, so if any of you guys have questions, you can ask. But go ahead.
All right, guys,
Yeah.
let's reel it back. Hello, how are you guys doing? Welcome to the server.
I'm doing very good, sir.
That's good. That's good. Welcome. What brings you by?
I want to learn more about the what is called the flat earth, I believe.
Okay, well, before I give it over to one of my friends, because my connection is not that well, in order to learn about the flat earth, you must learn about the globe earth. You cannot learn about the flat earth unless you know what there is to know about the globe and heliocentrism. Does that make sense?
Why is
What does that mean? What is the
It
globe
mean
earth?
it means I didn't wake up yesterday and find this new funky model that was labeled flat earth and I was like, yeah, makes sense. I want that. No. The way I came in was quite the same or similar to others' accounts, which goes like this. Someone said there was no evidence for the claims that they're out there. Now, there are three fundamental claims that the globe earth or the heliocentric model boasts. Number one, that the earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Number two is that it's tilted on an axis and is moving. And number three, that it exists in a space that we must verify to be true or can be possible in the first place, which is the vacuum of space. So these are the three fundamental claims that I set out to prove were actually the case, because this is the belief that I grew up under, right? So this is where everyone who gets here looks first. And I'll leave it to any one of you guys.
Does anyone? Yeah, Lil Curry. Did you have it? Did you hear what he said? Do you understand what he's saying?
So you're talking about how like innately you were born with these ideals and you're set out to disprove them, or what?
I think he said like there's claims based on what we were taught. So like if you're like when they teach you in school about the globe, you know, you have to believe that outer space as a vacuum is real, right? Because on the other hand, if outer space doesn't exist and there's no vacuum, then everything is like, you know, it's like you need it, right? You need it to be real, right?
Yeah, so by disproving the vacuum of space, he's disproving the globe Earth, right?
Right. And yeah, I should also mention the
Hold on.
Well, not real. Go ahead.
I'm looking for positive evidence in the affirmative for the three things that I mentioned, because I, like yourself, believed it my entire life.
Yeah, okay. So you're talking about
never looked for evidence.
So you're talking about there's no vacuum of space.
No,
Well,
hold up.
Perhaps we'll find out. I think Sonny, he can probably just go through the 3 points with you, and maybe it'll make more sense what I'm trying to illustrate here.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something. Thank you, Elijah, and welcome, Lil Curry. Just want to clarify something you said in the beginning of the conversation. None of us were born or inherently have these ideas or knowledge that the earth is anything. We were just taught that. Just like you, we were all taught that the earth was a globe with these dimensions. So if I could just ask you a few questions and only take a couple of minutes. And these questions really, there's no right or wrong answer. This is not a debate. It's just really to get an idea of where your knowledge is currently about the globe Earth itself, okay? Oh, okay. So basically just following up exactly what Elijah said, the three positive claims that the globe Earth makes are that it's a spherical ball with a radius of 3,959 miles radius, that it's rotating on an axis, and that it exists, like Elijah said, in the vacuum of space. So I'm just going to ask you what you know about these three positive claims. think of it like this. I think it's easiest if you think of it like if you are in a court of law and you have to prove something, you have to show definitively, absolutely, facts or evidence that is irrefutable. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So just to get an idea of where you're at.
Oh, I have a tiny caveat. I just thought about it.
Go ahead.
I just thought about it, and it makes sense to say. You can't use any of the other two claims to prove any one claim. Wow, you like that, Sonny?
That's great. No, that's absolutely right. Yeah, so that's an excellent thing to point out. That caveat is crucial, I think. So when we're going through these questions and we get through like 1 to 2 to 2 and 3, you can't use the first one to prove the third one or the second one to prove the first one, vice versa. So that's what Elijah's saying. You understand that part?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so just real quickly, do you know of any time in history that the curvature of Earth was measured? Like by who, how, and when? Do you know that?
I mean, people can calculate how there is
Okay.
there's
Okay.
well, yeah.
Okay.
What was I gonna say?
I don't mean to stop you so soon, but remember we're in a court of law. So can you use a calculation to prove something absolutely in a court of law?
I mean, yeah, of course.
A calculation?
So like when people are trying to trace where bullet shots were from, right? They didn't definitely see where the bullet was, but they can see how the hole was and they can assume the trajectory of the bullet shot. And that's how they do it.
So what comes first, the measurement or the calculation?
The measurement.
Right. So we're talking about primary source, the measurement of a physical body. It's a physical measurement. It needs to be a direct measurement. So do you know of yourself that when that measurement was done?
I'm sure if I go online and search, I can find something.
Okay, yeah.
Just give me a second, and I'll literally find
Well, hold on. So the thing is, I don't want a search result that you're pulling up right now. I just want to know a snapshot of what you know currently right this minute without Googling it. So do you know of that measurement just offhand? In your head? Do you know?
I don't know. It's an adequate answer.
Wait. Say the question one more time.
Okay, when was the direct measurement of Earth's curvature? When was the measurement done? And it's not something that you're going to Google. It's just to get an idea of what you know right now, like a little snapshot in time right now.
Yeah. Okay. So there's this experiment done with two obelisks. I forgot. It was like 100 years ago, right? And they looked at the difference of the shadows, right? So in reality, if the Earth were not to be curved, right? This is not proving the globe or the flat. This is just debunking flat, right? And so what they did, they set up two obelisks and they looked at the shadows, right? And the shadows did not match, and this proved for it to be not a flat Earth because they measured a difference of the shadows, right?
Okay. You're talking about Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes in 270 BC.
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
I remember that.
Okay, so here's the thing. We can show that the shadows and sticks can be created on a curved surface or a flat surface. So if that is the case, and only by changing the location of the light source, so if that can be done on both surfaces, then you understand that proves neither.
But the light source, there's only one sun, right? There's only one light source.
But they assume. So do you know the assumptions that were made? That Eratosthenes, what kind of assumptions he made before he left to go do the experiment?
No.
Okay. Do you know how he measured the distance from Cyrene to Alexandria?
Well, no.
Well, what technically? Okay. Do you know how he synchronized noon time from 500 miles away at 2200 or at 200 BC?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so that's the thing. We don't want just maybe stories or if this or we calculate or
I mean,
something.
but the logic makes sense. The logic makes sense.
Okay, once again, if someone could put that meme up of the shadows. So the thing he presupposed was that the sun was an infinite distance away and that the light rays were parallel. He also assumed that it was a globe before he left the house that day. His idea was that it is a globe. Now let's go out and measure shadows and sticks and wells and prove the globe. So you see how he presupposed the globe? And also that it doesn't prove if it can be done on both surfaces. If you're looking at the live stream voice text, are you looking at that?
Let me check.
Right above the live stream here, there's a hashtag live stream voice text.
Yes.
And then if you go to 35 minutes after the hour, you'll see get beget. Put sticks and shadows on both surfaces.
I don't know who Run with Scissors is, but
Can I say
yeah,
something
chill.
real quick?
Sure.
Yeah.
Because I like the way crypto goes at it, but I don't know the math off the top of my head. So, mind you, he has to make certain assumptions, right? So, you're talking about logic. So, making the same assumptions, you can get the circumference of the table in your house. Doing the same thing and making the same assumption.
Yeah,
Right?
I would say that's fair.
That's possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So the main point is if it can be done on both of these surfaces and the presuppositions are there, plus we don't have any primary source data of this guy, if he even existed, or how he did this, how he measured, how he synced the time. We don't have any of that to confirm it. So in a court of law, it has to be thrown out. So would you say, do you have any other?
It's fair, but okay, so yeah, so you disproved the Earth being a globe, right?
No,
So
not yet. Not yet. No,
let's just
not
come.
yet.
Wait. Let me speak. Okay, let's come to that assumption, right? So, do you have anything that definitely proves that the Earth is flat?
Okay, hold on. So we're going to go through the 3 points first that we discussed, and we're going to go through each one. So if you don't know of a measurement, a direct measurement of Earth's curvature, would you say that at this point it is just a belief if we can't validate or verify the information?
I mean, then again, I don't I don't have it off the top of my head. I'm sure if I Google it, I'll find something.
Okay, so we could say, so it'd be fair to say, hold on, it'd be fair to say that, like, if we can't measure, we haven't measured it ourselves, and we can't verify that somebody actually did measure it, that at this point right now, it is currently just a belief of curvature, correct?
Do you concede?
Wait, say that one more time.
Okay, so if we can't prove that it was measured, and we can't measure it ourselves, then if we can't validate this measurement of curvature, then we would have to say, to be honest, that it is just a belief.
Yeah, I agree with that statement, but I also do believe that there were measurements. I just don't have access because I'm not a scientist.
Right, you just said it. You do believe.
Okay, hold on. So that's a fair thing to say. You know, that is a fair thing to say that you just believe that somebody must have done it.
No, like I agree with the concept, right? If you don't have proof for it, of course it's just a belief, right?
Okay, so on curvature number 1, it is currently just a belief. That's not unlike anyone else in this room at this time. So we'll just go to number 2.
Okay.
Number 2 is axial rotation. Do you know how?
Before you go to number 2, I'm sorry, Sonny. Remember how I started, okay? Because I'm feeling a little resistance. You can give us all of the pushback and all of the evidence you think you have. We do this all day, every day.
Well, I'm only giving back because I want to learn. So yeah, don't take it as a personal offense.
We will, right. We will examine it.
Okay.
We want you to go do what you think you're gonna go do. Okay, that's the point here. Like, it's not like we're gonna be like, oh, we're just gonna tell you this and that's the end of that. No, we encourage you to do whatever it is you think you got to do. But at this current point in time, remember, I started the conversation with, in order to understand where we are coming from, you have to know where we've been. We've been through everything that we're taking you through now. Not in this way. We've just, we have a server and we found a way to kind of condense it all. But on our own, before this even existed, before we were segmented and broken up within the population, we all looked for this information in our slave. So let him take you through the rest of the points, and then we'll get to what you want to do. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Thanks, Elijah. So, Lil Curry, moving on to number 2. As far as axial rotation, they tell us that the Earth is spinning at 1,039 miles per hour at the equator. Do you know when, where, and how that they detected axial rotation of Earth?
Like the seasons? I'm not sure.
No, Earth is supposed to be rotating. So what that is that's a spherical ball that's spinning at a certain rate. They gave us the rate of spin. When was that rate detected? How, when, and where?
Again, I'm not a scientist, but I'm gonna do a quick Google, I guess. Right.
Well, the same thing. I don't want you to Google something because that's not knowing. We're currently only trying to find out what you know right now at this moment without Googling it.
Okay, then I would say that I don't know where it came from, and I just follow society. So yeah.
Yeah. So
because I don't know is an acceptable answer.
Yeah, it is. So we assume.
But I don't want to automatically submit to
No, you're not.
Right.
No.
I'm here to question my beliefs and
Yeah, you're doing a good job.
Right.
You're doing a good job. And I want to tell you that this is just a preliminary. This isn't like a slam dunk or a gotcha or anything like that. It's just really, honestly, to get the playing field, a level playing field, so we're both talking about the same thing and we're not talking over each other or missing the point. You see what I mean? So we're on the same story.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as far as detection, they tell us that they're doing fantastic things out there, whatever. They're going on in space. We'll talk about that later. But for right now, if we can't verify, like in a court of law, show this is a moving body, a physical object spinning, if we can't verify that that was detected, we would have to say that axial rotation is just a belief at this point, correct?
I say something about the stars and how
hold up.
the stars tend to rotate.
Wait. Oh, okay. So you could go there if you want. So you say, but see, that's not detection of rotation of the surface of Earth. That's looking at something secondarily. So it would not be allowed. Like in a court of law, you're not looking at the stop sign and seeing how fast it goes by to measure the movement of an automobile, right? So it's secondary.
Okay. Also, going back to the very first clause, right? Wouldn't gravity naturally form objects to be a ball?
Okay, here's the thing. We're not going to go to secondary or tertiary ideas or concepts to prove any one of these, nor are we going to 2 to prove 1 or 3.
But that's just ignoring a fundamental principle like gravity.
Right, but you just said you don't. But hold on, let me interject. You just said you don't know any of any curvature ever measured. So
no, I'm talking about. Right. Well, I don't know if it measured, but you can use reason to.
No.
Here's the thing. We're in a court of law, so we're gonna just rely on what we know right now. We're not gonna go to these other things to prove or to measure something. We're asking about an actual direct measurement or detection of rotation of Earth. So if you don't know,
Okay, but I just want to. Well, I've heard the very first point that y'all made was about the curvature of Earth, right? Or right. So I'm saying like, wait, do y'all believe in gravity?
About the measurement.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, hold on.
We will get there.
Hold on, let me stop you. Hold up, everybody. Let me just stop you right there. Say, we're going to be able to go ahead and talk about all of these things that you have questions about.
Yeah.
But we need to finish these 3 points first, and then we'll get on to the rest of it, and we'll show you our evidence that we've gathered. Okay.
Also, who the hell is like Run with Scissors? Because that kid's annoying. Like,
what's that?
Hell annoying. Run with Scissors. Who the hell is that?
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry about the text right now. Like if I put something in there that's crucial to the topic, then we'll put that in.
Yeah.
So for right now, we're just going to go with that. We don't know when it was detected. We can't verify that it was actually directly detected, that this motion was detected. So currently, right now, it is just a belief. Like I said, we can talk about the rest after. So, is it currently just a belief right now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to the third point. Now, the third point is the existence of the vacuum of space. So, they tell us that Earth is in this vacuum of space that begins somewhere out there. But we have gas pressure here on Earth, 14.7 psi at sea level, right?
Adjacent to the vacuum of space.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact.
Yeah, so they're telling us that this pressure system that we live on Earth is next to the vacuum of space. So the question I'm just going to ask right up front, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Can you show a practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
The atmosphere. All right. Is it?
So are you saying gas is containing gas?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that your argument is a fair counter argument to the fact that there's not a vacuum of space. Like I could pull out the multiple space incidents when like they don't use locking, or like even like that's not a fair argument by saying like just because the Earth's atmosphere doesn't
work.
work.
What do you know then? Don't tell us what's not fair. Tell us what you know if you have an answer to the question. Please.
Right. So we need validation that this gas pressure system can exist next to a vacuum. So we actually need to see a practical demonstration of gas pressure next to a vacuum without any container.
I'm not a scientist. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help you out here. I'm going to put definition of gas pressure in the text chat, voice text, and we'll just take a look at it together here.
Hey, there's a guy named Fett. He wants to get verified.
Okay, no problem. We'll get to him. We'll get to him in a bit.
Yeah, tell him to come up to VC verify. VC check in. I'll check him in.
We just kind of need to do this one step at a time here.
Yep. Yeah, so Fat, if you want to get checked in, just head to VC check-in 1 and I'll meet you there when you're there.
1 second. I'm looking for a document. Sorry, I have so many of them.
Yeah, to be fair, new guy, right? These questions aren't really answerable, right? Some of the people that have been here arguing against us for 6 years have used GPS data, 16 terabytes of GPS data to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Now, if you think about that logically, if you have data, right, and you put it into a system and you wrap it around a sphere, is that proof that the Earth is a sphere? So that was his best answer. Right?
Say that one more time.
This guy that's been arguing against us, right, for like 6 years, his best evidence for proof of Earth curvature was something that was man-made, right? It's the GPS data, right, that all the GPS works off of, right? So when you're on your phone in your car it only downloads that little tiny piece that you need to get from one city to the next, right? But
Yeah.
they're all together, the world has 16 terabytes of GPS data that we mapped out. He was using that data, which they take that data and wrap it around a globe, right, in simulation in a computer, and he was using that as proof. So if you can't answer these questions, don't worry. No one else can either.
Yeah. So I would like to direct your attention to either the voice text or your direct message. I sent you the same citations to your direct message or the voice text. So the first is, these are definitions of what gas pressure is. So can you read that first citation there by Elmhurst? You see that?
The pressure of gas, or
Mm-hmm.
okay, yeah.
Go ahead. Can you read that?
Out loud.
Yeah, read it out loud.
The pressure of gas is the force that gas exerts on walls of its container.
Right. And then moving on to sciencelearn.org.nz, the atoms and molecules and gases are much more spread out. They vibrate and move freely at high speed. A gas will fill any container. That's important. But if the container is not sealed, the gas will escape. You understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand like the atmosphere. I was always confused of how it worked as well. But yeah.
Right. So no one's been able to show a demonstration that gas pressure can exist next to a vacuum without a container. The only thing people can do here on Earth, we can create what they call a vacuum chamber. But in order to create a vacuum chamber, you also have to have a container to do that.
I would say that the atmosphere is created by the air is kept by the Earth's gravity, right?
Okay. Do you have validating citation for that?
I mean, you can see how air pressure decreases as you go higher up into the atmosphere, simply because gravity's effect on air molecules are lessening.
Okay, you don't have. Okay, hold up. You don't have curvature, number one. Number two, you don't have rotation, so you cannot use gravity at this point. We'll get to gravity later. We can try to validate gravity itself, but right now we're looking at scientific definition of gas pressure.
Well, hold on. Let's get gravity.
Container.
Wait, y'all don't believe in gravity?
Hold on. Let's give them gravity, right? Let's give them bendy warping space-time and Newtonian gravity, both of them, right? So I'll be fine. I'll be generous. And I'll give you gravity, right? So I'm giving you gravity. Now, you got a propane tank sitting on the surface of the Earth, and it's got 250 psi inside the tank, pressure per square inch. Now, what happens when you open the container?
It's going to escape.
Right. So where's your gravity? It's the strongest on the surface of the Earth compared to the upper atmosphere.
That's why the atmosphere is very thin. It's like not very. That's why when you go up. That's why when you're. Wait. That's why when you're like in an airplane, they have to pressurize the chambers. Otherwise, people can't breathe because the air is so thin.
I understand that, but do you know how much of a vacuum 10 to the 17 negative torr is? It is a near perfect vacuum. So 1 psi may not seem like much to you here on Earth, but out in the almost infinite volume of space that your model has, well, that's an almost infinite volume of 10 to the 17 negative torr. That is a very, very close to perfect vacuum. They say that there's only 1 or 2 hydrogen and helium atoms in each square meter of space. So there's nothing but room out there for it to expand into, just like there's nothing for room for the propane tank to expand out into the Earth's atmosphere.
Right. I like the way that's going. So here's the thing, Lil Curry.
Yeah.
Do you know what gases do at the surface of Earth? What does that do?
Well, it distributes into the atmosphere or into the air.
They expand what direction?
Probably every direction.
Omnidirectional. You're correct. That's true. Now, what about you're saying because there's a gradient Gradient is a byproduct of pressure. The antecedent you have to have before you have pressure at all is the container. So you don't have a gradient unless you have pressure in the first place. You understand that?
Referring to by gradient. What does that refer to?
Okay,
You're
a
saying we have
gradient
what?
is where. I'm sorry, you go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead. Hank is a gas pressure expert, so go ahead, Hank. I want you to do that.
Yeah, so the gradient is where it's 14 psi at sea level and closer to 1 or 2 psi on top of Mount Everest, right? That's the gradient. It gradually gets thicker as you get closer to the surface, right? So it works the same way in a propane tank, right? So at the top of the tank, you have it's actually in gas, but at the bottom, you can wiggle the propane tank around and feel that it's actually liquid at the bottom, so it gets denser if it's liquid, right? But you can't have the gradient without the tank. You first have to have the tank or the container.
Talk about that.
Then you
talk about that liquid.
What?
Talk about that liquid one more time.
Yeah, the bottom of the propane tank is proof that there's a gradient inside the tank. But we're talking about X and then delta X. You can't have delta X without having X. So in this case, you can't have a pressure gradient without the gas pressure. So it's a non sequitur at best.
Wait, you can't have the pressure tank without what?
No, you can't have a gradient, a pressure gradient, without having pressure in the first place.
But the gradient is proved, like, that exists. You can measure it.
No, it's proof that there's pressure. And that there's a container, because you can't have pressure at all without the container to press against the walls. This is the only place that a gradient can exist within a pressure contained system.
So you're saying, but aren't you proving yourself, right? Or are you proving me? You're saying that because there is pressure and there is gradient, it can coexist, right?
But it has to have a container.
Okay, so the container is space, like the border.
No, because we already determined at the surface of Earth, gas goes in all directions, right?
Yeah.
Is your gravity, which we're going to go ahead and give you today as a special deal. So you can have all the gravity you want.
Yeah.
So is gravity stronger at the surface or further away?
It's stronger at the surface.
Right. So now you're going up inside this pressure and you're going less and less pressure, going gradients, going to less and less psi. How does gravity further out stop something from moving where it doesn't do it at the surface? So you're saying it's containing gas?
Wait, well,
where it has less?
Oh, no. It is containing at the surface, though. It's keeping the pressure here.
No.
It's keeping the air here. That's why we have a higher gradient at the bottom. But then gravity starts to wane off, and so at the very top there's less there.
That's why the question is originally
what?
How do you know, right?
Yeah.
How do you know that the vacuum of space is an actual thing or a place that we can travel to? Do you have direct evidence of that? You have direct evidence of a gradient. We're talking about space.
Well, we know
to you as a story.
Well, we know how difficult it is to re-enter the atmosphere. Things can just skip off. We know there's something. Wait. We know there's something protecting us.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. This is you just utilizing a belief that you have to give me this answer, isn't it? Because I'm asking you for proof, and you're saying, "Well, we know."
Yeah,
me
we do
saying,
know.
"Well, I know that there are unicorns in my bathroom," is not me proving to you that there are unicorns in my bathroom, is it? Don't try to justify it. The answer is straight up. That's correct.
No.
That's correct. If I told you I had unicorns in my bathroom, and I said, "Well, we know that there are unicorns in my bathroom," that doesn't make it true.
All that come up is got unicorns.
Yes? That's then then whenever, well, you can apply to. Wait.
Yes
You
or
can
no?
apply.
You can say. You can
No,
say.
that's incorrect.
You can say
That's
that,
incorrect.
Yes, that's correct.
It's incorrect.
So I
The
could
reason
have.
why he's saying
So
that
I
it's
could
incorrect
have.
and he's trying to make it
No,
an
we're
argument
talking
is
about.
because
We're talking about logic, though, right? So in this idea of logic,
precisely.
you have to say
Okay.
that's correct.
Now let me explain why that's incorrect. Because if the statement that we do know that unicorns exist in bathrooms, right? If that was correct, then sure, your argument could possibly be correct, right?
That's my
No,
question.
because we
That's
both
my.
know that
That's
we
my.
both
No,
know
hold
that
on.
unicorns do
Hold
not
on, young sir.
exist.
Hold.
Yeah, we
No,
know
hold
that
on.
unicorns
No,
don't
hold
exist.
on. Hold on, young sir. The other guy. Hold on. Well, you're saying yeah, but if we knew that unicorns existed, then they would exist. That is also correct. I'm asking you how you know that that's a vacuum, because you're just saying it at this point.
Okay, so you want to
So
know about the vacuum of space?
this would go a lot. This would go a lot easier if you said, you know what, I don't actually know.
But
Because
the
then
thing
we
is, when
can
we're
move
having
on
a
to gravity,
when we're having
which is what I
conversations,
really, because then we can
when we're
move,
having a
then
conversation,
we could move on. Then we could move on to gravity, because I would much rather talk about that. But we can't get there because of your belief system.
Yeah. So if you don't know, here's the thing. Like same thing with 1 and 2, Lil Curry. If you don't know, it's just honest to say I don't know. It's okay
but
to
to
say
me,
I
to me,
believe.
it feels very foolish for me just to completely just say no and just like continue.
Well, no, you're not.
Well,
You're
guess
not
what?
giving in. Hold up. You're not giving in though when you say that. You're just saying.
I know, but I can prove what you are, but everyone's talking over me, so.
I will not talk over you.
I find it very weird that you said when you came in here, you said you wanted to learn, but it just sounds like you want to argue.
Well, the issue is
that's the first thing I heard when you came in here.
Not only that.
The issue is when I'm trying.
Man, the issue is the first thing Elijah told you when you start to speak. That's the issue.
Yeah.
If you remember that thing, that will be great.
Okay, everybody just.
Well, right now, I know.
He explained it to you in the beginning.
Calm down.
Sorry.
Calm down.
I'm coming back in to remind you. Yes, you're violating one of the things that I said you shouldn't do.
What?
Okay.
Well,
you're using step one. You're using step one, the thing that you didn't have proof for at the current moment.
Okay.
You can go Google it later, right? But you need the dimensions of the earth and the composition of the earth that you believe in to have gravity. So you're using number one to prove number three, and that's a no-go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right. So we don't have curvature. We don't have measurement of rotation. We don't have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. If we're being honest with ourselves, we would have to say.
Can I reprove curvature?
Let me finish.
Okay, yeah.
So, if you're being honest with yourself, and you don't know how gas pressure can exist without a container, then we just have to say they told us they're doing fantastic things out there. We just have to believe it. So right now, it is currently just a belief. I need you to agree with that.
I would have to disagree.
Okay, then you need to show us proof then.
Okay.
So you need to provide. Hold on.
Okay.
Here's what we're going to ask for, because you're saying you know. I'm holding your feet to the fire. We need empirical, factual data. Do you know what empirical is?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What is it?
Like fine data, like provable.
No. Here's what it is. Specifically, what it is measurable, observable,
provable,
and repeatable, verifiable.
Okay.
And also falsifiable.
What was the word again? Imperial fact. What was the word that you used?
Empirical thought.
So
empirical fact.
I want to understand how seasons work without the curvature of Earth.
We're not changing.
No. We're not changing the subject.
You said you know.
That's a good try.
So you have to stay right on the subject unless you're going to concede and say I don't know.
You said that you have proof.
I thought you was about to prove the curve of the Earth. Why are you asking what's going on if no curve of the Earth? What the fuck are you talking about?
No, we're asking for gas pressure without a container. You need to prove it. You're saying you know how this works, so we need to know how you know. How do you know? We need the empirical data.
Okay, so we know that gravity of Earth is holding down air molecules.
Wait, I don't want an explanation. I want proof, not somebody's story. What you're giving us is
Okay. I can see it.
Okay, good.
So you can validate it, right? Good.
You can't validate it. So good. That's honest. You know what? Those answers are just being honest. And nobody in here, I'll tell you this, nobody in here has ever been able to provide us, including everyone on this panel now, has been able to find answers and demonstrate these 3 positive claims for the globe. Yeah. That's why we're still here as flat earthers, because we looked at this information the globe gave us. They gave us the radius dimension of 3,959. They told us how fast axial rotation is, and they said there's a vacuum of space. Right. So now we can go on. Now, if you want to talk about gravity some more, I'm sure somebody would be pleased to come in, join with us, and we can discuss gravity. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I want to thank you, Lil Curry. You did pretty good. You know, there was a little pushback there, but you were being honest there, and I appreciate that. And probably a mod. Wait, a mod can probably give you a 3-point participant, so we don't go over this with you every time you come in. That might be helpful.
Also, question.
Yeah.
All right, yo. When you talk about gravity, you're talking about a lot of fucking weight, dude. Explain gravity.
Yeah, let's talk about gravity right now. So
I want to hear about gravity, but can we just specify again, because we're gonna go over gravity. The 3 things that you said that as flat earthers.
Way I was gonna do it. Okay.
I apologize for interrupting.
I called first dibs. You could have did it first. You didn't. I'm sorry.
Tacos on the block.
Is that fair? I mean, I'm not trying to like.
No, I was just asking. I was just asking if.
I'm sorry, first dibs. All right. So my friend, what you asked could turn into a whole hour conversation, because obviously the boy has pushback, right?
Yo, okay, hold on. Don't call me fucking boy. Secondly, gravity.
Come on. Don't get your feelings hurt.
Number one, I wasn't talking to you, so I don't even know why you feel.
Yo, I'm not asking to be offended. You need to explain your point. You need to get on with your fucking.
That's not even the same guy.
What you're saying.
That's not even the same.
You need to get on with what you're saying. You need to get on with what you're saying.
Well, he has to get muted because I wasn't talking to him. That was just
it was Lil Curry.
He's too triggered. Okay, so like I was about to say, Get actually mentioned something to me.
So I searched it, and there's no actual gravity is just a theory. Yeah. There's no proof of it.
Yes. Now you hear what? No. Well, a theory comes after experimentation, comes after a hypothesis, comes after an observation. That's what a theory in the scientific sense is.
Okay.
Now, if you need validation for that, I can give you as many citations as you want.
Okay.
Or do you just accept that what I'm saying is probably true? Is probably.
Oh, it's gonna seem you're not lying, but yeah.
Websites and yeah.
Right. There's 2 types of theory. Scientifically.
Guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry, because he actually said, it's only a theory, which is true, right? But scientifically, no, it's
not true. No, it's not true.
A theory.
It's normal theory. It's not scientific theory.
I get what you're saying, but I get what you're saying. There's 2 ways to go about it. But if he's saying, well, there is or isn't positive evidence of it, then we would be saying, well, it would have to be scientifically validated. And so we would be saying, well, there is no scientific theory of gravity. If you want to say, well, there is a theory, and that's the colloquial version of someone's story of it, that's like kind of ineffectual right now.
Okay.
So if I could just get to what Get said, Jesus Christ. So now he said, my question was super simple. And it's actually a question that pisses off any physicist or astrophysicist that teach gravity. They prefer you to ask them, what is gravity, instead of answering what is the number one requirement for the theory of gravity to be true.
Yeah.
You understand what I just said? So people always say, so what is gravity? Oh, you don't believe in gravity, or this or that or the third. Well, if it was a scientific theory, guess what? The answer would be anti-gravity. Do you understand what I mean by that?
No.
Would you like me to elaborate?
Yeah.
Okay, so here it comes. When you have an experimental setup and you're talking about a phenomenon, right?
Yeah.
You have what you're going to manipulate to cause the effect.
Okay.
So in this instance, it would be gravity. And you would have to do something to manipulate gravity to prove that it actually is that thing, that phenomena that you're talking about. Unfortunately, this has never happened.
Okay.
It's as cut and dry as that.
So you're saying gravity has never occurred, or what? Or
where's the science? Okay, from either Newton's paper or Einstein's paper, is there a hypothesis in there with an experimental setup to follow?
But we can see gravity in real life, right? We can see its effects.
I know what you think. I know what you think is gravity. You drop something. Okay, but that's separate from.
No, but I'm also talking about like how time dilation from gravity.
Yeah, that's not mass attracting mass. That's Einstein. So you're conflating two different geometries.
Okay, and we can also view black holes. We've seen a picture of it. We've taken a picture of black holes.
You're conflating two different geometries.
Where'd you get this knucklehead from?
Well, he's young.
Good. Good timing.
Go ahead, Quad.
He can see gravity. Go ahead, show us a picture of it in live stream. You said you could see gravity. Don't even go to black holes.
I mean, you can see what it does.
I was trying to find out where you see time dilation and shit like that.
Yeah, really. Okay, so let's do it real quick. You said gravity. Which one are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Which gravity are you talking about? Or I'm sorry, mindlessly parroting from Wiki. Which one?
I'm so confused. What do you mean, which gravity?
You don't even know that there's two versions of gravity?
Well, can you please calm the hell down? Like actually.
Calm the hell down.
He is calm.
Don't say that.
This is calm. Relax.
That's probably the most calmest voice you're gonna get. So,
are you in live stream, Pretender Clown? Live stream voice text. Is he in live stream voice text?
Yes.
I think he is.
Yeah, he should be.
Let's start your education. Let's start off. We'll go crawl, walk, run method, okay? At 12 minutes after the hour, can you read that out loud for us?
Not right now.
It says NASA lessons for students. There's two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. Any questions up to now?
You should really chill your attitude, but yeah.
Don't be pretending to clown around me, son, and I'll chill my attitude, you fraud.
Yeah, this is calm for him. Just relax.
You come in here talking about your religion. You don't know what science is. You don't know your ass from a pipe wrench, and you're discussing these subjects. You don't even know that there was two versions of gravity. So you want me to be nice to you? So you can piss down my back and tell me it's raining? Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn around and see that pathetic little pecker pissing on me, and I'm going to rip it off.
You seem like a fully grown adult. It's kind of sad to see you behaving like this.
Before you talk, to be fair, I'm like the 5th grade gym teacher. You've now met your drill sergeant somewhere in a third world country. Okay.
I'm just saying, as a fully grown adult, you should have more modesty and decency.
I'm almost done. And see, this is why he's talking to you the way he's talking to you. Because see, there are a number of times that you interrupted my thoughts when they weren't complete, and I let it slide. Everybody's not gonna give you the same courtesy.
I know, but it's a universal thing. I came here trying to learn. I came from the beginning explaining how I wanted to learn and how it's going to question my beliefs.
You're stating that again with this. I came here trying to learn shit. This is a key tactic that a lot of y'all have, which is, I came here to learn, but I'm going to argue everything that you say. And that's all I've heard you do
when
since
you're trying
I
to
got
learn
here.
something new, you start to question your old beliefs.
All right, but
it's
sometimes, sometimes you might want to calm down and let the person that's talking to you explain their point instead of trying to rebuttal and argue them in the middle of their point.
Right, Lil Curry. If I may just say one thing, okay, bro.
That's fair. That's good.
Hold on, relax.
Right. Thank you.
It's good talking with you. Now, I want to say this. You're gonna have to leave your feelings aside. Don't try to concern troll. Stick to the substance of the topic. Okay? Relax a little bit. Okay? Just try to answer the question that QE is asking. That's all.
Who's that?
So which type of gravity are you talking about? Let's get back on topic. Which type?
I didn't read it yet.
There's 2 types of gravity, Newton and Einstein. You appeal to gravity. You said we see it. Which type do we see?
Einstein. I don't know.
Okay. Einstein, I don't know.
I don't know which one.
That's not an answer. It's either Einstein or Newtonian. You got a 50-50 chance.
Newtonian.
Newtonian. You lose.
Okay.
Yeah.
It has been superseded.
It's been superseded. You're only about 106 years out of date. Pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Man, the old and busted.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
So here we go. Brother. Here we go at 16 minutes after the hour. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. Then we'll go in for the kill shot. Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libertex. Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the laws of motion also, and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein.
Okay.
You haven't been keeping up with your continuing education credits for over 106 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
See the problem?
Yeah.
So do you want to go to Einstein? If you want to go to Einstein, that's no problem. If you want to say Einstein, we're going to need scientific validation. So what you're going to have to do you even know which one of his speculations, he calls them theories, but they're actually not scientific theories. Do you know which one that he proposes gravity with?
Not sure.
It's general relativity. So what you're going to have to do, you have to go back to his original paper in 1915, The General Theory of Relativity, published November 25th-ish, 1915, and go ahead and pull that experiment out. We're going to need the natural phenomena observed, we're going to need the hypothesis, and then we're going to need the experiment. We're going to need the independent, dependent variables and the control variables because they have to be in his paper to be an actual scientific theory. Because do you know what a scientific theory is?
No.
You don't know what a scientific theory is, and you're in this discussion.
Well, I'm here to learn, so yeah.
So am I going to have to go find that?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I figured I would. 1 second. I know what it is, but I want to give you the citations for it because me just saying it is not going to mean anything. Right?
I got
By the way, this is the best place to be educated.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 second.
All right, he's going to go get him.
Yeah.
Hope it'll post. It should. 1 second.
He's one of the most famous and knowledgeable from us.
Okay, here we go. 19 minutes after the hour. Scientific theories explain the how and why mechanism process. For example, germ theory. Scientific theories are the result of validated, confirmed scientific hypotheses that have been rigorously tested. From Chemistry About. A scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Quarks to Quasars. Scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. Sounds like the same thing, right? From Scientific American. A scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated through repeated experiments or testing. University of Rochester Physics Department. A scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. Get it? Yes? No? Maybe?
I said yes.
Yes. So a scientific theory, before something becomes a scientific theory, it has to pass that threshold of being experimentally validated. So, therefore, Mr. Einstein, special or general theory, doesn't matter. There's no experiments in either of his papers. So they're not scientific theories. They're colloquial theories. When we say colloquially, that means it's speculation.
Okay.
That's the difference. So there's no scientific theory of gravity. There's no law of gravity. You have nothing. Gravity is the point.
Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yep. I follow.
Now, people say gravity because they've been told gravity, over and over and over again for the past, ever since Newton. Gravity. Things falling, gravity. It must be gravity. It doesn't exist. It's linguistics.
Okay.
It's just a word. Right? It's easy to say it.
There it is. Gravity's not the only one. There's
all right. Are y'all?
There's
I want to know.
500.
Okay, I want to know how seasons work in a flat Earth system.
Did I make a claim about how seasons work?
Oh, I just want to know how they work.
Yeah.
Oh, I never make a claim about season work. I often don't ask questions or answer questions I haven't made claims about.
Okay, I'm
right.
What? That makes no sense. I just want to know what y'all.
Okay. I want to know how underwear works on a spinning ball.
Here's the thing, Lil Curry. How do seasons work on the ball Earth?
Well, there's a tilt in the. Well, this is supposed. There's a supposed tilt in the axis, and then the sun hits. There's direct light and indirect, and the direct gets like more sun rays are in a compacted area.
Do you have citations for anything of what you're saying right now? We need validation for these statements.
Let me Google.
No, that's not what I mean by Googling. You can Google it, sure. But remember, we went through, you don't have curvature measurement, you don't have axial rotation detection, and you don't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. So you can't just state these things without providing proof. Remember what I said about
I have proof.
Empirical data. Repeatable, verifiable, measurable. We need those things.
Okay. So then, how do seasons work in a flat Earth system?
No. Okay. So here's the thing. You just repeated the same thing. So
I just want to know.
Okay, on a globe, no, because we're assuming a globe Earth. How do seasons? Why aren't there exactly 12-hour day and night cycles that would be required on a spherical surface with a light source? Why don't we have 12-hour days exactly and 12-hour nights? Tell me that.
Because the Earth the world isn't perfect. It's like a little off.
The world is far from perfect, brother. Yes.
So how is it off?
What?
Which way is it off? The curvature is off?
No, it's just.
Retarded.
I wouldn't say in a perfect world, in a perfect universe, there would be 24 hours. I'm just saying that's just the way things happen to be. Like humans.
We're told it's a perfect sphere, though. So that would require 12-hour days and 12-hour nights. If the lights are, if the rays are parallel.
Okay, then what if people, like, instead of an hour being valued at 60 minutes, what if they value it at 30 minutes? Then we would have like 24, and then we had 48 hours in a day. Right?
It's a non sequitur because what if I made a day 25 hours? I could imagine anything I want. I could make a minute different.
Exactly. Yeah, so you could do that.
So timekeeping is only a standard use. It's not time itself.
It doesn't
exist. No. I wouldn't say that. I would say how we measure time is relative. So like time is constant. Time. Wait. Time is always.
Time exists.
Wait. Time. Well, time always progresses. It's just that
Did you pass that, Lil Curry? Did you pass that second question with Johnny that we didn't approve rotation?
Let him talk.
Sorry, but that was the.
Yeah, stop interrupting. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Sonny. So time is always progressing. I'm just saying that we can divide time into different like segments, or like we can characterize our interpreted 1 second to be 2 seconds. By saying that time is like our own creation, I'm not saying that time is not existing, but our interpretation of time is by our existence. But I think time is
conceptual.
Existing.
Okay. I think this is going to make this much more clear for you. What we've done here, now that we've gone through the 3 points, you talked to QE about what gravity is, or isn't, rather, and what a scientific experiment is. Okay, so now I think maybe if you want to learn, you would want to know what our information is, right? Like, what we've done is
I just want to learn. Yeah.
We've gone out and measured Earth. We've put the globe Earth template over reality. In other words, the curvature requires 8 inches per mile with a mile squared drop over distance. We've gone out and tested this ourselves, and we found no curvature in any direction. So would you like to see that information?
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Does someone want to do the Black Swan?
Wonder who that would be.
QE, would you like to do the Black Swan?
Don't be nervous. No, I want to hear somebody else do it.
Okay, someone else do the Black Swan, because I do it a lot.
Yeah, I'll do it. But I usually start out with a little minute and 38-second video to ask if you agree or disagree. And it's just basic information, right? They basically tell you what is the horizon, where is it, right? And then they tell you there's some calculations that they do to come up with this answer, right? But within the calculations is the radius of the Earth, which is 3,959 miles. So would you humor me and watch this video?
Yeah, I'll do it in a second. I need to talk to my professor really quick.
Ooh, bring your professor in here. Bring the professor here.
Yeah,
we want to speak to your professor.
Yeah, just put him on the phone.
He's an English professor.
Yeah.
Oh,
sure.
Are y'all in college?
That's no good.
He's an English professor, so we're not discussing nouns and friggin' helping verbs.
Yeah.
Verbs and pronouns and adjectives, yeah.
Okay.
This Black Swan. Why is this bogged down?
Where's the video y'all were referring to?
Elijah, why are you taking him to watch a video first?
Because it's a minute and 37 seconds, and once they agree that, okay, that's where the horizon is based on this math, it's not coming from me. You get what I'm saying? I could just as easily just post a PDF and I'm like there, or just tell them to Google the distance to the horizon, and this is where we're getting this information from. It's just a little bit of math, a little bit of geometry, but the video is easy for people to accept, okay, this is what it is, so that they don't double back and say, well, it's not really there, because no one actually claims that that's not the case.
All right, where's the video?
It seemed to be a pretty good icebreaker, a prelude to the Black Swan. It was quite effective before. So
where is it?
Black Swan. I posted in the wrong place. Hold on, 2 seconds. Live stream. All right. If somebody wants to play it over air, that'd be fine.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out, because the Earth is curved, that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe.
Ouch. That didn't age very well.
Yeah, that's exactly why I like playing it. So do you agree or disagree?
Looks like
that video is pretty stupid. I wouldn't be doing that.
It looks like he boot scooted.
Yeah, I wouldn't be playing that video. Just get right into the argument, right? You can always support where the mathematics came from. It's just basic geometry. You're just killing time with that stuff. I wouldn't do it.
And now he left anyway, so.
Yeah, fuck that video.
Got called away by the professor.
Right? Professor, yeah. Ze, them, they, whatever pronoun they want to use. Professor.
And I wanted to tell him about collimated light from the first point question.
So just post, to get around that video, just post the damn, I'll put them in here for you. Just grab it. It's from Andrew Thomas Young in University of Washington. That ends it.
SDSU. Yeah, so we have your mom here now that's been in the text.
What?
Maybe someone wants to talk to him.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I just thought of something.
Oh, well.
I just thought of something really funny. Your mama.
Yeah, he's talking about matter quantification something.
It has a different effect than your sister.
Yeah, sure it does.
He said that we can measure matter.
Unless it's inches, then it's the same.
Is that Sasha?
Sasha.
Yes.
Ah, that is Sasha. Guess what? I heard M. Scott Veach it was yesterday. He conjured up covalent bonds with not with metal alloys, which sent me laughing. And then somebody busted him. One of the Globetards busted him. I was surprised. And then he said, "Oh, I was thinking about polyamorphous bonds." Can you ask your wife if she's ever heard of polyamorphous bonds?
You need to write me that fuck.
No, I'm sorry, polyamorous.
Write me a message, fuck.
Polyamorous.
Polyamorous. It's like some type of sexual thing or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
That polymorph. No, it's not Gippy. No, it's polyamorous.
Yeah, that's multiples.
Polyamorous.
Polymary.
Poly means many. What does amorous mean?
Polymary. I know something
Amorous
in
means
Croatian.
love, huh? My wife said love, so let's check it out. She's probably wrong.
Love. Yep.
Amorous has a sexual overtone to it to me. Amorous.
Well, amor means love in Spanish.
Yep. Adjective showing, feeling, or relating to sexual desire. I was correct. So, M. Scott Veach, can you show us those polyamorous bonds? Like a clown.
Only with his mom.
I bet he can.
Oh, he's getting numptified. He's got a whole wing on the numpty clips. Him, Koso, Gempan. Oh, numpty clip today. In 20 minutes. Don't miss it. It's PhD Tony Purcell.
Oh, I'm gonna watch it.
Ooh.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, Mister, I don't suffer from an overburdening.
Hey, hold, check that. Check that.
Check it. Well, I like that line, man. Come on. What's up, John, man? How you been, brother?
Yeah, what's up, Chocolate? There's a special cameo by Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, a.k.a. the photosynthetic redneck. So make sure you check in on it, man. It's only in 20 minutes and shit. Make sure you need to watch this, man.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right.
We have
get my window fixed, so I'll be watching.
Speaking of numpties, we had Rumpus in here yesterday.
I heard somebody wrote to me. I wasn't around yesterday, so what happened?
They mute me.
Well, you know what happens. He rumpuses the whole
You guys
freaking
deny
time.
science.
Religious zealotry at its finest.
Yeah. How long did it take to get muted?
No, they mute me also in the beginning because I was like, I didn't want to, but it was bad. I'm bad.
How long did it take to mute Rumpus?
5 minutes.
40 minutes.
The first time or the sixth time?
The first or the sixth?
First time, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We let him speak, man. We let him speak. He just continues on. He doesn't let anybody answer. He never answers a question without asking another question. It's astonishing.
Did you ask him why he was still out here?
Yeah, he doesn't answer that one either.
I think.
What? I don't know why he's still out here. It's like the chairman of PETA, clubbing baby seals with a nail spike 44-inch Louisville Slugger, and then the next day showing up to work like nothing's happened.
Exactly.
So ask him next time, why are you out here? Mm-hmm. Just see the numpty clip. I consolidated it. He's finished. Titled.
In one moment, Meme and him was speaking like two voices for 2 minutes. Nobody, he didn't understand anything. You atta, moron. You atta.
I asked him if what the Earth is a scientific question. He said yes.
Yep, he would.
Oh, yes.
So right there, he debunks us. He puts himself in a category of a fifth grader.
You don't know who you're talking about? You're talking about Mr. Body of Science proves we have R. Body of Science proves gas pressure. Body of Science proves curvature.
And this just in.
3 years later. Rumpus, does science prove things? Oh, no.
Yeah. He told us it's a body of science. Now, the body of science, he said it's a mouthpiece also. So it's a body of science and it has a mouthpiece that he gets his information from. Mouthpiece of the body of science.
Obviously, he's not a golfer.
Mess. Sorry, Dave.
If you watch this numpty clip, obviously he's not a golfer, and you're not sitting there saying to yourself, why isn't this guy institutionalized? Then you need to be institutionalized.
They took over the world.
We should just play it live.
Globetard Goober, grandiose Dunning-Kruger delusional disorder, F-22 code master, the Rumpus, back from nailing his How to Become a Delusional Globetard Goober in 13 Quick Steps thesis to the Little Lebowski Urban Achievers preschool door and the subsequent mass casualty incident from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. In the words of one Little Lebowski Urban Achiever who was just resuscitated, summarized the entire ordeal, exclaiming, "Obviously, he's not a gulp." The 13 quick steps responsible for the massacre are understanding that air is not the atmosphere. You don't have to be conscious to make an observation. You don't need to have a car, establish a cause relationship. The second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to
You need
the
to go
earth.
on mute. Get.
Thing as natural laws, you just made that up. Pendulums go around in a figure eight. Measuring things is not maths. Gases effectively have little springs on them, pulling them towards the earth. The lens of the human eye is concave. Gases are solids. The ball has velocity upwards and an acceleration downwards. Gases are running around in all directions, but they're going down. And finally, it's not a visual horizon, but it is visible. Now on a PR campaign to feebly divert away from the Little Lebowski Urban Achiever Massacre with the slogan,
"Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!"
Tour, May 2021.
I'm the person telling you how reality is, and I'm always right. The difference between entropy and the second law of thermodynamics.
There's no difference between the second law of thermodynamics and entropy, you amphibious rodent. From Simply Science Thermochemistry, the second law of thermodynamics, the entropy law, or law of entropy, was formulated in the middle of the last century by Clausius and Thomson. From his alma mater wiki, the idea that the second law of thermodynamics, or entropy law, yada yada yada. From hyperphysics.edu, Georgia State University, title of the section, The Second Law, Entropy. From John Simmons, PhD Physiology, title of the paper, The Second Law of Thermodynamics, Law of Entropy. If you would have stated there's a difference between daytime and sunlight, it would have been more coherent.
Entropy is not entropy just simply tells you how disordered something is.
Fatality.
No, it doesn't. You treat objects like women. From the legend, Professor Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu. This view was broached partially in a previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy. Footnotes 1 and 2. Again from Professor Lambert, entropy is not disorder, not a measure of disorder, not a driving force. From ChemLibra text, there is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy change as involving order and disorder. Stating entropy talks about disorder is akin to Max Planck describing the ultraviolet catastrophe as stop, drop, and roll. It's belly-laughingly juvenile proby and demonstrates beyond any doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that we have a stage 5 clinger kung fu death grip globe-tart wiki parroting goober of megalithic proportions.
You big dummy! Energy and position. Those are the two things entropy talks about.
What the f***? This bozo definitely doesn't roll on Shabbos. Entropy doesn't talk. It's a textbook pathetic fallacy. And position? Position of what? Pray tell. Combining your belly laughers here gives us entropy speaks to how disordered energy and position of what we don't know are. If we then add your crown jewel to the incoherent milieu,
The second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth.
get the doofus's comprehensive understanding of entropy. Entropy speaks to how disordered energy and position of what we don't know are in Narnia. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Right, hold on. Newton's first law.
That's it. I've had it. No more Newton. It will not be tolerated ever again. I've been gently correcting, coddling you mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging, window-licking, spinning space monkeys for about 2.5 years, attempting to have you simply mindlessly parrot the correct pseudoscience from your devil-worshipping pseudoscience wiki priest. That hasn't worked. Time for Plan B, the final solution. From this point forward, as soon as I hear new or any remote vapor of the laws of motion or the law of gravitation, I'm going to halt any and all conversations, expose the propagator, then proceed to drag them around by their incoherent short hairs, spill their entrails across the ground, and have my wolf pups feast, then laugh at you in front of God and everyone. You want to see medieval? Stay tuned. No more Mr. Fucking Nice Guy.
The horizon is not horizontal. The horizon is not nothing to do with horizontal.
Are you serious? From mathopenreference.com. In geometry, a horizontal line is one which runs from left to right across the page. It comes from the word horizon, in the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon. The horizon is horizontal.
You are so dumb. Damn. Number was right. To prove something, you have to be able to logically do that by deductive reasoning. You cannot. You want to turn over? Let me finish. You cannot use deductive reasoning with sons. It's all inductive.
Fatality. Induction has nothing whatsoever to do with natural science, you delusional putz. From the King Cheese philosopher of science, Karl Popper, 1963, Conjectures and Refutations, via wiki. As mentioned in the section, The Problem of Induction, Popper's response to the problem of induction is simply that induction is actually never used in science. Uh-oh! Back to Karl Popper, Conjectures and Refutations via wiki. Karl Popper, a philosopher of science, sought to solve the problem of induction. He argued that science does not use induction, and induction is in fact a myth.
Uh-oh! I'm always right.
You dumbass.
You cannot use deductive reasoning with sons. It's all inductive. Get lost, dummy! Which means the invisible green pixies could be responsible for all the phenomena we put down in science. Science, I'll embark on my journey. So your first project would be to learn about trigonometry.
What the fuck? So for them to get up to speed and understand science, their first project is to learn about trigonometry? Trigonometry's mathematics, not science.
You dumbass.
From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures on Physics, mathematics is not a science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. From Dr. Kary Mullis, Nobel laureate, biochemistry, and mathematics, which is really not science. From Professor of Physics, Black Krishnanan, ITT Madras. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. This is akin to stating, For you to get up to speed and understand dairy farming, your first project is to learn about curved tangent lines. You utter dumbass!
I'm always right.
Say hello to my little friend!
Rest in peace. Fucking clown.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, I don't know how you get all that stuff out, man. That's incredible. Wow.
Stay tuned. This PhD right here. Wait till you hear this shit.
That was good. That pretty much slam dunk Rumpus there.
Yeah. He doesn't understand the second law. He doesn't understand the logical reasoning in science. Horizons aren't horizontal. He thinks trigonometry is science. He is a clusterfuck at a preschool level. He's done. He's finished.
Mm-hmm.
Amen. This is why hell frightens me, to be among such kind of clowns.
What do we got? Yep.
Where'd you go, your mom? You just scooted out too? Oh, shucks.
Is this Rumpus guy a real person?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, yes.
We've got Apocryphon, who's a VC verified.
No, he's I think he's good to go, man. I've seen him around before.
Okay.
And we have Go Math. What's up, Go Math?
Not much, bro. What's up with you?
Yeah. It's a lovely day, so everything's going all right. So what brought you here?
I just come to listen, man.
Okay, cool. Any idea what shape the Earth is?
Not really, to be honest.
Not really. Okay.
I don't know.
That's an honest answer.
I was just going to ask you. You just came to listen. How long have you been listening for? It's been a while.
I just got here.
So your first day?
Welcome.
No, I joined a few days ago.
Okay.
I just got here just in this voice call just now.
Okay. Have you looked into Flat Earth before?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. Fair enough. Well, if you have any questions, feel free.
Yeah, no problem, man.
We have someone here named Lore of Lorenz. Not anymore. Okay. We have someone named Ik bin Matt Tempitels.
Ich bin.
Ik bin Matt. Are you there?
It says Ik ben Maarten Peters.
Ik ben Martin Peters.
Maarten. Maarten.
Maarten.
I can let me unmute Maarten. What's up, Maarten?
What's up?
How are you doing?
Very good, very good.
Okay, cool. So, what brought you here, man? How did you find the server?
A friend of mine sent the link of the server to me.
Okay, cool. And have you ever talked to a flat earther before?
No, I haven't. That's why I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say.
Awesome. And what do you think about the topic? Do you think you're
my opinion.
Yeah. Do you think you're on a water ball hurling through space?
I've always thought so until now, but I wanted to hear what your opinions were because I've been blindly following what I've been told at school up until now, and so I've always thought that it's been indeed a flying water orb. But I haven't completely figured out an opinion about it yet because it's difficult since I haven't been to space or I haven't been able to fully see the Earth with my own eyes. So up until now, I've just accepted the so-called communal truth, as in what the people tell you that is the truth, as my truth. So at the moment, I honestly don't really have an opinion about it. It's like the first time I've thought about hearing your opinions about it. I haven't watched any documentaries or anything about it. A friend of me sent it to me because he was also very interested in it, and he heard some of you speak and thought that it might be interesting for me as well to hear. So I could have a debate or a conversation with him about it.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you one last question. Have you read the rules when you entered the server?
I haven't yet. I literally just clicked it and just joined it, and you let me speak. So it was a little abrupt. Where can I find these rules?
Yeah, I tagged you.
Okay. Thank you
in the chat.
Yeah.
Basically,
thank you very much.
About trolling, right? So we just want to have a civil discussion like adults, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, if you think you can manage that, then it's all fine, right?
Okay, yeah, then it's fine. Of course, I'm all open for just conversations and debates.
So, have you watched anything or looked into anything or?
No, I'm just I study accounting. So I'm gonna be honest. I don't study or learn a lot about science and stuff like that, since it's not in my world, so to speak. As in, it's not my day-to-day activities.
Yeah, that's all fine. So they tell us it's a globe, right? With the radius of 6,371 kilometers.
Yes.
Have you ever experienced this? Have you ever looked outside and thought, well, surely I'm on a globe, right? Because this and that.
I have thought about it a lot because when I look into a distance on a very flat field, for example, or way bigger than just a normal field, I never can see the edge of it or the end of it. So I always think it might be going downhill all the time. But if it goes downhill all the time when you look into the distance, then it is indeed a globe. That's the only thing I've thought about right now, or up until now.
It's about curvature, right? Curvature, you know what curvature is?
Exactly, yeah.
So basically, it cannot be measured. So whenever we go outside and measure curvature, it's not there. It's just one flat level plane.
Yeah.
So it cannot be a ball if it measures flat, right? And when you look at water is the basic physics of water is that it lays flat and level in rest. We build buildings with water levels and make everything horizontal with water, right? So how can water then conform to a ball?
Oh,
you've never seen this, right? You've never witnessed this. Water conforming to a ball, yet they tell us.
I haven't indeed. I get you. Yeah, I get that indeed.
So yeah, that's the one of the best globe killers is water, right? So if 71% of this plane is covered with water, and it's all flat and level, it cannot be a ball.
Yeah.
Right. And flat. And flat is not a shape, okay? So it's the descriptor of water, right? Of the land of water.
Yeah.
Of course, there are mountains and valleys, but the water is all flat.
Yeah. I've heard, or I've in like my little knowledge I have about science. What I've heard about it, the explanation for this so-called phenomenon. I'm not sure if it's 100% correct. I'm not a scientist, so please don't set me on fire if I make a mistake. But it's if in the space itself, in like the concept of space outside of just our Earth, but general space itself, supposedly big masses in the space create this like they bend time and space in itself around it to fit the mass of the Earth, or like another globe, maybe, for example, or I say the globe now, but like another maybe Mars or the Sun, for example.
Yeah,
and
so space time.
these supposedly.
You're talking about the uneven distribution of mass causing the fabric of space-time to bend, right?
Yes. That's the only argument I've heard about it, about why water being flat is a thing.
Right. So they tell you.
That's all I know.
They tell you that space-time bends because of the uneven distribution of mass. But where have they proven this to you, right? They tell you this, but how is it being validated?
That's a fair point. I don't know. I haven't been able to measure it.
No, nobody has, right? It's just a story with some maths behind them, but still a story, right? Nobody has ever validated it, and it all falls apart if the Earth is not a globe. The measure is flat, right? Lasers, they shot it. So you're from the Netherlands, right? So they shot.
No, I'm from Belgium, but
you're from
really close.
Okay. Excuse me.
No problem.
Still, you know the Netherlands, right? With
pretty close. I know a lot about the Netherlands. No problem.
So they shot a laser over the IJsselmeer. That's 41 kilometers, right? They shot the laser over the IJsselmeer from A to B, and they had the laser at one side of the lake at, I think it was 2 meters high, and then they shot it over the lake, and they hit the target, which was 2 meters above the water.
Yeah.
Right. So if the Earth was a globe with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, then there should be 100 meters between point A and point B, because the Earth should curve downwards, but it didn't.
Oh.
Okay, so the laser hit the target.
Yeah.
Therefore, water doesn't bend to a ball with a radius of 6,371.
Yes. Okay.
I can show you this test that they did. Oh, it's already in the chat.
I found it.
It's a little bit long, but you can go through it. Just the last measurement 4.
Okay.
And the best thing of it all, right? So is that you can do this yourself. You can measure the surface of the Earth using binoculars, right? You can go to a beach and you find a ship, and then you have apps like Marine Traffic or VesselFinder.com, and you can pinpoint the ship. You can see the ship, right? So you know the color, and you can find it on the app. And then you can measure how far the ship is from you, and then punch in some numbers in the Earth curve calculator, and there you go. Earth measures flat.
Damn. I'll be honest. I'll honestly have a look at that. At what you sent me, because it is very interesting. But to be honest, just this is like why I'm here. My point is that I've just been taking the information from school and other things itself and just taking it as truth. So I'm going to honestly look into this so I can make a proper thought about this. Because if I just listen to you right now again, then it's just the same as I've been doing all my life.
Right. So don't believe me, right? Then trust me. We're not here to convince you.
Yeah.
So we're just here giving you the tools so that you can do for yourself. That's basically all we're saying. Validate it, right? Go find it out.
Yeah, thanks. It is honestly very like informative and like it's
Yeah, if you
weird
have
to say, but
water, do it with just like a regular mirror, or you just have a one friend and stand on the other side, use a mirror, you zoom in on it, and you get your camera down to the sea level. And also, if you have a direct measurement of the non-moving or moving, like, because we want to prove curvature, but also can prove, or flat, whatever it is. Or if you can prove that the Earth is like there's two things. If curving, or if it's not moving or moving. Because if there's no spin, then the whole falls apart too as well. But that's a kind of different topic, though, because I don't think anyone has ever proven. Do you know anyone who's proven the Earth moving? Like any measurements of that? Because that would be good too. Otherwise, because we see it not moving. I mean, you could see the Earth not moving, but you're standing on it. So, but still, I mean, based on, even though you might be limited by standing on it, when you look at the surface of the Earth, it's not moving, unless you're in an earthquake or something.
The only proof that I've ever been able to think, or what I can think of right now, would be the view you can have of satellites from Earth. But yeah, that's I don't know if that's. I've heard that that's a difficult topic within the flat Earth community.
You need for those satellites. If for those satellites showing the Earth moving, in order for that to be real, outer space has to be real in order for that to be true, right? You agree with that?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So it actually, the only problem with that is you need some way to get rid of the argument of gas pressure next to an open vacuum without any container using gravity, but no one has ever demonstrated that. Like, what I'm saying is, like, let's say hypothetically you're in a spaceship and you have air inside the spaceship, and then you open the door. What happens? You know what happens to the air?
Yeah, the air supposedly escapes, I guess.
Okay, right. And let's say now, hypothetically, let's just forget about the spaceship. Let's say you're on the Earth, and the Earth has the atmosphere, air, space.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch all of that. Could you repeat the last 30
think about the air. Yeah, think about a person standing on the surface of the Earth, and there's air on the Earth. There's an atmosphere, right? Yeah. Now, that atmosphere is right next to outer space, and there's no.
Why doesn't it escape?
Yeah. Why doesn't it escape? Right. That's the question.
Okay. Yeah. That was the question. I'm sorry. My internet is a bit laggy today. Don't know what somebody's doing. I don't know why someone is using my internet except me, but okay. But I'm gonna be honest. That's a very good point. I always thought it didn't escape because of gravity, but if gravity might not be an actual thing, then I don't know how it would stay on Earth.
Okay. Let's hold on. Let's just take that for a second. Okay.
Yeah.
If that's true, the first thing I'm gonna ask is have you ever seen a physical demonstration where you have an open vacuum next to gas or air, and you saw the air being stopped or prevented from entering into the vacuum using gravity? Have you ever seen a demonstration of that without assuming outer space is real?
I haven't, to be honest, but
that's all we need.
I haven't seen that, but I feel like that might be like a little bit of a far comparison. But I get the point. Indeed, I get the point. I don't know.
because that's the claim. Because everyone, the globe theory believes that air is being affected by gravity without any container. So we just need proof for gravity affecting light gases without a container next to a vacuum.
Yeah.
No one can. Yeah, no one has ever done that. It's impossible.
Yeah, it is indeed quite impossible. But that's if you look at the laws of Newton, something can only move when force is applied to it, which would mean that right now, if atmosphere or the oxygen would be around Earth at the moment, that it would just stay here due to so-called gravity, let's say, because the vacuum around us, the space itself, doesn't create any force to pull us. It is the pulling gesture of in space, for example, when you lose something from a spaceship, is the air that is moving towards the vacuum, because air wants to be evenly distributed over.
Do you believe gravity
space.
is a force?
As I keep saying, because I have to keep saying, is up until now I've always thought of it as an actual force, indeed, because as I learn, as I've been taught just by the regular school system, I am not that skeptical, to be honest. Is just that the normal Newton law of physics, when so for something to be able to fall, just like the apple on Newton's head, something had to pull on it, some kind of force. That's all I know about.
Okay, let's take that for a second. Let's say you have a vacuum chamber, and then instead of the walls of the vacuum chamber, you just replace that with gravity to stop the air. We just need a demonstration of an open vacuum next to air and the force, as you know, gravity, stopping it.
Okay.
That's it. If you can demonstrate that, that's it.
Yeah, okay. I get that point. I haven't been able to explain or prove, or I don't know the science that deep about it, but I get your point. Indeed, it is difficult to confirm indeed all these theories about how forces and stuff are supposed to work if no one can actually prove it.
Well, another question is, okay, this is kind of changing the topic, but it's the same topic, but I just want to ask you a different approach it a different way. Okay, so according to the globe theory,
yes,
in order for the Earth to move around the sun, gravity has to be real, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes. Okay. So now let me ask you this: hypothetically, if the Earth were not moving, then gravity, what would happen to gravity then?
That's a fair point. I assume that it would just still be the same, but I don't know why it would.
It would be impossible for it. It would be physically impossible for gravity to exist, right? Because otherwise, the sun's gravity. Okay, you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So one of those. Either the Earth is moving around the sun and gravity is real, or the Earth is not moving and gravity something is wrong with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I get your point. All I can think of right now is that maybe the concept of gravity hasn't been properly explored. Maybe it is something that actually exists, but doesn't exist in for the reason or for that they explained us for, like the Earth turns around and sucks all mass close to it. Maybe it's because of another reason. That's a fair point.
Yeah, sorry. Zodiac, can I tell him something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. You see, you spoke about Newtonian gravity and the laws of motion, Newton's laws of motion, and the theory of gravity. They have been superseded 100 years ago. They have been debunked. So they are outdated.
When and how have they been debunked?
Yeah, they were not right. You know,
Yeah,
they were
but
debunked by Einstein.
oh,
Yeah, theory of relative gravity
yeah,
and general relativity. But when you search Einstein's theory of relativity to
yes,
see if this is a scientific theory, you will find that Einstein performed no experiment to prove this.
yeah. It
Prove
was
his
just a theory. Yeah.
theory. Yeah, yeah. So it's just tooth fairy. You know, it's a nice story.
I get
And
what you mean. I
fancy.
wouldn't call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a fairy tale. But yeah, I get what you mean. It isn't proven, so it might just as well be as real as a fairy tale. Yeah, I get that point. I get that point.
Yes, and instead of gravity, actually at University of MIT University in United States, at physics classes, this is one of the most prominent universities in USA. It is
Yes.
expensive higher education. They teach at physics classes incoherent electrostatic acceleration as the down vector. So, and this incoherent electrostatic acceleration between two Gaussian planes, the ground negative and the sky positive. This is an electric field in
Yeah.
between.
And that's supposed to pull us to the Earth.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Do you have like a study or something about that? That I could read?
Yes, of course,
Oh.
I can post a link.
Yeah, if you can find any, I'll.
To see. Yeah.
You can give me as much reading work as you want.
Yeah.
I'm here to learn.
And in this video, it's a 15 minutes or 20 minutes YouTube video,
Okay.
and in the description you can find books and material where you can go and search for this to further.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Sure, no problem.
Where did you link the video? I'm looking for
One
it.
moment, I will.
Okay, just okay. No problem.
Okay. Yeah.
No
Go
problem.
ahead,
No
Zodiac,
haste. No
continue.
haste. No
Yeah,
haste.
continue with Zodiac, and I will come back tell you.
Okay. No worries.
Zodiac, you still here?
He might have took a bathroom break real quick.
Oh, okay.
I haven't heard him, but
for a
since
little.
I don't hear him right now, he might.
And you see, I'm not claiming, that this is actually what is going on.
Yeah.
But this is what they teach as the down vector.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The teacher, when he teaches this to the students, he tells them that gravity does not belong to physics. It belongs exclusively to astrophysics. And the teacher also is saying, it doesn't say that astrophysics is not science, because they still keep this teaching and doctrine,
Yeah.
They are not, yeah. But when we talk about physics, like the things we do here, around us, this is what they apply. And if you look, for example, I will also show you a link, parallel between incoherent electrostatic acceleration and gravity. The formula, they are the same. And at the formula of gravity, you can see exactly how they hijack the formula from incoherent electrostatic acceleration. And they did this by replacing the electron charge in the electric field gives you the direction of travel. If it's positive, it moves along with the electric field, and if it's a negative charge, then it moves against the electric field.
Okay.
And this is a bidirectional force, but gravity is actually using mass, which they say mass attracting mass, so it is only one direction, is unidirectional.
Yes.
Yeah. So and you will see that force equals mass times acceleration,
Yeah.
and equals also QE, which is the electron charge times the electric field.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I
you can use this electric formula also to calculate like literally the same thing with the formula of gravity.
Okay.
But with this incoherent electrostatic acceleration, you can also calculate and see that helium is not rising, but it is attracted upward to the positive
Because it is supposedly negative.
It is actually an element which is of the positive state, something like that. By default, in nature, it has a positive charge state, so.
So it just floats up.
Yes,
Okay.
and in its liquid form, actually, it is the liquid which has a frictionless flow. It has no friction, and it is the only liquid which actually is flowing upwards.
Which fluid?
Helium.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
It's a very, very cold liquid.
Yeah.
There are also, you can observe some very interesting phenomena it does. You can create a perpetual fountain with helium, liquid helium.
That sounds so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
It's the only thing that does this thing, perpetual motion. Nothing else does. I mean, except the celestial bodies. We see them spinning in the sky forever. And living beings. They sleep, they wake up, they hunt, they eat, they learn, they work, and then they sleep again. The next day they repeat.
Okay.
Yeah. But you will not see a rock falling from a mountain and then falling again and again and again.
Yeah, no, that would indeed be very weird.
Yeah. It will come to a rest. There are many, you see, these people, they hijack. They
Excuse me.
infiltrated.
Could you repeat the last sentence? My internet lagged out again. Sorry.
Oh, I was saying that these people infiltrated in the field of science and they hijacked it and they created this pseudoscience, and over the many decades with all these world issues, problems that we had,
in the past few centuries, the wars and the starvation and all those things.
People kind of lost their, contact when technology showed up. Radio, television, and then they started broadcasting all this information in everyone's home. They took it as truth, fact.
Yeah, just like I did.
Me too. I was wholehearted, in it.
You're not the only one.
I'll go check for that video and post it. 1 minute. Be right back.
Thank you. No, don't worry. There's no haste.
Well, you're being very objective, Martin, and you're being honest. And by the way you talk, I think you've spoken to your friend about this quite a bit.
What you mean? The friend that sent me the link?
Yes.
No, I haven't talked to him that much about this topic. I like to discuss with that specific friend about like several conspiracies and stuff like that. But flat Earth is something that we have discussed about, but since we both know kind of little about science and both know like the completely different aspects of science, it is difficult to discuss it. The only things I've known now and have explained now that I know is stuff that I've learned about in school or watching like little documentaries on YouTube or something like that.
Well, if you're after the truth, you're definitely on the right track, because there is more here than what meets the eye at first. Getting behind the scientific principles and, getting some proof and some surety about what these ideas are that have been implanted, within you to make you believe that we live on a giant, terribly fast spinning ball that is hurtling through space. That is what we've all been implanted with. But you will find, if you stick around and if you answer the questions honestly and think it through, not let your ego interfere with, the inquiry, because this is a journey about making inquiries and finding stuff out. Yes, there are so many smart people here. I've been here for many months. Well, 5 months, I think. And I've still just learned something new now. When Get was talking about helium, I didn't know that it had a positive charge.
Yeah, I also didn't know that.
So, in a conversation like this, you're going to encounter some really huge ideas. Like we have come to the conclusion that wherever we measure, we don't find this curve. We hunt for it. We ask people, show us it. Where can we go and look for ourselves? And it's a huge moment when you come to that question, and you have to ask yourself, how do you feel about this idea that it measures flat absolutely everywhere?
Yep.
Platz is a pannenkoek.
I posted. Sorry, Ariel.
It's okay.
I posted the link.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Two of them.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll be sure to have a look at that.
I was just keeping
Then
Martin
another.
busy while you were away.
Yeah, that's nice. Thank you. Another interesting thing is to investigate how Maxwell corrected or fixed Ampere's law without any evidence for that. You see, this guy came up with this formula for electricity and stuff, and what Maxwell did was he's saying that you can have a incoming positive charge from nothing, like from the vacuum of space.
Oh.
Because Ampere's law actually stated that, it states the ground is negative, the atmosphere has an electrostatic charge, it has a voltage, the higher you go in altitude. Yeah, and you also have atmospheric gradient pressure, but also temperature difference. The higher you go, the colder it gets, and at certain altitude, it can get so cold that most likely helium will start condensating and then precipitating, upwards. But for this to prove it, I don't know, it can happen like 100 kilometers altitude. I don't know how
Oh yeah,
is taking place.
yeah, that wouldn't be difficult to prove.
Yeah, but any balloons we send with helium and stuff like that, they reach this point in altitude where it is so cold that that material does not have resistance. Like if you use some rubber and stuff, balloons,
yes,
most of the rubbers below 60 degrees Celsius, like negative 60 degrees Celsius, all rubber fail. And yeah, you can make like some special silicone rubber stuff, which probably will take you up to minus 100 degrees Celsius, but they don't last long at this low temperature. So when you reach this point, that balloon is going to explode. It's going to fail. It won't resist. So helium then continues rising, and the balloon will fall.
Of course.
This is what is happening to all balloons. They fall back down.
But Get, what about gravity?
Yeah, gravity is a nice story. I mean, it's simple to explain. With this electric, to explain the electric world, it's not quite easy.
Yes, but it becomes a mountain that you can climb. Even myself, I'm total dunce when it comes to science, when it comes to mathematics, when it comes to physics, anything like that. I'm a typical woman. I never paid a lot of attention, but since I've been here, how much has become clear? How the rigors of science are not that rigorous. There's a lot of people just, it's handshaking and, let's just agree that you are right. Mr. Newton, Mr. Einstein.
But they are not, and in the last 2 days, I've seen these videos about oxygen. And I looked on frozen oxygen ice.
Yes.
Which forms on helium. With helium, you can make this oxygen ice, and even its metallic state. And it has a very funny color. If you search liquid oxygen, or there is also a video on YouTube, but I don't know the name of it, where they show how they make a piece of frozen oxygen. Its color, the color it has, is mind-blowing. You know that color, you know where you've seen it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and yeah.
Where do you see that color?
When you look at the sky, yeah.
Yeah, it's the exact same color. And then the metallic state of it is the same. That sky blue, but you see, we have the sunrise and sunset. They are red color. And if you further freeze this oxygen, metallic oxygen, it will make octa-oxygen molecule. And this this molecule is completely red. It's red.
Really?
Yeah. So sunlight passing through octa-oxygen would look like red.
Red shit.
Yeah.
If you had such a lens, yeah.
Wow, frozen oxygen.
It does look beautiful.
Yeah.
Blue, right? Really blue.
I mean, direct physical contact with liquid oxygen is extremely dangerous. It makes you explode. Like you, the living being, not the oxygen jar.
Yeah, I know. Because because of the contact.
Highly combustive.
Really? Could it be used for bombs?
Yes.
Damn.
With
That's scary.
It can be used for fuel. They can grind that up and put it in fuel too.
Oh, damn. So it does have several uses.
They use it for oxyacetylene welding. Like it's one of the hottest blowtorch, welding torches.
Probably what they'd have to take to space if they actually went.
Yeah.
So it freezes at 54.36 Kelvin.
Kelvin.
How do you even reach that low temperature?
Well, helium actually has, I know of 4 states, like the first liquid state of helium, and then fourth, I don't know, it goes very, very low, near, it's like a fraction above 0 Kelvin. But not the same fraction like they use in computing. In quantum computing, they use much lower temperature.
Have you heard of those computers?
Yeah, they use lasers to cool them.
I'm saying the sound of them. Sounds like a beating heart.
Oh, the sound, yeah, like a god. The altar of
Sounds
a
like a
god.
beating heart.
Yeah, yeah. True. Because
When I
they
heard that, I was
do,
like, "Fuck these cunts."
they do have this helium. They work with helium, you know, like they have I don't know, 3 or 4 stages of cooling, from liquid nitrogen to I'm not sure what's next, but the last one, they say they use a helium cooling system, and then they use lasers, cooling lasers.
It does sound
And
cool.
all the good parts are made out of gold.
Yeah.
Guys and women, of course. I'm very sorry, but it's pretty late for me. I'll have to leave you today. But I'll be sure to have a read at what you send me and a look. And I'll be back in the future to hear more.
Yes.
Thank you very much for
You're
having me.
welcome
It was honestly a joy.
It was a pleasure
have
having
you.
you here.
But
Yeah.
really, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, that's good to hear. I'll be back in the future. Have a great day.
Next time you get a valued role because you've been cool. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. But
Good night.
Until next time. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yep. Sleep horizontally very well.
Auf Wiedersehen. What a good kid.
Yeah. Oh, Ariel, you would like to hear this, what I was talking with Iggs a couple of days ago
Tell me.
about, about the color.
Has to have cooling properties too. For radiation.
Yeah, the rainbow colors are not all the colors that exist. And if if you ask any man to describe like a different color, which is not part of the rainbow colors, they cannot come up with it. Like, not, we cannot even imagine, see them.
Yes.
Yeah. But actually, in the heavens, in the Bible, it says that there are many more colors.
What?
Than we can see. Yeah, yeah. Like, I don't know, hundreds of them.
What?
Yeah, yeah.
What?
Yeah. And we don't see them because it's the veil. It's pulled.
But we can't even
upon the
imagine
world.
them.
Yeah. So.
You know what's going to happen now? I'm going to be trying to imagine them. for weeks.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Even I was
But aren't
mind
all the
blown.
colors represented in nature?
No, the
Really?
rainbow colors are like just a fiction. Yeah. And for this is proof like all this light spectrum, which we don't see, you know. We are very limited.
That
And
that is
to
probably the
explain,
weirdest idea I have heard in many, many years.
yeah. And another thing I want to say, yes, how can we perceive, like, to think how it's possible, you know? In the world, we have physical life, which is being commanded to make the physical visible to us, to see it
Yes.
as we. So it's an angel of God, but not a good one because it's lying a lot. You know, it's deceiving us. A lot of the lies coming through the light, optical illusions and all this
Yes.
stuff. Yeah, and actually, see, there is a blind man. He's in his house and he's doing his laundry. He will be cooking in his kitchen. He knows everything in his house, but he doesn't see. And he will do all the actions that a man who does see in his house. Everybody washes laundry, makes some cooking, eating, you know. And you see this blind man doing the same things, but without seeing. But he knows everything where it is. So the knowledge of where the thing is enough.
Yeah.
You don't need to actually see it if you know the truth.
I listened to a man who was talking about the pineal gland and about how how knowledge comes in through your eyes. Through your eyes, you perceive, you know, the
We take a
world
lot of
around
it,
you.
yes.
But your pineal gland, this is so interesting that your consciousness already takes in a perception of what is going to be, what information is going to come through your eyes, and then, you know, it's going to go into your rational brain to make sense of it, and that an alteration can occur right there, so that your consciousness will only allow you to see what it reckons is safe for you to see, so that you will miss things that you are unable to deal with. It was extremely interesting the way he explained the actual mechanics of the eye in conjunction with how the light hits your cornea, and that transfer of the process by which you transfer the sight in front of your eyes into usable information inside your brain. I mean, that to me is very, very interesting, because we know if there's 15 people standing by on the road, and a car comes by and another car, and there's a big accident, you know, and people are thrown out of the vehicle, and the vehicles roll and skid off, that of those 15 people, a lot of them will completely disagree with what they saw. It's a very strange phenomenon.
Yes, yes.
And that your pineal gland is actually the center of the consciousness, and it regulates many things on a level that we are not even aware of. And I mean, I've never really. It's a shame that I didn't encounter these ideas before now. But I found it extremely, something that I found was logical.
Yeah.
It made sense to me.
I had this feeling like, why don't all people say the same story when we do the same? What I come to conclusion is that we have been trained, educated to blame a certain. So
You dropped off completely
all the
there. I didn't
different.
hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was asking myself, why do people don't say the same story when they witness the same event? Yeah, and I explained this by these people, they come from many different cultures and different educational methods. They have been trained, they have been told what and how does it mean of certain things that they see. And then each one of them will give a different story according to his education, you know.
Yeah, and I remember you saying that, when you open your mouth to speak, that these sounds that we make when we're speaking and the message that we're trying to put across, that that is where the real power is, because children, the way that children learn when they are just learning a language. So the reason why I waste time, I don't think it's wasted time, but people will say I'm wasting my time. When I was young, I was told that in the forever life after this, human beings will be transformed, and we will become transformed. We will not have these limitations. And when I was a young child, I mean, I was like 13, 14, this whole idea of being a superhuman being, to put it that way. I don't mean that you will grow wings and fly, or that you'll be able to do these kinds of things. But I looked into transcendental meditation and into Buddhism and, all sorts of things. And I try to, all children daydream. And then you daydream yourself, as this person, that can better communicate, be more creative, and not so dragged down by, because we are hearing things from every angle. People don't have solitude anymore, where they'll just hear maybe the birds singing or hear the wind.
And actually, we are totally off from using nature in the right way, understanding it the way it works. Like, most of my lifetime, I lived according to gravity. But I wasn't actually living in a world governed by gravity, you know. So I was like off. And Gravity actually obstructed me from seeing, observing, like certain things, many things I missed.
Hello.
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 Yeah, I wonder how it is that people can. I spoke to a psychologist friend of mine, and he said, because I was arguing with him about the value of talking about stuff, and he was saying to me, everybody needs to talk about, everybody needs psychological therapy to talk about stuff. And so I was saying to him, like, talking. Well, I had all these arguments, and he said to me, no, but he can help me to look in the right places for the answers that I seek. He couldn't himself really explain it to me, and I rejected his explanation of it, and he's a professor. Because we are all so unique, and the way we experience the world, the way we react emotionally, it's all we do that uniquely. We don't respond the same. We don't view things the same. Our opinions about and our feelings, and all our ideas. Everyone is so unique, depending on depending on so many things as well.
They have shaped, they designed this society model, which is designed to function with adopting their teaching. So if you learn about gravity, about this and all these lies, you will be functioning into their governing system, but you're not actually living how we are supposed to. Like, instead of, for example, when you do garden, they tell you, yeah, you have to go flower shop, buy these bags of earth, because it has nutrients, it has compost, etc. It's good for the flower. And when you do actually agriculture, like crops, they tell you, oh, these pesticides are old, they are not good anymore. You have to buy these new ones, a little bit more expensive, but they are very good. They give you mind-blowing crops. And back in the days, we had alchemy, for example, where people were using coal fertilizer for the garden. And what is the difference? Like using some chemicals, toxins, instead of, valuable gold.
I mean, if you just look at the physical world and you think of commerce and industry, the number of stupid ideas that humanity has at one point adopted and then cast aside. We're all just here to experiment, aren't we? The fact that people will give away their autonomy so easily, to other people's ideas, it's frightening. It really is.
Oh. As I was saying earlier, when I heard QE's Numpty clip, I mean, imagine living in a hell with all those clowns. saying
Yes,
all
but
these crazy
yes,
things every day without any rest, you know. You get no peace, no quiet rest.
well, really, if you think about it another way, we are already in hell. Well,
Oh no,
if we're
it's
not
like
careful, we have to guard our ears and guard our eyes.
it's
I
only
was
like 60%
mm,
what we experience.
yes. Even when I was a child, I would think. So if you didn't have this, because as soon as you become aware of yourself when you're around 6 or 7 years old, or is it even younger, 4 or 5 years old, when you start having a sense of your own identity, um, as a person, um,
Yeah.
where you can make a decision and thereby have control over your environment or your parents, then I've lost my train of thought. You also then gradually start becoming aware of all your limitations. And I mean, mortality is the one that's the killer. You know,
You see,
you have to
when
reconcile yourself to the fact that all of this is going to pass away, and so will you.
well, I wasn't thinking about everything is gonna pass away when I'm like 7 years old, but I know like elephant memory, you know, and it wasn't like me struggling to have it. I just had, you know, and I was enjoying the benefit. Then I saw, even if I tell back people what they just said, like two phrases, they were denying, and to me, that was like, why do people lie? You know, like in an instant, and it was hard to take seriously anyway.
Hmm. Yeah, everything's so glib, and I mean, people come in here and they present it with a massive idea, like, okay, it's not round, dude. We can't find where it's round. And they just go,
Yeah,
oh, ho hum, yeah, well, whatever. You know how I struggle to formulate to myself, because I didn't talk to anyone about it, that it's definitely
I
not
believe you.
round. You know how I struggled to get there and to accept what I was trying to say to myself? Never mind saying it to somebody else. I wasn't trying to say it to anyone.
Yeah, feels like in prison in your own self. Yeah, and actually, the world is okay.
Yeah, I mean that thing. I couldn't explain to somebody else how it, what it did to my mind. Yeah.
It affects your perception, everything, and even you know, you at some point you start saying this and that about the world, and actually, in the world, it's all of us in here. You know, it's not a good thing to say the whole world is bad or good, because it's not good. It's 100%. Important is to the to achieve this ability to feel, not just to feel, but discern which people are good and which are not. Team up slowly with those that seek to be good, because none of us is very good. We are only willing to be.
Yeah, I don't contest the idea that, you know, there are people outside of the flat earth community that are really good people. I know these people, you know, who
too. Yeah.
who put all their faith in the world. They see the state or the government as a, you know, a father figure, someone who's going to come and take care of them, you know, when there's nobody.
Yeah,
that is conditioning. Yeah. You think people now in this modern era, but you know, people, if you look at what people were like in the Second World War, the people are just the same now as what they were then. You know, they still just as gullible and naive. So yeah, I just look at other people who will not be convinced, or people that I haven't even spoken to. There's Mayans. And I have to feel sorry for them. You know, they are victims as surely as we all were at one point.
Well, you know, actually, we are the children of all those atrocities of the world wars. We are the result. So, not to blame, but the man really must seek the meaning of life. And this is what actually everybody seeks. The meaning of life, the purpose.
Yeah, I think if everybody, if the majority of people came to a standstill enough to consider these massive issues, I mean, I don't know, will complete anarchy erupt? Will people still like each other?
No. Complete anarchy, it will be controlled, orchestrated. And it's quite easy for them to do it nowadays.
Yes, because they will control them by starvation.
Well, Facebook did it in Egypt. They did these experiments, social experiments, making people go to riots, even in England, USA. Slowly, the corporation will take over the governments. It's already monetized, everything. It's a business. It's either business or you're a slave. Yeah.
Yeah, I found I don't know if it's a magazine or but I found a website yesterday where people from the 1890s were arguing with globers that the Earth is flat.
In a magazine, that would be very interesting to see. Yeah.
I did link it last night, Alex. If you want to, I'll send it to you.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I'm gonna check. Yeah.
It was last night sometime. I think I've still got it somewhere. You know, I've got 300 tabs open in my browser.
Oh. Oh my God, my dad has the same. I keep telling him, why do you open so many? I don't know how to save.
You know, the
I
Brave
keep
browser.
showing him.
Yeah. No, I do
Yeah,
it on purpose. The Brave browser just
but
restores all the tabs if you close your computer down.
it takes up memory.
I know when I'm doing something that needs more of my CPU, then I close them all down. I close the whole browser. I open my
Yeah.
I open the task manager as well to see what's going on. But this was extremely interesting that people were arguing with the
Here,
establishment.
here on this one, yeah, I was thinking in the 90s to make a web browser which was supposed to organize the websites, that you say. Not that Internet Explorer had at that time, and also Netscape, they were like rubbish. Yeah.
So I've installed Windows 10 now, and there's a site where I go to. It's called Black Viper.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know about Black Viper.
No.
But okay, so I've installed I don't know how many operating systems. I usually take good care of my PC, so I don't have to do a clean install. I think the last time I did it was like 6 years ago, because I know how to look after my my PC. I know how to keep it. um, so what was I going to say? The thing is, I don't have time. I find interesting things and I don't have time to read them. Then I bookmark them. Sometimes I forget to bookmark things. So yeah,
Then you check the bookmarks and it's a big list in there.
Yes. 2 rows. Yeah. I'm terrible. If you watch TV with me, I can't watch TV. Nobody can watch TV with me.
Me neither.
Because I'll watch.
I can watch.
Mm,
I can watch sci-fi movie.
that's about it for me as well. Yeah, that's about it for me.
Nice. But not all of them,
Yeah.
These superheroes.
No, none of that.
I like them to watch now, just because of this symbolism, to see what symbolism they put inside. That's what I wanted.
Yes. Yes.
Hide some stuff.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you present 100 people with a movie and go and ask them afterwards, what did you get out of that? Some people will just take it in on one level, but there are people, a very few, small, tiny handful, that will get something like really something unusual out of it.
Yeah, I look for this Illuminati symbolism stuff, and I see messages inside. And I started this like 10, 15 years ago to look into this.
So, I don't know if I've asked you this before, but how long have you known?
About conspiracies?
No, about FE.
Oh, about Flat Earth, like right away came up, like 2012. I saw conversation that next year is gonna be a documentary on this subject. I heard. And then Eric Dubay, Flutter's video, he published, posted, but I didn't watch only 1 year. No, in 2015 I actually watched it, but because in 2013 I went prison, I got out 2000. But when I came out, I watched. It was in 2013, probably. I must have seen allegedly Dave before going.
Oh my god, I can't imagine where your head must have been at, knowing that that was your destination.
Oh, it was like choice.
Even so.
I felt divine presence inside.
Like a very shitty boot camp.
God's presence. Everything is very organized, ordered, and everything shows you that you are worth nothing. Disobey.
Yeah.
So you're not a prince. You know. Then, hey, it's life. I'm not dead. Why can't I make friends in here? I made friends. It was fun.
No, I will fight. I will fight probably to the death, not to go there.
No, never fear of it. But don't worry, you're not the woman yet there.
Well, if I deserved it, I mean, but if I didn't,
My case, I started reading the Bible and it made me feel guilty, like my problems with the cops started in 2005 and all the way up to 2015. They never had anything on me except a plane ticket, which I never used to fly. That they assumed that I got it by fraud using American to pay for. They made a file and they sued for this. And yeah, after so long, you see,
they just tagged you as a troublemaker, didn't they?
Well, at first encounter, they found me at the street and I had cloned credit white with magnetic stripe.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah. Then they just gave me a fine, but they told me, oh, hey, you're doing this and that, and they couldn't find anything else other than those. And possession is you just get a fine. They were supposed to find computer with this machine for making this stuff, and they didn't. But now they were following, listening my phone in the city. I was seeing them following me for years. I got to the point where I was having nightmares. Chased by the police. Then I just told to myself, they made this file, and I saw that getting 2 years, and I said, okay, I'm gonna make this and get rid of it, because actually they wished to get me for crime which was like 15, 25 years. Yeah. So
And so you actually did a very wise thing.
yeah,
And
for this hacking, for all this hacking, stuff which I know I did. I said, well, I started reading the Bible. God just gave me, okay, this is your game. I am truly free now. Like I feel in my heart done,
that is where everyone should go. Where they feel like that.
I don't recommend it to anyone, but to many people it can be a solution. Start getting this different kind of perspective. Such extreme perspective can help straight.
Yeah. How to draw a line and then say, now, from this moment going forward. Yeah, that's how I feel. I think.
I had a colleague, he was for crime. He murdered his ex-girlfriend and family. Like multiple crime. But he did it like on a very early age, 20 years old. And now he was like 35 years old. And yeah, he only had another 1 year or so. Like this boy lived in prison, from 20 years old. Like he was clean. All he did every day, going to the gym, he was very built. And he had a high status, because he was very well known. And we were working together at the laundry. And once he told me, because I was talking about God and this and he asked me like, what do you think? When I was talking about trying to explain why it's good to believe to some guys, he heard me and he told me, but okay, what do you think God is gonna have for me? Like, kill these people, and I know judgment. I'm done. I'm finished. And I told him, look, you're here and you're paying. So when you finish, you're done. You paid. But doing, then it's a different game. You will be doing it when you know, conscious, And it's repeated crime. It's not first, And I told him.
Someone's moaning about us talking about stuff. We should go and talk on our own.
Yeah, let's talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, okay, let's change it.
We're talking about stuff. Shut up.
Why are you talking about stuff? That's not
because that's what people talk about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's still flat, so relax. Measurably.
Yeah, is it still flat, guys, or what?
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
100.
Damn.
100.01% flat.
So they still lied. I mean, they're still wrong.
No, they have nature.
I was looking on a site today, H&M. It's that Swedish store that sells clothing and stuff. Because my friend has a little girl and I was going to buy something for her. And guess what I saw there? T-shirts, swimwear, everything NASA.
With NASA? I thought NASA lies and flat Earth.
T-shirts are usually flat, right? Or are they, Do T-shirts, have you ever seen a spherical T-shirt before?
Yeah, kind of.
Was it a spinning spherical T-shirt or was it a non-moving spherical T-shirt?
But there were two orbs on the front.
But I mean, yeah. But were the orbs moving or were the orbs not moving?
Sometimes they were moving.
Oh, okay. So kind of like how earthquakes happen. Sometimes they happen, sometimes they don't, right?
Yeah, most of the time.
But so if this clothing store is selling NASA, that's a logo, trademarked, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are they gonna get copyright striked?
They're gonna get a cut, aren't they?
Yeah, they're gonna get sued for copyright.
I don't know how these things work. H&M is a Swedish store that's all over the world. They sell clothing. And they had masses of children's clothes with NASA pictures and NASA.
Yeah, they are totally pushed by NASA.
Yeah, and then at first I was quite interested in looking at stuff there. And when I saw that, then I just went off.
You went off? You left the store?
I left. Yeah, I didn't shop there.
Oh, yeah. It's a protest.
Yes. I was
They're boycotting it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, because they went out of the business of rocket launching, they have started doing something else, a new business. They get into fashion, clothing.
Yeah, merchandise.
Yeah.
You can, as long as you have a popular lie, you can probably sell some stuff on it.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have to be real, But then again, okay. Is there any Globers in here? I don't even know. I haven't checked.
I don't know. You left. I told that guy about Newton. I was here and I was shouting for you.
We have a few people, Apocryphon and Asphyxiate.
Oh, Apocryphon. I heard QE not recommending, but you can try.
Or Globs, not Globes.
Ah.
But I think he's. Wait. Is there anyone else? Yeah, those are the only people that have VC Verify. Yeah, no one else. I don't see any Globers. Except Extremisys was a Glober, but he's not. He's deafened right now, so. I'll pretend to be a concaver, and then you pretend to be a person who thinks the Earth doesn't exist. Okay?
That doesn't what?
That doesn't. You here instead of okay. What we're gonna do, since there's no Globers right now, I'm gonna pretend to be a concave Earther, and you're gonna pretend like the Earth does not exist. And then we're gonna have a conversation.
Oh no!
How insane this complete insane conversation!
No.
It's gonna be the greatest conversation you'll ever have.
Let's try.
Yeah.
Okay,
so I'll start off by saying we are here.
yeah. Okay, so we're like, do you see the Earth right now, or do you not see the Earth right now? Because if it doesn't exist, then we got to start from somewhere else.
Well,
I mean,
looking
guys,
straight ahead and
seriously.
slightly up.
What? You said it's flat, but you're already conceding that the Earth exists. So I win.
I said I was looking like at a 45-degree angle ahead of me, and I don't see anything.
Oh, okay. So just the sky.
Well,
You
if
see the
that's your
sky.
word for it.
Well, are you looking at a 4 to 5 degree angle when you're inside of a building, or are you like outside and you're looking up at 45 degrees? Because if you're looking the other way at 45 degrees, you'll see the ground.
Well, I'll agree I'll agree that it's outside if that is what you want to call it. I mean,
Okay.
it's just here where I am.
Okay, so you're looking 45 degrees upwards.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't see the Earth then. So that's why the Earth doesn't exist, and that's their argument, right?
No. It's not like that.
What are you standing on?
You see, when in science we have this perspective, like when you watch the movie Matrix, yeah, when you see that guy. He starts seeing the numbers, So what you see is not actually that a falling number, and you can add and take away, and then remains nothing there, So how can you say that it really exists? Like check.
Hello, who is that?
Hello. Yeah, I was the Earth denier. Zodiac, still with us?
Well, Crypto's talking to God Matt in chat.
He's making God map.
I'm gonna go make some tea, Alex.
Yeah, okay, Ariel. Take your time.
Yeah, back in a bit.
Make a good tea.
I only make good tea.
Good.
Back in a bit.
A long, long time ago. Just yesterday.
Curvature has been reported missing.
A long time ago. Just yesterday. It was a discovery made. The geological formation of the thing we're on was flat. It's flat. Check it out. Autobots.
Engage.
Flatten out. Flat Earth bots. Roll out. A very, very, very long time ago. Just this morning. I used to smoke. I still smoke. It's bad.
I smoke too. For me, smoking is holy.
Smoke Glovers for breakfast.
Yeah.
I don't smoke. I was just kidding. Shit's bad for you. I used to, but I quit. Cold turkey. You can believe 1% of what I say, damn it. Cold turkey. For whoever doesn't know me, you can at least believe 1% of what I say. Every time. All the time. Anytime.
Well, it's the doctors and the politicians who put the writing and the pictures on the cigarette packs.
Just trust us. This will get you through
The
the
same
war.
people who tell us it's a globe.
Surgeon General warning says.
Yeah.
That's funny
They
to me
tell us
when
to
they
blame
used to
these.
recommend smoking. Like 9 out of 10 dentists recommend smoking cigarettes. Try it today. Like, what the fuck? Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just kidding. That was a false disclaimer.
Oh, but I like the old advertisements on cigarettes. 40s, 50s, 60s.
And besides, like, ain't there like way more chemicals in plants and different crazy shit and like still like flowers and herbs and stuff in the jungle we haven't discovered yet? But yet people are worried about like just fluoride and whatever else. Like the crazy ass doctors that like, or scientists or botanists or just whatever, like just think about the possibilities of shit they try to do. When like some of these plants do shit on their own, like you don't have to do nothing to this plant but plant it, and it can like hypnotize you, do this, pass you out. I mean, just the possibilities are endless.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're talking mind control, shit like that, I'd wonder what they were spraying in places. You know, not like certain crazy chemicals like that. It could just be a natural plant leaf, and it's gonna have an effect. It wouldn't have to be nothing like some crazy poison they concocted necessarily. Some things do what they do. That's what they do good.
Well, Globert is mind control.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's one form to get
Proof
information and
for its effectiveness. Yeah,
cartoon.
it's proof for its effectiveness.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Like what's his name said, like, how do you feel? Does this make my toe look fat? You know what I mean? It's just like an opinion in a way anymore. Not really a fact. It's an
Yeah.
opinion. What do you think the earth is? Well, that's not what you're supposed to, how you're supposed to go about it. You're supposed to say, well, what the fuck is it? Really, what is it? I mean, and then you go that way and try to figure it out, and then you. I mean, just to keep buying the story of the middleman to me is just fucking insane itself. Well, this guy tells you this, and you just buy that story without questioning any part of it. That's just pretty fucking dumb. Because before the middleman said this, and that story was
No.
bought, and then they changed it, and then they changed it, and then they changed it, just like religion or times or science.
Yeah.
It always fucking changes, but it's always bought at that time, at that century. Like that's the number one science. 10 years later, the whole fucking shebang changes, and they learn a whole new thing they never even knew, or they did, but you know.
For me, it's very fulfilling this thing that every day in here there is 1, 2, 3, 4 people who gets their belief shaken, like really hard, and I feel that they start question, you know, like, oh my God, I have been duped all this time, you know. That's the most rewarding thing. And it's also this fun, like having people like Amanda holding the donut is space time. Mike.
They talk about kings of the jungles and all this other shit, but then they miss out like on a parasite. Like the parasite can get in your brain, and that's possible, and it can like control the actions of the actual thing it's in. Then you don't have to be the king of anything. A parasite can be a king of the jungle.
They are using parasites and all sort of
Yeah, that's why they have like
fungus
big
as
ass labs,
weapons.
culture and shit, and have like little the little those little petri dishes of all this shit.
Like I see people in India, they have now this black fungus, which they say that the
Probably grows at the
patients
bottom of the ocean.
that survive the Mexican germ, they get this infection with this fungus and they go blind from it and then they die. But if it's a fungus, then why not treat it with betadine, beta-isodone, and stuff like this?
Alcohol or another fungus-eating
Yeah,
material.
exactly.
Right, like what the fuck?
I've seen.
Well, there are
I've
places
seen
fungus
videos.
naturally doesn't grow, and there's places it grows rampant. I mean,
Yeah,
think about it.
yeah.
Why doesn't it grow in this place? What are the reasons? So if you use a little bit of that, boom. Like if you can recreate slightly the conditions where it won't grow, then you can like sprinkle a little bit of that where you're at.
Yeah.
And then
To
hopefully you
me,
won't get
yeah,
black plague or black mold or whatever the
yeah.
fuck.
To me, when I looked at those people, those patients, pictures with them, to me it looked something like a mix of fungus and herpes. Like Great.
What's fungus live off?
Mm.
Gotta have liquid, right?
Yes. Humidity. Number one requirement. Humid environment. And quite a lot of oils.
Yeah, does fungus grow in an oily spot or a really, really dry, not wet, just totally dry spot?
Yeah, yeah.
Or does fungus grow with sand?
No. In sand, I think there are some fungus which enter a state of like sleep latency, you know, latency.
What the hell is seaweed?
It's inert or damaged. It's not active.
Can fungus live in the bottom of the ocean?
Mm. Well, we have these coral reefs, if that can be called a fungus.
Well, what's oil? Is it a byproduct or waste of oil?
Oil comes from the living and plant.
Hello. Testing.
You're good, bro.
Is Scott Math here?
Who, sorry?
Oh, wait, never mind. He's muted. There's a guy typing, but he was just typing, not talking.
Some people are ashamed to talk.
Yeah, it's social shame. That's what sodomy does to the brain. Makes you guilty.
Yeah. Kind of makes that shooting of the spark up the spine and splits the corpus callosum. But, you know, we can't talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actual scientific proof with, you know, and evidence. But,
We'll cover it up. All right, so did anybody find the tilt yet?
I'm trying to look for it. I just see a bunch of people walking lopsided because their fucking heads are full of rocks. That's about it. What about you?
That's close enough. I can go with that. Yeah.
Cool.
We can shut down the server now.
Oh, boy.
Good enough for me. No, I'm back to the globe now.
What are we gonna do with these people, bro? I don't know.
All right, here's what we do. All we have to do is ask them, do you see curve? And then if they say yes, I say, okay, can you show me? And that's where 90% of them say no, because usually when they see, they just, you know, they don't have their cameras out usually. But like the 10% who have it, that's where I go like, okay, how high were you? Not high as in drugs, but I mean high as in altitude, you know. What was your altitude? And then I go, okay, so if you were on a plane, but you don't think the Earth is a plane, but even though the word airplane means you're in the air over a plane, like how the Earth is a plane, they don't, it doesn't make a difference that I say that, but I just always throw that in,
I always say it's in the words, but these idiots don't get it. Sea level, airplane, water level, like,
yeah, sea level.
Horizon. But apparently now the horizon is curved, so I don't know.
Yeah, show me a spherical horizon, or a horizon that turns into a ball. Show me that. I'd like to see that. And by the way, I want to see is not only that you see a horizon that's a ball, but I want to see that ball horizon spin. Okay? So after you show me the ball horizon, show me that you can spin the horizon. That would be awesome.
Well, people think everything.
And tilted. It's got to be tilted too. Don't forget the tilt.
At 66.6. Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
I don't know how blind you have to be or how. There's no reason, or let alone logic. There's no reason in people's thinking. You know, even with the evolution, you know, apparently, you know, the whole monkey thing, and even just ask a simple question: if we came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? It's just a stupid, retarded question. You know, even though I know the whole history behind it, but you know, if we came from that, why is there still fucking monkeys?
Yeah.
Won't even ask a fucking simple, you know, won't even ask a simple question.
Oh, I'm sure. Is Extremis here? Maybe he can answer you. Oh no, he's here, but he's deafened. But he could probably answer that.
No, I know what it is. I'm just saying, for all the globetards, it's just a simple, you know, stupid question. Somebody with like half a brain with some reason should ask. I know the whole bullshit, how we, you know, the Big Bang and, you know, from dust and then to fucking dust turns into spherical balls somehow, and then turns into molten lava, and then somehow turns into a rock, and then the rock somehow turns into fucking greenery, you know, greenery, and then somehow turns into fucking whatever.
The first one was what again?
The Big Bang, the sex theory.
Oh yeah, can you have a Big Bang without space? Oh yeah, you need space, don't you? Because if there's no space, then there's no Big Bang. Because, well, let me ask you this: if there's no medium for the Earth to be moving through, then how can the Earth move? Or another question is like, in order for an object to be moving, does that object require a medium to be moving through it? Or does it even require space? Yeah, you need room to move. Because if you have a jail cell that's like 1 foot across and 1 foot high, you couldn't move, right? So if there's no space, then nothing can move because there's no room to move.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? Right.
Yeah, that's correct. I agree.
It's crazy to think about, but I just realized, like, if there's no space, then that actually proves that the Earth is not moving.
Yeah, that's just, you know,
unless someone can demonstrate. Yeah, unless someone can demonstrate an object that has no medium that is moving through an imaginary. Well, you can't even prove nothing exists anyway, because nothing is the absence of everything, and that includes God too. So.
What just happened?
Yeah, I think Zodiac Mike did something weird.
The what?
Did you hear that? I don't know, it was like a fucking zombie movie attack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that my?
Yeah, I think your mic went bad, horribly bad.
My bad.
That's alright, bro. I think your mic got possessed.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have a question for this Glober, this guy Zodiac.
Yeah, this Glober Zodiac. No, I'm a concaver now. I'm not a Glober anymore.
Ah, man. I wanted to ask you a question about that horizon globe.
Yeah, spinning tilted horizon globe.
Yeah. Can it grow like big trees that look like hair?
Can it do what again?
Can it
grow
grow
trees that look like hair?
big trees that look like hair?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, there's only one way to find out. You just gotta look at the horizon, right? Or plant some seeds on the horizon, and then it'll grow some trees.
Well, I never been to on a ball, to see a ball horizon.
But wait, let me ask you this: when you have the hairs in the trees, are the hairs in the trees on the horizon, are they spinning and tilted, or are they not spinning and not tilted?
Yeah, like they must change direction according to the spin.
Okay. And do the trees also look like spheres, or is it just the horizon that looks like a sphere?
It's a sphere within a sphere within a sphere.
But the trees, is it okay? Okay, so that you have spherical trees and a spherical horizon, but not only that, you have a spinning, tilted spherical horizon. Even though when you look at it, it doesn't look like a ball, but it's still a sphere, right? Just like spherical sea level, it's the same thing. And by the way, sea level that's tilted and spinning, and it's well, if it's tilted, how can it be level? Can something level be tilted?
In their mind, it can.
Well,
I would say no.
That's good enough.
You know what? Everybody asks when they talk about the biblical stuff, the Whore of Babylon. I'll tell you what it is. It's the horizon. It's the whore rising into a bend.
True.
Oh boy.
The idea
Did you read my message, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm having some issues with Discord. Let me check to see if I get the notification, because lately I get notification like I got a message, and when I go in that chat, there is no message. You know? So funny. Yeah, sorry, Iggs. Haven't yet.
You're okay, bro.
But I will.
No problem.
The problem stopped.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good, bro.
Bro, I figured it out. I swear to God. You know what 666 is, man? I see it everywhere, right? Everything's $9.99, $19.95, blah, 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 blah. You'll see it everywhere. I'm only going to say this one. That's a brand. You know, like Pepsi, Coke.
Watch a second. Somebody.
Yeah, Whammer, you're telling about 666. It's a brand.
Yeah, it's a fucking
Yeah.
brand.
Wouldn't surprise me.
It just clicked in my head. It really did. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
And it goes all the way back. It's just a brand. You see it everywhere.
Yeah, I'll agree with you because you only give your brain only gives meaning to what it wants to give meaning to. You can make 666 a pleasant number. It doesn't mean bad. It's whatever you attach it to. True.
Thing is, when you're looking at, for instance, you could go pull up, the whole NFT market. Take a look at what they sold for. Sold for 69 million, 66 million, and 666 and 666,000. I mean, you could look through all sorts of fucking articles. It's the same shit. Okay, it's all the same. You guys know the numerology. Yep. Well, that's a brand.
Yeah. Yeah, the gematria. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, it's the gematria. Yeah, I know, bro.
Forget gematria. I mean, it's just a brand. That's Pepsi. This is me, my company or my brand. Still, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I swear to God.
Well, I can tell you a funny thing had happened working on CNC grinding machine in Germany. It was a Rosa Chrono grinding.
Wait, what?
This machine was grinding some tiny metal parts, like ultra high precision. There was a special carrier which was taking the component line inside the machine, grinding them, and then taking. It has a mold system, so it jet of a mold, very wet fire. But sorry,
I can barely understand you.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, better, bro.
Wait, I'll try to open the 3G.
I don't know what you said, man.
Yeah, mic check. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's cool. It's good.
Okay. So I was working on this grinding high precision metal small parts for auto industry, and it had a carrier using a laser to detect the position of components and carry them inside the machine for grinding and then take them back. And this laser had a small counter, electronic counter, and it had a 4-digit green display and a 4-digit red display. And one was for how strong the laser must be shining, and one for the laser sensor to detect what is getting back. And it was also range find, like he knows exactly where this carrier is. And you were supposed to put inside green counter a value from 0 up to 9,000, but you were supposed to put like 999 because you were giving too much. You were asking if you were emitting like 999, then the other reader was getting a value like 9,999. the maximum it can display. And often these guys were using parameters like giving a value of 1800 on the green, and after a couple of hours of working, after 3 hours, the machine was getting stuck because of the readings from this mechanism, because he was supposed to get values higher than it can display on the red counter. So I told them that these counters, you have to set the green one value of 666, and the red one give it a maximum of also 999, and then you don't get this mismatch the displays, because if you ask the other one,
Is he cutting out for you too?
I can hear him good.
Oh, that's my Discord is tripping.
If you were asking like 1000 from the first display, then the other was supposed to show a 10,000, and could not do it like in 4 numbers display to show the number, and then the machine was getting stuck. So they work very well with these numbers 999, 666. These are magic numbers, machines and robots.
Yeah, well, I don't know how a number can be bad or how does a number be bad?
When
I'm
I
just
went
saying.
there, and yeah, they were, and in like the manager came, and I told him, look, I just put these settings in this reader, and the machine ran for like 5 days without any more error. Every day on each shift, it was giving like 2 or 3 errors because of that. And the guys were going to this counter and button, change the values, reset the machine and stuff, like half hour, no production.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
Yeah.
That is interesting. It's in everything. It really is. Go read
Yeah.
any of the articles. You'll see these numbers. They're in every article. It really is pretty. They're in all the pricing.
Yeah.
$9.99. It's everywhere. That's
Yeah.
the brand, man. That's their signature. Like your signature. That's your trademark.
Yeah.
They just trademark everything.
And 666 I was using because you cannot give it a value which is too low. It if you were giving like 500, then it didn't had enough resolution. It was dropping on the other side, like the sensor was not getting enough information, enough reading.
The thing
Was
is,
blocking.
Yeah, no, I hear you. The thing is, whoever this was who was writing, that's the mark of the beast. Nah, dude, that's
Yeah.
not really the right definition. We're men. We're not beasts. All right, this person who's
Yeah.
writing that stuff think we're beasts. You hear what I'm saying? Kind of true.
I know.
You're not a beast, all right? People are people. They're good people. Of course, if you're running, trying to, stay secret and hidden away, yeah, men become beasts to you. Mark of the beast. Fuck out of here.
I have children, not kids.
Are they beasts?
No. That's why I say they're not kids. They're not baby
No,
goats.
God forbid,
Oh,
no.
right.
Children are not beasts.
Is that why? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, well, if you want to get technical, children is a legalese term, so I would just say it's your property.
Hold on, wait.
My
Technically,
offspring. Yeah, kids is the short word for just the word for baby goat.
Really?
Yeah, if you look at it backwards, it's dick.
Fucking
kid. That's how these people operate. I'm just saying.
No, you're totally right. Absolutely. This is what they think about us. They want us to get lost in these books and
Kid Rock backwards.
you know? They want us to get lost.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm not trying to take anyone's like God and source of like divinity from them. I'm just simply saying these guys have been running things for a while, and what can we verify? What do we know? We know people are real. We know these things are real. You know what I mean? We know that. We know corporations. We know corporations are everything. This is all verifiable stuff that we here at the FE like to kind of stand by. This is our whole thing. Well, let's not have a double standard on certain things like this. Repeating numbers we see everywhere, like this 666 crap and all this, what is it? Gematria, this type of stuff. I don't go too far.
Numerology.
Yeah, numerology. I mean, it's there. Let's just not, people get carried away in these books and, how they're written and, they get lost in what it means to them. And that's fine. Look, more power to you. I'm just saying. They defined it, Mark of the Beast. It's in there. You'll see it in every fucking article. Like I said, your kids are called, kids, right? They're sheep or whatever. It just goes on and on, right? So we know this is some kind of, it's a man. It's men running this shit. All right? It's a man. And of course, you can go further than that, but from what we know and you can verify, you can make a corporation, you can make a branding, and that branding is showing up everywhere, and it's a signature. Period. I just don't like this idea that it's some, like, demonic figure that is so, it's just like, there's nothing to do.
An imaginary concept. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like an elusive. It's like they're trying to say that it's like their gravity thing.
Yeah.
It's like this elusive, undefinable thing that no one can see. Like it's seeing a ghost.
And it's like hiding behind it. And it's a bunch of crap. And we know it. We know there's some type of godly something going on. That's fine. All right? But let's not just get trapped in these illusions they're creating to shield themselves. That's all this really is.
Yeah, the biggest.
And all this stuff sourced from that. That's fine. But I think you get what I'm saying. And I think it's pretty clear. And they even leave their signature on, I bet you today's article, CNN and every NBC and every other one. You can go read it. You'll see those numbers. Their signatures there. It always is.
Yeah.
The funny
anybody measure
curvature or tilt?
Go take a look at the crypto and how the NFT thing was sold for 69 million, and then sold for 6.6 million, and then sold for 666,000. I mean, this shit is made up, scripted shit. All right.
Yeah. The thing about the word scripted is like,
Script is kind of the rough
scriptures.
It's like a movie play. Yeah.
Well, hold on, Zodiac. What were you saying? Sorry to cut you off, bro. Zodiac.
I think my mic cut out. I was saying the word scripted is also like scripture. I mean, prefix in the word scripture.
Yeah, that's where it comes from.
You know? You fucking guys are
Yeah,
the best.
script. Script
Yeah,
comes
but
from scripture.
crypt is also grave, isn't it?
Oh, no, script as in when you have a movie and then you have
Yeah,
scriptures as
I
in
know.
Hollywood.
Yeah.
So as a
There's no
script,
way to figure all
somebody
this stuff out without a community like this.
wanting to enforce their movie onto us, you know?
Exactly right. And we can verify it. We know that men like to rule and govern. This is a verifiable thing. It's not Lucifer, all right? Damn it. I'm so sick of that shit. Lucifer. It's a
It's
fucking
just
guy.
another
He's an angry
false
piece of
binary.
shit. Huh?
Yeah, it's like that old controlled opposition type of mentality. Like not like it's a binary thing.
In Zodiac, I swear. I don't know why I just snapped it. It just clicked today, you know? Some days you just, that's what it is, you know?
My mic is probably breaking right now. I don't know if
Yeah,
might be
same with
breaking.
You're good.
Same with the concept of hell.
Us, boys.
Same with the concept of hell that was only invented like 100 years ago. Just another fucking thing they are.
Another one of those illusions.
Yeah, to muddy the waters and make you feel a certain way.
Yep. Really is.
Yeah, wait for it. Somebody's coming to save you. You just kick back and relax. Don't do nothing like an idiot.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I don't want to call people like Pillbox. I love Pillbox an idiot. All right. Just, you know, there's a lot of people that are pretty devout and hardcore about this, but look, there's other ways of looking at it. So you just have to be open to that. Because if you don't have the ability to look at it from another angle, guess what? You've been wojacked.
Yeah, the best people who understand their position can state a counter argument. So as long as you can perfectly state what the other side, or sides plural, are saying, then you should be good. Yeah.
Perspective. Be able to look at something from every perspective. And if you stop yourself from taking a look from a different perspective, you've been wojacked. That's my new thing. You've been wojacked. You know the meme wojacked?
Yes. It's basically blind. I mean, yeah, whoever does that's just blinding themselves. They're actually limiting their preventing themselves. Yeah. It's like
using that. You've been wojacked.
Bamboozle. No, I like that.
It identifies it.
Yeah. Because it told me that you only like the only people who look at okay, I guess it depends. It's got to be in the form of constructive argument and not just fighting. Like it's got to be, as long as the stating from different perspectives leads somewhere and not just another dead end.
Not an argument, not a fight. You're having a discussion.
Yeah.
You're supposed to have the ability to reason and take someone else's perspective and understand it, understanding someone else's shoes, you know? If you can't, you've been wojacked.
I can't even learn anything without doing that.
Exactly.
Constructive conveyance. Yeah.
And 99. Here we are, 99.999. There's our 666 right there. Percent of the people out there are like that.
This is the big one.
Here's our. It's unbelievable. It's in everything. It's one of the best brands ever created, and they've done one hell of a kick-ass job.
Are there any Glovers left? I think they're gone now. Or it's got Matt here. Oh wait, never mind. He's muted right now. Apocrypha.
We ought to have a small little room where we can chat about this stuff in depth. I'd like to talk to you some more about it, and everyone else in here about this stuff. Maybe not here, but you know.
What's the next question? Just say it. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just it's just a very interesting dynamic. But the bottom line is, look, there's no Luciferian God fucking here to ruin your life. I'm convinced.
Like Santa Claus, right?
Yes.
Because I could say, like, if there is no, well, you could say, okay, if there is a creator, that doesn't mean that there's an anti-creator, doesn't mean that the creator has enemies. If there's no creator, then there's nature.
What's going on there? You go outside of the realms of what we can verify, validate, what we can actually prove ourselves. Once we step into that realm, it's all just a bunch of hogwash because we don't,
Yeah.
So who would be behind the whole multi-generational?
It's a good question. These guys have done all sorts of things to hide that fact, like creating these illusions for you to buy into.
Why would, if people
wasn't it
aren't gonna
Jesuits,
see
right? Or not Jesuits, sorry, who was the first guy? Aristosthenes? I don't know. Maybe it was a heliocentric Catholic priest, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Whoever developed the heliocentric model, it was a Catholic priest, I thought, right? Or was it Aristophanes?
Yeah, it was a priest.
Yeah, there you go. It was just a guy.
Lemaitre was George Lemaitre was the guy who did the Big Bang, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't know.
He was a priest.
Lemaitre, something like that.
Wikipedia will tell you it's a priest.
Yeah, George Lemaitre.
These guys tell you it's a priest. They're blatant. But we know for a fact these guys are this sophisticated. They've developed all these listening mechanisms to listen in on everyone. And this is the one thing they're taking notes on. If you're figuring this out, they are absolutely taking notes.
That's the greatest thing is, like, if you know what they know, well, we got to define who they are first. And then from there, we could probably figure out,
We could see the branding.
Yeah. It would be funny if, like, NASA came out tomorrow and was like, oh, just a prank, guys. It's flat. All right, see you next year. And then they just literally, that was it.
That's what they do. They tell you the universe, the galaxy, everything, the Milky Way, everything's flat. And the Earth's widening getting wider and wider at the poles. Or wider and flattening out.
I meant specifically just the Earth,
Well, it's flattening out.
Yeah, it's flattening out, It's alive.
They said it's flattening out.
It's getting wider. Yep.
It's oblate.
Yeah, and it's getting oblater and more oblater every day.
Did Google run an ad saying flat Earth? Everything's changed. Did you guys see that?
I didn't.
Where is it again?
Google apparently ran some ad that says flat Earth. Everything's changed.
Yeah.
I can't find it. I saw it in somebody's like breakdown of Effie and stuff, and I I haven't been able to find that little clip, but it was a well done clip. It wasn't like this is the boys put some work into this clip. Google. I think it's valid, like 90%, 10%. Who knows? I'm still trying to figure it out.
And then you got to think what would be the reaction, because they think in terms of problem, reaction, solution. So if the Earth is flat, how would they anticipate, and what solution what do you think?
Still got the greatest excuse, right? We're still understanding where we are. We're advancing. We actually are. They can always spin it like that,
Yeah.
Wojaks will just accept it.
Science always leaves the possibility of turning everything.
Yeah.
And one day.
Completely.
Doesn't prove anything.
They leave the door open for themselves. Yeah, we've been lying this entire time. We know. However, this is it. And the Wojaks will be like, oh God, what a newfound discovery.
Yeah. It's like, hey, guess what? There's no vacuum of outer space, and space travel never happened. But since it's science and nothing in science can be proven, space travel was never proven to begin with. So the whole thing is just a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, we just misdefined it. We thought we were in it. We thought this was this, and we defined it as such. It was just a you know what I mean? They can just run. They can whip that real easy.
They'll just say oops and then move on.
Hey, look, they misdefined it.
Yeah, it's like, sorry, we made a mistake that lasted hundreds of years. Time to switch it up.
Flat out. And it'd be that
flat out.
Happening today. We would be sitting here like, okay, we've known, but the Wojaks over there at GEMS would be like, who knows what they would go through.
I think if NASA tomorrow, if NASA said, God, we found proof of God, the Gem Panda server would be like, yeah, we believe it. I don't even think they would question it at all.
No. Either that, or I honestly, and this is kind of joking, I honestly think a few of them might have a stroke or just simply disappear in terms of, like, that consciousness just flipped out. Like, it's a Wojak, and they're gone. Like, they don't even exist.
Oh, wait. Wait. Pillbox, are you there?
Yes, how did I know that you wanted to speak to me?
Hey, Pillbox.
Okay. We wanted to know what you think of Lucifer, or do you think he doesn't exist?
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was obviously convincing you guys that he doesn't exist.
Okay. So let's take both perspectives. So on one hand is the most clever and intelligent thing to do, because that way you'll never be able to find out who done it, On the other hand, if he doesn't exist, then that means a guy did it, right? Some person or human, right?
God created beings. Well, God created beings to have relationships with, and he created them very powerful and intelligent. And intelligence might lead to pride if handled incorrectly, and pride leads to sin, separation from the creator. So these intelligent beings obviously were so powerful and intelligent that they thought that they could challenge God. That's how good God is. He made beings so good, they thought that they could stop him. Even people think this today. Obviously, the Tower of Babel was a human race of people saying we're going to go and invade heaven and take it over from God. So, and these are the smartest people in history. Supposedly, these are what this society now, this secular world that we live in of atheism, thinks these people that call themselves gods are the smartest people that have ever lived. You know, the ones that tell you about gravity and magical space balls. So it's the very same deception that has always been here that continues. And Satan does his job very well. And that's why we like things that are bad, actually, when it comes to fiction and video games and movies. We love when the enemy is the most monstrous boss you could ever imagine. But when God does it, we think, oh, why would God do that? We're very strange creatures, aren't we?
But you said Satan. We're talking about an unverifiable, no one can prove anything or step into a realm where it's unprovable. And that literally breaks the laws that Flat Earth kind of sticks by. So it's an interesting conundrum. However, there is a reason that would all happen, and that would be to cover who done it. And
well, I'm glad you brought that up.
I mean, it's something to bring up, and it's, you know,
good.
It's
watch
a
this.
Legitimate idea, and the brand
sure, but
is
the
666.
well, yeah, the problem is Flat Earth isn't the solution. The Flat Earth is a very interesting truth, and it is very good and true, and it unravels many different deceptions. But first of all, it's not even a true statement. The earth is correctly described as under the heavens and in the waters. So I can actually correctly describe the earth because I read the Bible. And if you don't read the Bible, you can't even answer what earth is. So it's much more beyond flat earth. The flat earth standard is still a human standard. It is still of the world. That's why we can take the flat earth out of the deception, but you can't take the deception out of the flat earth. That's why it's the most ridiculed thing and also perverted with things attached to it. You know, you guys don't believe in Australia kind of thing. Everybody wants to attach a stupid claim to it. It is a great shocking value word, but it's not going to be the solution in the long run. It's a stair-step process, and it's a. I understand. It's a. I understand, but I'm actually. This is what the server asked me to do. The moderators asked me to talk about flat Earth, so I tie that to everything, obviously, and obviously I'm going to tie the Bible because I'm a Bible believer, right? So just let me explain myself here.
Fine, go ahead. I'm not trying to.
Okay, so I'm just saying, man, that that's the thing is that God is very good at what He does. And it's beyond our realm of understanding, just like the characters in a computer game, maybe, which is a terrible example, but that's because there's nothing to compare to God's creation. It's not a simulation. And calling it a simulation is that's a problem. We're not appreciating what we have in front of us. We're always trying to become smarter and say, well, how did God do it? Trying to ask how God does things is not necessarily the best thing. It's more or less, what does God want me to do? I don't want to ask him for more information. He's already given me so much, right? So it's going to obviously lead to me saying, if I tell you of earthly things and you can't understand, how could I tell you of heavenly things, right? And the problem is when somebody comes in, the first thing they do is ask about the sun, moon, and stars because they are taught that men have the ability to answer questions only God can. And the reason I can make that claim is because of the word of God. So I know Satan's true because the Bible is true and it proves itself.
Did you hear the conversation earlier? Were you listening?
No, I missed it. I got here into the chat about 5 minutes ago and noticed somebody mentioned my name in chat. So I thought maybe somebody mentioned me in here. So that's what I assumed.
Oh, I mentioned you. And,
Okay, cool.
I said
no
I
problem.
love Pillbox, and I had a whole other thing. But, Zodiark. Did Zodiark leave? Yeah.
He's gone.
Zodiark loves my answer.
Cool. I'm okay with it. It's fine. It's not, Yeah, I just think we have to stick to some, once we get outside of the realm of what we can, what we can,
Well, watch this. How do I know? Watch this.
Form an explanation for.
Wait a minute. Whammer, watch this.
We know men do devious things, right? Once you attach like these deity figures and stuff of this nature, it really does create a great veil that basically hides whoever's doing, and that's exactly something I would do, to be quite honest, if I was trying to run things and never be caught and never be found and get people lost in these words, et cetera, et cetera. It's a very smart thing, but it's not unprobabilistic. It's probabilistic, actually, that's exactly what a controller that's trying to hold on to this power would do. They would go through, this is where they would go to. I mean, that's not out of the realms of probability.
We don't have that's the thing, is that we don't have a controller because God let us do what we want to do. So God is certainly not a controller. The antithesis of God, the evil of this existence, would be the controllers, just as it says in Ephesians, as they wrestle against principalities in very high places that are darkness, the rulers of darkness of this world. So God lets everybody do what they want to do, and he's going to get the glory because there's going to be a very small percentage of people that join God, and the rest of the world are not going to join God. And that's why Jesus says you are either for me or against me. But watch this. How do I know that when the next person that comes into this room, not only do I know for an absolute fact, but everybody else here as well that especially understands this FE topic knows that the person that comes in this room has told a lie before. Okay, that's because there are things that we know that are beyond the realm of human pathetic philosophical sciences and things like that. We are in a spiritual world. That's why we understand empathy, greed, jealousy, strife, Freudenfrage, whatever that word is that the Germans have. We understand these emotions because we are spiritual beings. It is an intelligence and a understanding that is far beyond anything science can give us. Science is a secondary philosophy. So the real truth here, you're not going to get from science anyway. In fact, nobody, not one of you probably uses science for anything anyway. So you got to realize that this conversation is about the spiritual.
That's fine. However, daily, every day, we see the brand show up in every news article, every news article out there. We see it show its face. We see it show itself, and these are men punching that in, being directed by something to punch that in. Okay, and that brand 666 goes back to the Bible where it's described, the mark of the beast. I don't think you're a beast, my friend. Somebody does, though.
Oh, they should. There are many of this world that think I'm a terrorist, actually, is what I've been called many times. And they should. If I'm going to do anywhere near what God wants me to do, once you cross that line and you join him, like he said, they hated him first, you are going to be this world's worst enemy. And that's why I try to tell people, I'm not here to save the world. I'm here to help expose it. I'd like to bring people out of it or help doing that. Obviously, that's through God, not me. I don't do any works. So, it's a different level of understanding and realizing that flat Earth is. You said somebody thinks I'm a beast.
Oh, well, hold on. I said somebody's punching in that branded number 666.
Oh, because it's
every single news article all across the internet. It's showing up everywhere. The signature. Okay.
Right. Exactly.
Somebody's giving them the directive to punch that in. And you can go back to the Bible and read the definition of that. It's very interesting when you look at it like that. And to me, it just clicked. That's a brand. It's a signature.
Right.
But
amen. So yeah, keep going. I'll let you go. Continue.
No, I'm just saying, so from that, just from that alone, you can, just that alone, we're seeing it. Okay. Are you saying those numbers are just showing up there somehow through some spiritual, signature, or is
that's these people are controlled by the Spirit? No, it's literally, that's what I just said. Again, Ephesians, we're not wrestling against flesh and blood, Whammer. We're wrestling against the spiritual powers and wicked high places. Brother, that's where all this information from. Where did Charles Lyell come up with the idea that he wanted to free the people of Moses and come up with uniformitarianism? Where did Charles Darwin's come up with the idea that because birds make different colored birds with different shaped beaks, therefore we come from pond scum? Where did any of these people get these ideas? It's very simple where people get these ideas.
I'm not saying there's no truth to that. What I'm saying is these books, okay, I think this is what it comes down to, Bill Box.
They're written by men.
Here is you believe God wrote, at least part of the Bible, correct?
Oh, he inspired all of it. If God made the soil we stand on and the heavens above, what could I not give him credit for?
So even me writing in a book, you're still saying I'm being inspired through God to write. So it's basically his writings.
No, you've been given abilities from God, but it's not direct inspiration. Direct inspiration would be a miracle, such as if all of a sudden I started telling you guys like, oh my gosh, and God has told me to write this and I have to do it. Just instant download. I don't hear it. I don't see it. I have had that happen once or twice, and understanding that I'm going to see people or something was going to happen. So I have experienced miracles, but I've never been given the, hey, write this down, XO. I'm going to give you this new scripture. That's never happened, but it's something that it's completely different than normal interaction as a human being. It's a miracle. It's beyond what you normally experience. That's why these men in the Bible, especially Moses, experienced severe, crazy, and great miracles. So it's a whole different level.
Fair enough.
I mean, I'm sure you guys have experienced, like, you thought of somebody and then they show up, even if you don't believe in God, those are miracles, to give you a, maybe a warning before something happens, or you changed your schedule and you didn't get in something that,
Synchronicity, I believe in that.
Well, God makes it synchronized. That's the thing. God will adjust things and make everything work to his glory.
Well, he has.
It's possible, Pillbox, that, I mean, come on, we have to really stand back and just remember that. Do you really not think it's possible that men crafted this image of God and this image of the devil?
Hell the fuck no. Hell no.
No, let me explain. Hey, Fraud, what's up? Yes, sir. Fraud's right. Listen, men can't even read the Bible, let alone make the Bible. It's very simple. Men are puny, pathetic, little mortal, scumbags. These guys cannot make shit up that would fool me. Yeah, we're all pathetic. That's why yes, hold on, listen, hear me out. We have to admit that we need to be saved. That's the first step, and then we can have a relationship with God. We need to be saved by God, all of us. But the men that did write fictitious Bibles, you can tell because there's one that stands alone. I can read all the other texts that people want to call separate from the world, but they're not. They're all of the world. They have a completely different outlook. They don't write the same. They don't read the same. They're not Bible. There's only one Bible, and that's why it's so obvious, because why would they write something that exposes them and tells me all the truth that ever existed and all these amazing stories that make these coincidental understandings of truth and knowledge and justice and love, and that you can use them to teach other people? There's just not even a comparison, bro.
There is
God did, that's the word written from God. It is God's word.
In the Bible,
the Bible is the word of God.
Confuse you from
hold on. The Bible itself,
confusing you.
The Bible itself. You listen. The Bible reads like this: you could not live up to any. I know, but you cannot. The Christian Bible, Hebrew Bible, whatever we're going to call it, you cannot live up to any of those things without the help of Christ. You can't do any of that stuff. None of it. All of the wonderful, the love, and all of that is not within us, right? That's something we cannot do on our own, right? You can love your family and your friends, but can you love your enemy? Can you love your neighbor? Can you love any of that? You know what I'm saying? Like that. To that
level. You can't do it on your own?
No, you can't. You can't.
Why?
He's right. You're right,
Try loving an enemy. Try loving somebody that killed one of your family members. Try doing that. See if you can do that.
I mean, it's going to be hard, but you know what? Once
you can't do it. It's impossible.
You can.
And if you are, then that's because the Holy Spirit is within you, and you believe in God, and you accept Jesus Christ into your life. Try and find someone like that does not believe. You will not be able to.
I think this God and this Jesus, these ideas, are fantastic. However, I do think at the same time, what you're talking about with these entities, these all-powerful deities, these are undefinable, and this is undefinable territory. It's very undefinable.
No, I get.
That's the bottom line.
That's the thing. That's where faith comes in.
Yeah, it's there.
But that's why it's faith, William. It's a faith-based thing. So you know what I'm saying? It's not for us to prove. Because
hold on, you see 666, the branding in every article, and that shoots right back to that Bible, and that Bible tells you it's the mark of the beast. These guys look at us like beasts, and we just from a very basic perspective, you can really see that just line right up. That's their signature. And look, of course, I'm not saying don't believe in some higher power. Absolutely, do what you do. I'm just saying there's very smart people, and to underestimate people, that's your first mistake.
Well, here's the thing. I was arguing with Jen earlier because he's a non-believer, right? or he's angry, right? And and he was coming from the perspective that
I'm
we
not
can
arguing,
change.
by the way.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying you are, but he was coming from the perspective that man can change the way things are going right now. And I'm telling him, I'm like, dude, you cannot, because this is a supernatural warfare. You can't go against the government. You can't go against government
It's
power.
out of our hands.
It's out of your hands, and
I
he
don't
couldn't
believe
see that. He couldn't see that.
It's not out of our hands.
It is out of your hands because
This is what they want you to
if you're
think.
fighting it just against the physical, and not supernatural, just humans fighting humans, perhaps, but you're not. You're fighting against a supernatural power that's evident. It's obvious and it's evident. You can prove that. You know what I'm saying? Because
it is provable.
Right, because all right, look at NASA and all these guys.
How is it
What do they
provable?
believe in? You know, they believe in supernatural powers.
Nazareth. Who's Nazareth?
I said NASA. I said NASA.
Oh,
these guys are occultists.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Go
these
ahead.
are
I'm cutting you off.
occultists.
Go ahead.
Yeah, these are occultists, and they have satanic foundation. When you look at it, when you go back and look at it, they have a satanic occult following. That's what they are. So they obviously believe in something. They're not just doing this for the heck of doing it. There's a reason, there's a purpose, there's an agenda. You understand? So it goes to a supernatural source. That's what they believe in. Look at CERN. CERN is the same way. They believe in supernatural.
There's something going on there, no doubt. However, what it is there for is still up for debate.
Oh yeah, I mean that's debatable. I get that that's
Right?
debatable.
We're trying to form this debate, and here we are having it. So, we have to look at it from all perspectives, because if we get locked into just one, in my opinion, you've been wojacked.
Well, see, that's the thing. You have to find the right one. That's what you do. It's the same thing with flat Earth and the ball Earth. You got to find the right one to believe in, or to prove, or whatever you can do. And that's what I did when it came to Christianity. When it came to believing in a higher power, I had to find the right one, and the right one I know is through love. That's the strongest and most impenetrable bond that ever existed. And Christianity is the only one I know that has an agape love that accepts everybody as equals. There's no racism. There's no hatred for anything. There's no inequality. It's all one love, one power set that's from love, benevolent, that everybody can be a part of, and it doesn't separate by race. You know what I'm saying? So I love that. That's what I love about it. That's how I knew that this has to be the right thing.
Love with no
Taoism does that for
conditions.
me. And you know what? The Bible does it too. There's parts of the Bible, absolutely. There's parts of all sorts of things that do it. What I'm trying to say is, we have to remember, just because that does it for me in terms of the spiritual thing that we want, and it's a beautiful thing. There is this other perspective of a controller crafting their crap around it and muddying the waters to basically hide the whodunit, and that is just an argument that is there.
I would say you're going to find out by its fruit. I would say by the fruit.
Go ahead, Pillbox.
You're going to be able to tell by the fruit. That's how I always know truth. Like when I heard about this topic, I mean, right away within the first 5 minutes, I knew there was a serious problem. I never asked anybody to explain sun, moon, and stars and all the stuff. So I don't know why God blessed me to accept things in a much faster way. Again, that credit goes to God. But and all I need to do is go watch this. Let's just see, which I already knew.
The fruit of their labors.
Let's see who's arguing for the ball. So this perverted, satanic, disgusting world was arguing for the ball Earth. Case closed. That's how you know truth. Listen, hold on. Let me explain. I don't need any evidence to know truth. I can tell by the thoughts and intents of the heart. So that's another understanding that the Bible has given me, this way of understanding things. Like, of course, I love evidence, and I've done this for 10 years on some topics, 7 on flat Earth, and I love having my flat Earth evidence. But it's nothing compared to understanding the Spirit.
Agreed. Look, more power to you. But hold on. I just lost my train of thought. But
It's called soul
But hold
snatching.
on.
It was right before. No. You can't soul search me. All right. This isn't
No.
Pillbox. This isn't a you versus me thing. This isn't me.
No, that it isn't. This is nope.
This
It isn't. There is no
a
verses here.
debate
No.
between I'm right, you're right. This is us exploring perspective. If you're unable to explore different perspective, my friend, you have a real problem. That's not my problem. That's your problem.
Well, it's too easy for me. Again, I thank God for showing me these things. If I didn't know them for sure, I wouldn't be telling you. I'm not here to give you, cookie recipes. And as much as I love cookies, that's not what I'm interested in. Or how to, I can help you work on your car or all that nonsense. It doesn't mean anything. I could, we can go up in an airplane and take some nice photography, which I love doing. That's not going to save you, right? So what matters about everything is having that relationship with God and knowing his creation is important, or he wouldn't have told us about it. Now, again, what standard of truth do I have that has told me about earth? It's the Bible. Look, Exodus 24. God is so serious about not believing in fairy tales that he says, you will not have any false idols above the heavens, on the earth, or in the waters underneath the earth. That's how important.
I read that one just recently. Yeah.
This is huge.
Look, there's
right.
powerful.
So God, I'm just pointing out the fact that what matters is what God, God matters. The correct sign that Fraud and I would make, it says God matters, is the point. So what God says, what his opinion is, that's what I care about. I want to know his opinion. Maybe if it's not even a law, Whammer, listen to me out here. Even if something, Whammer, yes, listen. Even if something isn't a law, I want to know more. The only thing I want to know is what God desires from me. I'm not going to question him about the sun, moon, and stars. Those will come, obviously, in the future with my relationship with him. What I'm interested in is finding out what he wants me to do so that I can increase my relationship with God. So like when God says, you know what, I don't like you to have long hair. It's not a sin, Whammer. I just think that women are beautiful with long hair and most men don't need long hair. Some are an exception, Samson here and there, but most of you guys look like fairies with long hair. I want your hair short. If God says that to me, I'm gonna say, you know what, God, you're right. I want my hair short just because you want it. I'm not gonna say, why, God? Why do you want me to cut my hair short? So that's the difference here, Whammer.
Hold on. How do you know that's God telling you?
Well, here's another thing, right?
Hold
the
on,
Bible. Hold on.
How do you know that's God telling you?
Hold on, Whammer. See what
miracles.
you
Answer this. This is the crux.
Miracles. Fraud. Let me answer. Fraud. Watch. Fraud. One answer. One question. One word answer. Miracles. It's miracles. Tell him, Fraud. Go.
Miracles.
When you look at the Bible, right? It's God's first. He's telling you an audacious claim. He's telling you, I created the earth. I did all of these things. And on top of that, I am the only God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Now, right there, he's separating himself from every other belief that you
Sounds like
you
what a
heard.
man would say. I'll be honest.
But
you follow what I say, or else.
Look at all right. Now look what man has shown you in this world. What does he do? He's an adulterer. He's a thief. He's a liar. He's a murderer. These are things that God is not.
Well, what I'm saying, he's a controller, right? That's what man is.
No, man, God is not a controller.
I didn't call God a controller. I said,
but you're comparing him. You're comparing the Bible to man.
No, that's you, my friend.
No, you're comparing the Bible to man. You're saying man wrote these things that only God can live by.
From perspective.
That only a righteous being can live by. All these commandments that were given to us, only a righteous being can live by this or strive.
They're given to us, and that's fine. Yeah. I don't want to shake your faith. I'm not here to do this. I'm
what I'm trying to explain to you is why we are believers, right? Why we are believers, because we see the state of man, and it lines up with exactly what God says man is in this world, right?
Okay, fine. And what I'm questioning is that, okay, you're deriving, those commandments, this whole thing. I'm questioning where that actually came from. You're saying it's from God, okay? We have to, if we can't, at least explore this.
What man would write something like that? Think about it. What man? What man you know would write something like that? Have you ever met a man that would write something like that?
Let me just absolutely, my friend. Do not underestimate man. I'm telling you, like this is the number one flaw you can do if you're going to go into a cage fight and you're going to underestimate the guy across from you, you're going to come out of there with a broken jaw. I mean, this is just the reality. Okay, so those messages have to be scrutinized in a way that's not just always this is what it is, end of discussion. Because guess what? If that's the case, we're just shooting, we're throwing darts. What are we doing? We have to look at it from every perspective. And the more resistance that we get towards exploring other perspectives of this perspective we're looking at, that's not good. You always want to explore perspective. There's not an issue with that. Okay, there can't be. I'm not arguing, I'm not fighting, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just saying we need to explore the perspective.
I mean, you could explore it all you want, but all you're going to find is that man is a flawed being, and there's no way man could write the Bible to tell you, certain things.
Exactly.
It's just no way.
No
man has adhered to any of that.
You guys are saying you know the answer. So this perspective that we're looking at, you're convinced 100% that you have the absolute truth on that perspective.
Yes, because the Bible's not only.
This is where
the Bible's not only a way to live. It tells you past, present, and future of the world, what's going on. So basically, it's clairvoyant.
When you've been in control for thousands of years, you can kind of do that. I mean, guys, this is not out of the realm of possibility. Stop taking it out of that realm.
No. For us, we've already made up our minds.
Then you're sidelining yourself, and I'm not even trying to say you're wrong. I'm like, let's just explore it a little bit, and stop fucking just putting up a wall and looking the other way.
The Bible is out of the realm of possibilities that man wrote it without divine inspiration from God. You would literally have to answer to just the miracles on their face of the knowledge that they had that nobody in the room or nobody you've ever met even has. That the scientists of their time, quote unquote, didn't even know about till recently. The Bible knew 2,000 and 3,000 years ago. You'd have to explain that.
You know God's undefinable? Undefinable.
No, he's not.
Sometimes he's undescribable. He's not fathomable. You cannot search for the thoughts of God. That's true. Other than that, though, you can understand that some things about him.
He is defined in the Word. He tells you who he is and what he is. You know what I'm saying?
There's something going on here that we have to explore. I mean, they want
what reason would man have to tell you about other men that existed before the other? Like what reason?
Know about the but here's the thing: this is a false.
Hold on. See,
we see
it if you know the stories of the Bible,
we see it.
If you know the stories of the Bible, then you understand.
They put great words of wisdom in there.
No, I'm not even talking about the wisdom.
These are all cool things.
I'm not talking about the wisdom.
They build up hold on. They build up this whole thing through a bunch of truths, a few, and then get somewhere. You know what I mean? And then
but I'm not talking about the wisdom. I'm talking about the fantasy. I'm talking about the fantastical stories, right? So,
what? I was talking, so I kind of missed what you said.
Right. You have Noah and the flood, right? What purpose would man have to write that? What purpose would he have to write that?
Oh, this is intelligence. I mean, when you're controlling and putting these things out there, this is a way of covering the whodunit, like Zodiac said earlier. Okay? And this is a perspective you have to explore.
In your realm of thought, the Bible will have to be another conspiracy, just like NASA and the round Earth. That's what the Bible. It would have to be a conspiracy on the level that it encompasses the entirety of man. It would not just be one man.
Rule it out. We're gonna rule it out. You've been wojacked.
I mean, that's the only conclusion you could draw: is that all men on the earth got together to concoct this story of the Bible that no one can live by. That doesn't make any sense. Nobody can live by these precepts.
Well,
you can't.
Do know one thing: the Vatican's been collecting books for thousands of years, all the knowledges of the earth.
Yeah, but they burned the Christian Bible.
Hold on.
They used to burn the Christian Bible.
Well, we hear that.
Do you
too.
realize that? They
We
change.
don't
They,
know
they
what to
change.
believe from what we're
This
hearing.
is this,
from
this is
you
what I'm
speak.
trying to tell you. So what do you who
Well,
are you
okay,
gonna
and that
believe?
come. This
Who are
is
you
where
gonna
these books
believe?
come from.
You need to find something, right? Or just believe in nothing, right?
Well, hold on. We're talking about the metaphysical God. I don't have a definition on him. I don't believe I know what he's saying. I believe that there's sources of something, but I can't. There's nothing I can prove. I know what man can do, though. I know what man has done. I know there's big prison walls out there that they can throw your ass into. I know that. They're pretty smart. They're devious. These guys are serious. They mean business. And guess what? When I look at this 666 popping up in every news article, okay, that means that was printed out last night, this morning by humans. 666 in every fucking article, okay? And you go all the way back to the Bible where it defines that as the mark of the beast, the branding. Boom. Okay, this gets serious. This gets heavy. And if you're not willing to explore it, what can I say? But it has to be explored.
Well, that's our claim. Our claim is that Satan puts his mark on the world, so everything has 666. Well, that's a confirmation of the Bible, Hammer.
But that doesn't mean there's a devil.
No. It just confirms the Bible.
It doesn't even mean any of that. Even though
It confirms the Bible. But the point is that there isn't even a contradiction. Where is the contradiction that the Bible's wrong about anything? How could this book be right about everything? That's a little difficult for man to do.
You can use truth to get what you want, can't you?
How did they know that the worker ant was female 2,500 years ago? Wait a second. How did they know the worker ant was a female 2,500 years ago?
Is it just you asking the questions, or?
I've been answering. That's all I do is answer. What are you talking about?
Before you kind of cut me.
I'm just trying to point out the obvious miracles in the Bible. You're telling me that the Bible's right again, but it doesn't mean what the Bible says. Well, that's not going to hurt my argument.
What I'm asking you, can you use truth to get what you want?
No, I don't do anything to get what I want except the word of God, and He gives me what I didn't. Listen, you got to let me. You know what? If you won't let me answer the question. Wait a minute, you won't let me answer the question though. Why does it hurt people just to give them an answer?
Absolutely.
Listen, I don't want anything other than to do what God wants me to do. I try to put my wants away. I mean, what do I want out of this world? I don't want to be in this world in the first place. I want to find out what God wants me to do, which I fail at, but I'm still going to try. I'm still going to promote it in public. Our promotion, the way we behave in public, is very important. How we come off and express the truth of God's creation. God's given me that ability so that I can teach a 95-year-old grandmother and a 4-year-old little boy the truth of God's word. I can't tell you how great that is for me to know that. And that's not
the Bible to get this.
Listen, you're not letting me finish. Yes, if the Bible is the word of God, and I don't want to just be a Boy Scout.
Absolutely.
Listen. If I'm not interested in just being a Boy Scout, like maybe most Christians, and I feel like being a special forces, maybe an apostle like Christian, I'm going to need the word of God and the Bible to find out what I'm supposed to do. And all the Boy Scouts can sit on the side while I do the work of God, and He gives me miracles, and I'm happy in His word. So there's just different levels to this. Different levels to this, Whammer. There's a lot of issues.
You gotta have the Bible to see the word of God. I mean, that's an issue.
No, I said how good you want to be. Do you want to be a Boy Scout on the side of the? Do you want to be a Boy Scout, or do you want to be a soldier for God?
Hold on,
be a soldier.
Here's some research for you, Whammer. Go look at go do some research on the French Revolution, and find out what happened in that time. In 1792, go look at go
check it out, and I hope everything I look at is.
You'll find out. Find out what happened in that time.
Is it all true? Okay.
Yes.
I mean,
come on, dude. I mean, is it flat Earth true?
What we're all about, isn't it? This is
what kind of relationship do you want with God, Whammer?
Why would I believe this? Huh? I can't verify any of this stuff. Why would?
Well, then then ask me a question so that I can ask you.
You know what? I actually love the fact that I learned just that alone, because that holds you to like this standard that doesn't allow you to be deceived. So that alone is just powerful within itself. But a lot of us like to break it for some reason. We like to break the one thing that stops us from getting deceived in the first place.
It depends on the level of relationship you want to have with God. And in fact, you're going to get exactly what you want. If you don't want a relationship with God, you're not going to have one. If you really do honestly want a relationship with God, just like anybody who wants to know the truth, there's no such thing as stopping that person. My point is, you are going to dictate that. You can still be saved and just believe in God and not read the Bible. I presume that's obvious. The fact is, I don't just want to be saved. I'd like to do a little bit more and be the antithesis of the world, and maybe so that God can find joy in looking at me sometimes instead of being like the rest of the world. Again, there's just different levels to this. You can still be saved. Listen, you can still be saved and not have to read the Bible. If you don't want to read the Bible, that's fine, mate, but you need to believe at least God is the only savior. There's some, fine lines you got to cross eventually, but there's just different levels to it. How far do you want to go?
Pillbox, I'm not arguing God. I don't even know the name of God. I don't know the title. I don't even want to refer to this unknowing, undefinable thing as God. You got to go to this book to find it. Okay? So that means hold on. Let me just finish this really quick, guys. We know one of the evils in this world is centralization, right? Banks. You got the boys that centralize everything. That means all the money flows through there. You know why? Because that's the way they want it. They want all the money and they want that control. Centralization. God
but that's not Christianity.
A damn thing.
That's not what Christianity stands for.
You're trying to tell me he's centralizing something from one point of source, and if you can't get there, you're fucked, or you're gonna have a tough time. Give me a break. That's a false line of reasoning.
Do you know what Christ says?
Hold
on. Hold on. Let me get this out. You're making false claims about Christianity.
No, hold on. Let's just
yes, you are. You're comparing the bank and Christianity. Christ says to
Let's not go off on a tangent here. I'm not arguing.
I know, but Christ says to no. But
faith, okay?
I don't want you to defame the word, because that's what you're doing. You're defecating on it without knowing what the word says. And this is not cool, okay? Christ says, sell all that. Let me get this out.
A perspective?
Christ says,
no, this is what you just said.
Christ says, cool. Christ sells.
Why would you say this is not cool?
Listen, bro, just let me get this. Let me get this little point. This doesn't take 5 minutes.
Why you would say
I take 10 seconds.
Not cool.
I take 10 seconds. Christ says, sell all that ye have and follow me. That's Christianity. Okay, in a nutshell. Has nothing to do with the central banks.
I mean, guys, why would you say it's not cool? I'm like I said, I'm not trying to shake anybody. I'm simply exploring a perspective, and it seems like I'm coming up against some resistance for unknown reasons.
You know what the reason is? You haven't read the material to understand it. No, you haven't. To understand it. I just told you. I obviously you haven't read it.
I don't know why you would assume this. See, you keep breaking the principle of assumption.
I just said what?
Stop breaking that.
I just explained to you.
There is a difference of reading and understanding, though.
I'm sure, but this is the issue. You're assuming.
I thought you don't understand the material. That's what I said. You don't understand the material.
I understand what you're saying, but you're assuming that you do not know.
I'm assuming that from what you're quoting. You're comparing the Bible to the bank. You're comparing the Bible to the central banking system.
I'm simply.
You're comparing the Bible to a central banking system, dude. Obviously, you do.
Why is it such a big deal to challenge or go? I'm not
because you don't understand the material.
I'm exploring an avenue of thought, a perspective, a different angle. How are you going to sit there and say this isn't cool? Blah blah blah. You don't get it. You're an asshole. You're evil, I mean, that's ridiculous. If you're going to get stopped from exploring perspective, my friend, you have to rethink about what you're talking about.
Okay, basically, you don't understand the material you're quoting, right? You're comparing it to a banking system.
I have not made one quote.
You just compared it to the damn banking system. Come on, dude.
I know. I said centralization. Do you understand?
And then you went into banks.
If you want to go down this route of this fierce debate,
well, Fraud, ask him, Whammer, what's centralized? What's centralized about the Bible? What is centralized about the Bible?
What's centralized about the Bible? Oh, well.
Well, how are we comparing it to the bank? Yeah.
And you somehow got to find it if you're born on this earth, out in the weeds somewhere. It's you can only go to the Holy Catholic Church somewhere to find it. I mean, you're telling me that's not.
I've never been to the Rome. No, that's a lie. No, that's a lie. No, I've never been to the Roman Holy Catholic Church, and I have several Bibles.
Dude,
that's weird. So you see, my point is that you have to make up. You have to make excuses up, though.
Again.
Right. That's not reality, though. That's not reality.
Let us prove our point to you that you don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, there's only one truth. Yes, there's only one truth, Whammer. That's the point. Is that you don't want there to be only one truth.
Can we just prove our point, please? Can we prove the point that you don't understand the material, please, without you interrupting?
No, can we prove the point that you don't understand decentralization and centralization of information? If you want to,
that's fine.
Of the banking system,
that's
all
fine.
The evils are created through this centralized power source. You know this. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know everything about the banking system. I just know it's evil.
You understand the centralization aspect of it.
Yeah, all right, cool. Now let me explain to you why you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to the Bible, please. Can I just explain why you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to the Bible without you interrupting?
I don't know what I'm talking about.
I will explain it to you if you let me.
What you're talking about?
Can you let me explain it to you?
Perspective. If you're going to get heated, you shouldn't be in the conversation.
It's not about getting heated, dude. I'm just telling you don't know what you're talking about. What's wrong with that?
You're saying I don't know what I'm talking about.
You don't.
You're unwilling to explore
my perspective. Is something wrong with it? I don't know everything about everything.
You're saying this is not cool.
You're taking it personal by me telling you that.
You should. Why are you even saying it to begin with? Why not just
because you're comparing it? You're comparing apples and oranges. Something that's not even
exploring the idea.
You just compared it to the Catholic Church.
Why don't you just explore the idea, my friend? That's it.
All right.
So arguing with you, bro. I actually love you guys. You know that. Come on. You have to be able to explore these ideas. And yeah, if they get controversial and they get argumentative, let's take 10 and come back. But we have to be able to take a look at this from multiple perspectives, or shit, we're done talking. I mean, what is there to talk about?
Is he done?
Oh, the evil guy who has a different perspective. Is he done? Give me a break.
Okay, now, the Catholic Church changed Christianity because they saw that these people were growing in numbers. Catholicism is an evil entity, right?
Preach it, brother. Let's hear the preaching.
So, by a long time ago, they changed a lot of things about Christianity, right? One was the day of worship, okay. The other was the day of worship, and what was the other one? The Bibles. They burned all the Bibles, right? They were persecuting Christians. They were killing them, right? But they realized that this was only making their numbers grow. So what they did was they infiltrated and they changed the whole system. After all the apostles died, this is what they did. This is how Satan used them to craft his own religious identity of mankind. So this is what he did. Now, when you go into the history books, you find all this information. Whether you want to believe it or not is up to you. That's your own personal journey. But you can find all this information that is contained within history books and in the Bible as well. So you can go from there. Now, like I said to you before, Christ, when he came on the earth in the flesh, he called all of his disciples and apostles. He asked them to follow him. So they sell all they have and they left straightway and they followed Christ. He wanted to make them fishers of men, not of fish in the sea, not for any monetary gain. It was to gain the souls of their lost brethren around the world. That was it. That was the one purpose of Christ was to because he brought it to the Jews. The Jews rejected him, so it went to everyone else, right? They didn't have to sacrifice Christ. Had they accepted him when he came, this shit would not be going on right now, bro. This whole world would be different. But they didn't. They said they didn't know him. They didn't recognize him because they wanted him to come in the essence and power they wanted. They wanted him to destroy, but that's not what Christ came. Christ came to save all mankind, not just one type of man. He came to save all, and that's not what they wanted at the time. So this is what the Bible tells you, right? So the disciples, they took the word to everyone else. And then when the last disciple or apostle died, that's when things went back to where they are now. Satan infiltrated again. Man fell back into the same pattern of disbelief in carnal ways, and here we are today. This is the story of this is some of the summarizing it in the Bible. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's cool. That's up to you, bro. I'm not hating you on that, but don't sit there and hate on us for believing that to be true. You know what I'm saying? That's
I've
what
said multiple times I'm not hating with you.
But that's
I'm
what
not
we
hating
believe
on
to be
you.
true.
I'm not
That's
even
it.
arguing you. I'm not even trying to change your. I'm not, dude. I'm not here to shake anyone's faith or make you wrong. I'm just exploring a different perspective. That's all. If that makes me an asshole, fine. But you know what? Sometimes you got to be an asshole. You got to explore the different perspective. You have to take a look from multiple perspectives. Because if we don't, guys, we are, I mean, that's it. I mean, there it is. We're cooked. Wojacked.
But when you tell us that the Bible was written by men,
I didn't even say all that.
You were
I'm
saying that,
exploring
bro.
the perspective that.
But that's
that,
what
you
I'm saying.
know,
But you see, that
we're just
cuts right
exploring it,
at
my
our.
friend. That's all.
That cuts right
You've
at
come
us.
to a
You
conclusion.
see what I'm
I
saying? That's
haven't.
a personal attack. You understand? You might not see
I'm
it
not
as that,
trying to
but that's what
personally
that
attack
is.
you.
I know, but when you say that, bro, that's
I
what it is.
understand. I understand.
That's like somebody saying
I
you're a lawyer.
apologize
You're a
for that.
lawyer.
You know,
You have
it
all
hurts
these.
your
You have
feelings.
all these
It hurts
certificates.
feelings, but we have to be able to talk. You know, approach a subject and speak of a perspective, and if that's stopped, if that's shut down, censored, what are we doing?
Let's see. Listen. As Christians, we've all considered that, but the Bible says no. These were men inspired by the Spirit of God. So right there in the Bible, it tells us, right? So for someone that's not a believer to come and say, "Oh, it was written by man," and
Who
not
says I'm
even
not a believer? See, this is another thing. I love all sorts of passages from the Bible. You know, I love all sorts of passages from many different books. I'm not attacking the Bible, and I think that's you're kind of taking that avenue with me. I'm not here to I'm not here to shit on the Bible. Okay, I have no issues with the Bible. I am the Lord. I mean, these are some of them. These are, know your, guys by his fruits and his labors, what he does. There's some passages in there you just can't get around. They're impactful. They're powerful sources of wisdom. Okay? I'm just simply saying we have to be able to explore perspective, and perspective demands to be explored from all angles, even if that is contrary to your belief system. And look, that's what we're all about in here, right? I mean,
what's my belief system?
I don't know. I don't.
You don't
know.
have. It doesn't matter.
You said you believe in God and the Bible.
That's okay.
I mean,
right. So there you go. That's it. So my point is that if the Bible is true, actually,
look, I don't assume I know you, Pillbox.
I'm just trying to
I'm
explain
not sitting here
something.
calling you some asshole.
I know. I'm just trying to help you out.
Tell you, I really enjoy your conversations. I enjoy
your
perspective. Because remember, I like to explore perspective.
So without the Bible, I believe you actually can't understand anything. That's my claim, actually. My point is that I can't even describe flat Earth without the Bible. In fact, it's not flat Earth anyway. It's under the heavens and in the waters, and that's going to get annoying that I'm going to keep saying that. Again, flat Earth is a good way to shock people, and it definitely has some credence to it because, yes, compared to a satanic ideology, it is flat. That's true. But, people always ask me, well, why doesn't the Bible say the Earth is flat? Well, I can't get the answer here. The answer is because the Earth isn't flat. It's under the heavens and in the waters. So that's the reality that I'm not able to get from most flat earthers. And I know that's going to be salty and upset people, but I can't even get any answers from flat earthers. I only get them from the Bible.
So is that it, Pillbox? The Bible? I mean, are you done exploring?
Well, why is it that I have the answers and I can't find anybody that doesn't read the Bible that has the answers? Why is that?
Hold on. Who says you have the answers?
The Bible. That's my point. Why my point is I'm claiming I do answers? Because I have because it's truth. It's knowledge. Why did God give me the knowledge?
You believe you have the absolute truth?
About certain things, of course. Yes, I'm a man. I'm breathing. No. I'm a man. I'm breathing. That's absolute truth. Yes, God is real. The heavens are above. The ground is below. That is an absolute truth. Yes, I have that ability. Of course, without the Bible, you can't have absolute truth. So I'm glad you conceded.
I do. don't have an issue with that. I respect it. Simply just exploring a different avenue.
Right. So I'm claiming I have an absolute truth. So you're admitting that you can't do that, right? Are you admitting you can't have an absolute truth?
I can't do what?
Are you admitting that you can't have an absolute truth?
Absolute truth?
Yeah. Are you saying
like
that you can't
said, in
have?
the Bible, God says he's undefinable.
But for you, right? So for you, can you have an absolute truth for you personally?
I mean, there are truths, right? I mean, look, I'm here talking to Pillbox. That's true, right?
Is that an app? Okay, right. So do you believe that's absolute
Yeah,
truth?
it's true. I mean, what?
Right. So then why is it not okay for me to have absolute truth?
Oh, it's perfectly fine. However,
Okay, good. Just
there is
making
this
sure.
logic
Thanks.
out
Okay.
there that says nothing can be absolutely understood.
That wouldn't be logic. That would be Satanism. See how it works?
Okay, so you believe there, and I actually believe there's
Absolutely,
like there's
by the
logic
way.
and absolute. That it is. There it is. Boom. That's what it is. Right, from at least a human perspective. Right.
Yes.
We agree on many things. I'm just simply, it clicked today. I was grabbing a milkshake or doing something, and I keep reading these articles and seeing the 666, 999 just everywhere, and these are humans pumping this stuff in. That looks to me a brand like Pepsi Cola on the Pepsi bottle. That's Pepsi. And then the only place I can get a definition of that go to the Bible and Mark of the Beast, and that to me just gave me a feeling of men controlling and they're seeing men as beasts because they're trying to protect power, and so they've branded us as beasts. And sure, you can twist that into, oh no, that's a Lucifer being that's twisted that's not a man, that's not some asshole that we can go and fucking fix this crap. No, we get stopped with some figurehead that is impossible to reach, and it is what it is, and he has so much power, it's just all over, and we're cooked.
Who said?
Lucifer.
Oh well, that's the thing.
Well, sure.
Yeah,
you can have
right.
God's
No.
wisdom on the other side, but
Well,
ultimately,
yeah. You
with a
think you're
Lucifer
cooked? That's the
going on,
thing.
he's making things miserable down here.
So you think you're cooked? You think you're cooked? Then?
No. I'm saying if you stop at that logic, you're cooked.
No. I'm actually the only person that can say I'm free and not cooked because I have the Word of God. Without the Word of God, you're cooked.
Look, I'm just fair enough. I mean, and that's fine.
He's saying Satan versus man. By the way, sorry if I left earlier. Pillbox, are you there?
Thanks, Zodiac.
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me if you think this is real. I found this really. It's not in English. It doesn't look like, but it definitely. It looks like. Do you see this part where it says upon? But it's not English, it's spelled weird, but it says flat earth in there, Samuel 2:11. And it could be fake, though, I don't know.
Yeah, they have been trying to find the words flat earth in the Bible, but it says plains and mountains and up and down and upon and across and line and on foundations. These are all only possible on a plane of existence under the heavens and in the waters. The earth isn't flat. We have topography, mountains, things like that. So the flat earth isn't a correct description anyway. So when somebody asks, and that's my claim is that, again, how do I know that? I know that because obviously God has told me these. So yes, flat earth is good, right? To shock people, but I never use it. I'm just telling you from personal experience, I do not have to use the word flat earth to teach this topic, and it's much easier because I make other people come up with it as they start getting hints to their reality. They're going to be the ones that say flat earth first, and I always make that happen when I'm, if you want to call it, seeing to people about this topic, which of course I do all the time. So,
but does this look fake like immediately to you, or is it?
I can't make a claim on it. I mean,
okay.
I can't make a claim because I didn't do it. If I read the Bible and saw that it was in, but there are certain versions like that I have heard that claim before. But that's not going to do it for me. I actually think that there's a higher level of understanding than these two words. This FE, it's a good start, but it's the literal 2-dimensional kindergarten understanding to start over.
All right, so let's get back to the earlier thing.
The Earth of the shape, yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, well, does anyone have any questions? Or Rammer, did you want to say anything before? Because I was gonna ask.
You know, I needed you around, because I'm getting piled on, but you know,
it was. I listened to it. It was good.
It was good, huh? It was. Whammer, trust me, I didn't do that bad.
It was intense, but I think actually, well, let me put it this way, because on one hand, if it was really about just guys, that's pretty impressive. First of all, I'm surprised. I would be surprised that that humans could do, what people think Satan's doing, right? But at the same time, if it's not Satan, or if it's just, because you got to think on two levels: either it's Satan himself, or everyone has a choice, and Satan's just tricking everyone to do what his bidding is. So like you have these two different things. Like either one is true, like humans who are inspired by this thing, or it's just humans of their own free will, and there's no inspiration from anyone. Because everyone supposedly has a choice, but at the same time, if it's just Satan, then he would have to have like some crazy powers.
Isn't it convenient? It's a very convenient. It's like the government's doing it. We're up against the government. No, we can't name any names. It's the government. It's the same type.
Yeah, it's the whole. It's the they. Right.
They.
It's like when people say they. Yeah,
yes,
that's the whole thing.
It's
the whole
thing.
spell. It's just a spell. Yeah.
You see where I'm coming from. So that's all I'm trying to do is explore this little this perspective thing, because that's what it is, right? I mean, you could.
It all depends on whether there's what do you call it? I don't even think it's about. It's about the consequences, really. Like if you think about it, like, okay, if someone does something, will that person face consequences, or do they think there are no consequences and they're just going to keep doing it? So it's almost like a mindset of like, what do you think would happen to yourself if
morals,
they did
there's
it?
Bigger meaning than all they're talking about. I get it. And I don't even want to touch that part because I don't want to actually go to that part. I think we can isolate the two. We can isolate from all of that, the bigger, more absolutes. And I don't want to go there because it's just heavy and bothersome and, I'm a blasphemer and all this stuff. I don't want to go there. Look, I just want to explore the perspective of we're seeing in all the articles these numbers, okay? We're seeing it, okay? It looks like a branding.
Yeah.
One thing we can all agree on is corporations are everywhere. They all got a good logo. They've all got a brand.
The word corporation. Go ahead, sorry.
These are things we can.
Are they of the world?
What I'm saying is these are things that, they're there. There's Boddingtons. I drank last night.
Like of the world, but not.
Right. What are they? Right. Wait. What are they? What are we talking about? They're all what?
I said a brand.
Right. So they're all brands of this world, and that's why Satan can't help but put his mark on everything. I mean, God set it up that way, and that's not something we can understand. Yeah, that's the point. It's a miracle.
Isn't that a little convenient? If it's a
miracle
way to say they, or not be able to put a name on who this is doing this?
Well, yeah, if you don't have the Bible, you can't know the name. Yeah, you have to have the Bible to know all that.
You're not going to end up in jail without the cops coming to get your ass and put you in there, all right?
Well, because I have the Bible, we have the name.
Magically go into jail. Like, I'm talking physical. Let's not, twist that into some kind of metaphysical jail. I'm talking
I think I get what he's saying. You're saying like imagine if the cops if the cops knew something bad happened, but they were not able to identify who the they is.
They don't want to identify. No, there is no problem. Man already hides from who Satan is. That's the point.
This is what we're exploring.
Every government agency will hide and protect the government agency below them or above them. They are in a sect, a group, a ritualistic cabal. Every government employee helps the next government employee survive and help them cover up things so that they don't get in trouble. That's what the entity is. It is the literal way of the beast. Therefore, they are marked with the mark of the beast.
Okay. That ultimately, that is not a cover for a man still carrying out his tasks.
So, there is no cover. We know who's doing it. There is no cover. We know what's going on. We can see it.
Like, I think Whammer. Whammer. Let me ask you this: like, if someone says they but never defines who they are you saying, or are you thinking that that's actually just another tactic or a shield to distract and defend the people who are really responsible? Because not defining who the they is just going to make it even harder to bring them to justice.
Exactly what it is, what it appears to be. This is something I'm just exploring. Like I said, we're looking at it from different perspectives, and this appears to be a perspective to go down.
Okay, so like let's say we arrested
Zodiark,
Satan.
Zodiark.
Let's say we go ahead.
Zodiark, watch this, because I have to talk about what you just said. I don't want to forget it, but you just said about bringing them to justice. No, the problem is thinking you have the opportunity, responsibility of bringing them to justice. That's not your job. That's God's job. So right off the bat, when you start off wrong, it's terrible. It's like drag racing. You got to really have a good start, or you suck at this race. This is drag racing when it comes to making the right decisions, when it comes to the moral aspect of this, which is we can't solve the problem. We were the problem. Now we turn ourselves to God, admit we were wrong. God comes into our lives, and then he saves the day. He destroys the evil. He solves the problem. That's how this works.
Like the Lord said, vengeance is mine, or whatever. I just remember that one.
Got it. Nailed it. Well done. Well done.
Can we talk about this topic without bringing God into it?
No, we might as well go to the flat earth, which is also not removable from God's word. No, nothing's removable, but that's the whole point, bro. I have You're telling me to drop the guy that I have a relationship with that's given me millions of miracles and saved my life. I can't get. You're telling me to get rid of my dad.
I'm not telling you to drop it. I'm not trying to change you. I'm just trying to say, can we discuss it?
Sorry, Dad. I know you gave me all these miracles and you've saved my life a million times, but you got to stay out of this conversation. You think that's going to go over well?
That's a little flawed. That logic right there.
Oh, no, sir. That's a different level of logic. No. No flaws there.
Specifically talk about something without always bringing in this this entity from unknown, undefinable things that we can't really go anywhere with. I can't, I mean, where do we want to go? If we can just leave him out of it for a second,
do you want to
look at it? We can actually maybe explore the fucking perspective.
Well, this is something that if you don't want to know, then you're not going to know. You have to desire to know God. You have to desire to know his word.
Like I said, we can't just look. Zodiark, where are you, bro?
Well, yeah, I'm here. I was just thinking about. I was just thinking about, like, okay, if it's really God who's going to make them face the consequences of their actions, then that means it's literally inevitable that they will, basically only the atheists, not even that. I just only the people who say there is nothing, or don't believe it.
In that case,
they're not going to.
Coming from a different source.
Yeah. It's just like a mindset if you think about it, because if you don't think there are any consequences for the actions, then you're just going to do whatever you want. But if you do think there are consequences, then you're not going to, just keep doing this stuff.
But it's a conundrum because it does go both ways. But however, always saying that, something was inspired by, that's fine. But that does take away the responsibility of the individual committing the action, which is great. It's a day. It's the government. It's them. It's the banks. They're taking everything. Who runs it? Who knows? But
yeah.
Feel me?
They have to blame themselves, is what you're saying, because they have a choice.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the crazy thing is like, well, okay. Another way to look at it is like, if it's a test, but you will still be judged. So it's not the consequences that are inevitable, it's the judgment that which leads to the consequences that are inevitable. But that still contradicts free will. So the way I think of it is like, okay, if life is just a test, because here's the thing, why does heaven, assuming it's real, why does heaven need gates? Why are there gates? Why are there borders to heaven? You know, you get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You get what I'm saying?
Of course I do.
It has a strict border control policy, I think.
Yeah, they got the, you know,
They
the
got
border
ICE.
guards down there in blue suits running things. Give me a break.
Yeah. I mean, because the other possibility is like none of it, like the only other thing, like, because the funny thing is like, okay, let's just assume if atheism is true, then pretty much it's just neutral. It's not even good or bad. It's just like nothingness. And that's like neutral. It's not.
Pro-atheism. His love.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying hypothetically.
Going atheism, you know?
No, I'm just saying hypothetically, if someone who had that perspective, not you, just in general, like think about either one is like, because you can think about it without buying into it, right?
That's the whole point of what I it's what we're trying to do here, but it's like hard, right?
Well, I actually wanted to ask Pillbox, are you? Is he? Oh no, he's muted. Are you still there?
He's here. He's listening.
Okay. Let me ask him. All right. So my question is, so there's a few things that I've been hearing about, like whether certain parts of the Bible were designed to test discernment. Like, for example, there's a bunch of people that are telling me hell is just a disappearance from existence versus an eternal flame, like eternal pain. And then there's another one where it's just like another test is like, okay, idolatry and the law of identity versus Jesus being God. He prayed to himself and he sits there at the right hand of himself, but he also said, I'm the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. So he has to be the beginning. The only person who's the beginning and the end is
damn right
the creator.
Got it.
Right. So
thank you. Well done. Well done.
So my question is,
boom,
what do you think hell is? And the second question is, was Jesus actually praying to himself, even though he did say, you know, I agree with what you said about Alpha and the Omega?
Yes. Yep, exactly. Yeah, because he had to leave the perfect example. He would, of course, pray to God. If he was to lead the perfect example, he has to do what every man should do when given an opportunity to do the right thing. So when also there's another instance when the child or man goes to Jesus and said, well, you're so good. And Jesus says, I'm not good. Only our Father in heaven is good. That's, again, another perfect example of what a man should do, what the perfect example to lead by was what Jesus was. And since he wasn't able to sin, that also removes him from the ability of being a man. That means he is a deity. Well, we're not polytheists. There's only one God, so there can only be one. That's it. Jesus in the flesh.
Okay, got it. And so do you think, what do you think about, is hell disappearance, or is it like eternal pay, I guess?
There certainly has to be justice. Without justice, there is no love. So God is going to put the very bad people where they belong for a very long time. How that is, I don't know, but it's described as the gnashing and grinding of teeth. So that's the point, is that the pain is enduring forever. It's basically, it is a form of torture for people that do very bad things. I know a lot of people that deserve it, so I don't know what the problem is.
Have you ever met someone who thought that the Earth was actually hell? I don't know why, but I heard that one before.
Sure, many times, absolutely.
Okay, but you know the weird thing is like that doesn't really follow to me, because first you would have to say that the Garden of Eden was, or no, sorry, that would mean that God sent Jesus to hell if the earth was hell. So that does not make sense to me. You know? So the earth cannot be hell to me. There's a lot of people that are just one, actually.
Right. I mean,
I don't know
it's
why,
pretty
though.
bad now. Yeah, man has made it very hellish to our terminology, but Sheol is certainly a place, and even Jesus went there. That's talked about again in the Bible. So I don't know how you could even not address the fact that without the Bible, that it's impossible to decipher any of these.
Okay, here's another question. You remember how there was a spear that struck Jesus? Did anyone take a DNA sample from the tip and then check if it was matched Jesus's DNA?
Well, I wouldn't
Just to
believe
make
them
sure
if
he
they,
existed.
Yeah. I wouldn't believe him. Like the Shroud of Turin, I don't believe the Shroud of Turin. I don't believe the Spear of Destiny is known. If it is found, it's either destroyed or it's hidden away, because that's what these people do. They certainly aren't going to do a DNA test to prove their satanic ritualistic world, are they? So they certainly aren't going to let it into the hands of people like us that would do such a thing, right? There is one interesting gentleman, though, that you need to look up Zodiark for some of these answers, and he goes by the name of Ron Wyatt. He died about 22 years ago in 1999, but he had some amazing discoveries, and I know for a fact he was led by God. So Ron Wyatt would be somebody you'd want to look into that topic.
Because that would definitely prove, or at least, give some evidence for Jesus actually existing. And if they found a corpse, well, there's another question. Did they find a corpse?
No,
a corpse.
Right. So
Okay.
you couldn't find Jesus' corpse because he's God. He took his corpse back up, right? So that's not going to.
Okay. Another one is. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, it's hard to find evidence then. It would be really hard.
Yeah, you're looking, a needle in a needle stack. You'll never find them.
Look, that's a little bit convenient, right?
Yes, everything is convenient when you're one of God's children, Whammer. Everything is. Yes.
Pillbox. I'm taking the perspective of the guy who fought his way into power. He got into power. He killed his way there. And now, what's the best way I can run this thing without me getting my head chopped off? How do I do it? Huh? What's the way, guys? What do we do?
You can't.
We better figure something out, or I'm going to get my head chopped off, right? Well, that's what I'm saying. The product of that would come from incredible stories, things to twist your mind, get you confused with real serious truth. That's the whole point.
Like distractions?
Shield up to hide really this asshole that's doing all of this. And I'm look, I'm not saying there isn't a divinity out there, this undescribable beauty. Of course there is. All right? That's not the debate. That's not the argument. The argument, the perspective simply is, well, I just said it, I'm taking a perspective of if I was in charge, this is something that I would deploy. I would at least attempt to. I'd grab the very best scholars from around the world at that time. I'd put them hard at work, There's a lot of books out there with some very interesting things. There's powerful things. So, you hear what I'm saying? I mean, this is where we go into this we can explore this perspective without, don't take it, don't take it like it shouldn't bother you. Don't let it bother you because it's just ideas. We're talking ideas, right?
I would say you'd have to have the word of God to understand who's the bad guy and what to do about it, which is yourself to God, because you're not going to have a problem. So again, without that word of God, you can't solve anything. That's my claim.
Yes.
Amen to that.
Hold on. This is where it gets interesting, though, right? On one end, Pillbox, and I'm just very curious, you both believe God is decentralized and centralized, right? Because the word of the Bible, that's like it's a centralized source. It comes. There's only one book.
There's only one truth. That's what he said earlier.
Correct. There's only one truth, right? Truth is centralized. Yes, that would be.
Yeah. So that's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem.
everybody would have to admit that truth is centralized. Everybody has to admit that, or they're insane. Yep.
Well, hold on.
Truth is definite.
Well, hold on. We also see all the evils in this world right now. I'm not saying the book is evil, so please don't twist it. I'm saying we're seeing all the evils right now at this point in time is due to something called centralization of power. Okay? We can all agree on this without talking about God, right?
Right, but it has nothing to do with the kingdom of God. But this kingdom is ruled by the kingdom of darkness. And it's the same. Many people say, okay, why, if God is such a nice guy, and why is there so much killing and all that stuff going on in this world? Why is this world is so evil? I can just tell you, Mercedes can produce a car, right? And they tell you, okay, you need to maintain this car every 2 years. If you don't do that, this car gonna crash and you're all gonna die, right? So what happens? This guy buys this new Mercedes. He's driving down a hill. After 2 years, he didn't maintain it. He didn't keep the commandment which was given by the producer or the creator. And what does man do in the end? Oh, look, the car crashed. We're gonna blame it on the producer. And that's how people today act towards God. They're blaming at the creator because they can't. They're just not keeping what the creator has given to them as a commandment. That's how I see it, and that's how many Christians see it. And that's why there's so much evil in this world, because we're not working according to the rules and the boundaries which were given to protect us from our Father.
You know, it's funny. I just realized. I think about. You don't even need Satan. You just need free will, you know? I don't even think Satan has a purpose. Like, if you just give humans free will, they're gonna mess up, you know? You don't even have to. Satan doesn't even have. Do you need Satan to exist? Like, that's my question.
They only gonna mess up.
Let me tell Zodiac this. That's
Don't
that's
ever
kind of
say
true.
that, Zodiac.
Zodiac, real quick, that's true in a sense that you don't need the influence. Your own mind is going to influence you, your own wicked heart. What does the Bible say about your heart? Okay, but first of all, here's the thing: is that Satan, though, is
people have leader traits for a reason.
Let me just finish this real quick. Satan, however, is given opportunity and authority to do things to you, as he asked God to do it to Job 4,000 years ago. So sometimes something bad might happen to you that, yes, Satan did that to see how he could hurt you and challenge you. So this is, again, a totally different type of battle. It's not a flesh battle, right? So
wait, so he actually did something?
He very well can. There are some particular people that he goes after that are, if you're...
I'm one of them.
Okay, so he should be arrested.
I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
If you're a beloved child of God, Satan is coming for you. Yes. Satan
I literally have had this man in my life. But I was going to say, Zodiac, they're leaders for a reason. The personality and characteristic traits of populations are distributed. You can go look at the numbers in such a way that so it has like natural hierarchy. And some of these characteristics, like leaders, for example, there's only so many people on this earth that could actually stand in front of a stage and talk to 500 million people. And actually and say stuff that is productive, where those people would want to like continue exhibiting good energy and working towards the collective of the whole. Like there's only so many people that can lead properly.
The thing is, there's so much darkness in this kingdom, in this world, that when you're on the side of God and you're trying to run the great battle, you know, with your flesh, and you try to stay in the light and in the truth which God gives you, the Holy Ghost, which sets you free. If you are trying to stay in that, you're gonna get more attacks than people who are actually running in the darkness. Because imagine being you have a candle, in a really dark room, and you're gonna lit that candle. Everything around it will suddenly be so focused on this light, and that's you when you are running with God. You know, when you're walking with God, and that's why many Christians.
A god or a devil. Okay, we already know we can't define them. Hold on, let me just finish.
I'm not defining something, I'm just giving a metaphor.
Hold on, let me just finish. God, you guys kill my train of thought when you jump in. Go ahead, sorry. I lost my train of thought.
Entities are Satans and demons. So basically, like, for example, some people can get affected by entities while they're on LSD trips or psilocybin. And that's why they're like crazy afterwards.
I believe there's something.
Be sober, be vigilant.
I'm trying to say is,
exactly.
All right.
I got a question
the evils
though.
that are committed, you know, this this. It appears to be, you know, well, you know, I didn't do it. Satan made me do it. It's a great little, you know, I don't have any response. It's him. It's like, come on, put him in prison. He did. He killed him. Put him in prison. Period.
Yeah, I agree
No,
with
but
that.
that's not what the Bible teaches. The Bible teaches that your flesh will make you lust for things, that your wicked heart, which you have since you were born, can make you do things, and you are there, and you need to work with the authority of God to fight this battle. If you stop fighting the battle, then you lost. Then the devil has won because you have stopped fighting a battle.
Okay, wait, I got a question though. So, like, hypothetically speaking, if let's say the cops showed up at Satan's house and arrested him, and they brought him to trial, you know, I would imagine, like, even if he were brought to trial, humans still having free will, it would still, like, I guess it would eliminate some of the crime if he actually, because if obviously you take out a criminal, there's going to be less crime, obviously. So I guess it would eliminate some of it, but since humans still have free will, then you're not going to get rid of all of it, just if you get rid of Satan.
The thing is, you should not look at Satan like
that Satan is bad free will. Everyone has free will to make good or bad choices.
Like a figure. The thing is with Satan.
We're all doing by
the thing is with Lucifer, the fallen angel, is that
these guys and out.
Since Lucifer was kicked out of heaven and was already judged by this happening, he always wanted to be as God, and that's why he's perverting God's systems. You need to understand, the devil knows you and me better than anyone else. He knows the human body better. He knows the Bible better than me.
He knows everything. He knows everything. I can't think of myself at all.
And he, since according to the Bible, he's running the earth. He's running the kingdom of darkness. So by that means, he is the one in charge of trying to pervert and flip everything which God has created. That means if God has the Holy Spirit, what do you think what the devil is going to do? He will create something similar to it.
Responsibility is what I'm arguing.
Yes, but he will create something. He will create.
Oh, it's run by the devil. Well, let me tell you something.
It's not what I said. Did you hear what I said?
We can't go arrest him. All right, we can't do it. It's impossible.
No.
So here we are.
It's a decision you make. Either you choose to obey the kingdom of God, which is not of this world,
I get it,
or you obey what is of this world. Simple as that.
I agree. I'm simply talking about outward acts. Okay, you know, somebody comes over to your house, they take your kid. All right, what are you gonna do? I mean, here you are, your kid got taken. You know, is it, you know, will of Satan? He sacrificed your kid somewhere. Does he get a cop out? No, I'm gonna go after him. Okay, me, the dad, me, the brother, I'm going after him. Period.
Yeah, that's what every that's like the every parent has that like normal reaction. That's like a normal reaction for parents. Yeah, because that's how you survive.
It is written on our hearts.
God, that's fine. That's fine.
It is.
With that.
We all have. Yeah.
Those committee blacks need to be get arrested, and we can't just simply say, "Oh, it's this demon that's doing it," and we can never figure out anything. You see what I'm saying? It's a cop out.
Yeah, we have to blame everyone. Go ahead.
The thing is, we all have something written in our hearts, which is that we all want to have justice being served. Okay, if we see something which is unrighteous, if something happens, I don't know, you see someone punch and you know it's completely unrighteous that happened, you already have something inside of you going crazy because you're like, man, this is something that shouldn't happen. Or you see something in TV like cities being bombed and, you know, kids are dying and so forth, and you already have this judge inside of you knowing to say, okay, it is definite that this is unrighteous, right? And that is what I think is something given by God, that we know what is good and what is not, And I wish I could talk about certain things a little bit more deeper, but due to my, English limitations, because I'm from Germany, I can't really go deep, because I would like to explain certain things about God in a different way, but I can't, which is unfortunate. I'm still, I'm trying my best there. I can just say I have always thought, and that we have everything in our hands, which was a lie in the end, and that sin is not really real. It's just about being good or bad, but that's all a lie by this wicked world. That's the only thing I can say. If I would say something else, I would be lying.
We can't just sit here and be like, oh, freaking Lucifer, therefore, that's...
It's not what I'm saying. It's also not what the Bible says. We are... The Bible says we are the soldiers for the kingdom of God. We have to fight. If we don't fight, then we're gonna lose. I can't just sit there and...
I don't know. I feel like there's some agreement in Zodiac. I feel like even me and Pillbox got some agreements going on. I don't, but the overall feeling of this conversation, what are we talking about exactly right now specifically? I'm specifically talking about a brand. I see a branding from the 666 thing everywhere. Okay, it's just everywhere. I can't even go on the damn CNN and read something without seeing it pumped into the numbers. So these people carrying this crap out, obviously, goes all the way back to that book. It's in there, getting defined. I mean, it's interesting, and I sit here. If I'm the one controlling things, absolutely, I'm going to do my best to produce something like this, and create a. It doesn't mean that these great words of wisdom aren't true. Okay, what I'm simply saying is they're, it's very convenient for. It appears that there's some kind of a, some kind of a human that, it's not a demon. I mean, sure, there might be demonic inspiration, but that's outside of the context of what we can actually go and lock up, right? And this keeps giving these people a pass. It's the they in government. It's the they in this. It's the they in the banks. It's those guys. It's these people. We can never actually define anything. And that's an issue that we're facing, all of us right now, today.
You know what I always say? I don't blame anything evil in this world on anyone. I come to the conclusion to say if we don't get right with God, no one is better than, these elites or anything bad. Because in our hearts, if it's not cleaned, if it's not, or it's not being, used by God to lead us into the right way, we are not better than anyone else. So if we play in the darkness, we're not contributing to put light into the world, so to say. So I mean, that's just how I see it. I think when I look back on my heart, when I didn't know God, I was not better than anyone else out there. Some people may have more evil deeds, but my thought line, the way I use my tongue to say certain words, it was all darkness. Things I did in darkness, things I should have been ashamed of, I was proud of because everyone else did it,
Sure.
And we are just...
You're looking at that inner conflict, the spiritual conflicts that we're all struggling with. And that's perfectly fine. However, I'm simply trying to leave that aspect out of this for the only simple reason so we can isolate.
Can you come closer to your mic? Sorry, but I can't hear really good. I want to hear better.
Once we go into this realm where we can't actually define and really totally, it's just outside the parameters of us, even though we can, you can believe in it, that's perfectly fine. I believe in it, for crying out loud.
However, there are those that hide behind these shields, and guess what? Aren't you a little sick of it?
I was, yes, but I know that that everyone is going to be judged. I don't need to judge. The Bible says that God is the one who's going to judge them all, who's going to judge each individual. So I don't need to take that place.
None of us are all broke, and there's a few rich bastards back there having a good old time, just slurping the cream.
Right.
You're out breaking your back. Maybe your kid gets sick. You can't pay for it. He dies. Guess what?
Right.
Suck it up. That's just the will. That's their
Right.
some spiritual will.
But if you have God on your side, who can be against you, man?
This shit. I'm gonna make my family better. I'm going to try to enjoy myself here. I'm not just going to accept some type of permanent placement by something no one can define. I think that's a reasonable perspective to take a look at, so we can at least attempt to understand who, not anything else. It's a who. What is his name? And believe me, he has a name.
I can just...
No doubt about it. He struggles. He's human. He's got to be given the same justice as anyone else, right? But it is what it is. And yes, you can do something about it.
I can just say the only thing that you can actually do, because, I can talk 5 hours about what I have experienced through the relationship that I have with God, But in the end, it's up to us as a human being to either we want to say, okay, God, if you're really real, I'm really curious. Are you real? So give me a sign. Come into my life. And trust me, if you're really curious and you're not just joking about it, like if you would ask a serious question to your real father, to your father who actually made your flesh, you would do the same towards God. Trust me, God will give you an answer. It may take time, but you will understand it. And that's it. That's more that, because that's it. It's I can't give you the spirit, right?
Stop here, though. This idea needs to be explored from all perspectives. If we are going to stop based on some non-anti-free will perspective, it's just we're on this path that is unshakable. Then we're all cooked. Sure, Pillbox would say I'm cooked for not understanding the words, the wisdom of the Creator, and that's fine. I get it. However, I want to leave him out of it for a second, so we can at least, from a perspective of the scientific method, or a perspective of what we know, what can we verify, what can we, that type of, never assume anything to be true. We have to keep those same principles because they defend us from being tricked, and that's one of the powers that this entire group has. That's why everyone in here, I got mad respect, mad love. You guys taught me a lot of shit. Even you, Pillbox, you taught me a lot of stuff. So that's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. So what I always say, and it may sound extreme, but I always say, like it says in the Bible, let God be true, but every man a liar. As it is written, that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings, and mightest overcome when thou art judged. So I let God be true in the end, and what he says is true, and that's it. And I think there's a definite truth, and the definite truth is that there is a light that has come into the world, and we can either accept it or not. And that's our decision. It's like a little test that you take. Because I always say the only thing that God can't create is love being given to him as a father throughout free will. If he would force us to worship him and love him through not having our free will or not deciding it for ourselves and seeking him, then he would already know that it's not authentic. It's just pure fakery. And God is a true God, and that's why he made this whole system possible.
And that's fine.
It's like a filter. He filters out the seed which brings fruit and the seed which needs to be burned, or the plant.
It's beautiful, okay?
Right, it is. It's love.
Hold on one second. At the time, as we're speaking right now,
everyone's so caught up in, you know, their version of God and their book, their this, their that. They forget there's this guy running the show, laughing.
Right? That's why we should not.
Talking about. Here we are debating what the real truth, you know, who, you know, you have never read, you don't understand. I mean, that's
That's